Hello. And good morning, all, and welcome to the global webinar on forensic science. Today, we have more interesting talks to be delivered, and our first speaker today is Professor Bulray, and he is from University of Derby, United Kingdom. And I request Professor Bulray to start his talk now.
Okay, to speak, and as many of my friends and colleagues listening know, that when you're the first speaker at an important conference, it can make you very nervous. So I'm hoping that my nerves will calm down as we progress. Now, as we can see here on the first slide, perhaps everybody who's kind enough to be listening will know that in judicial and investigative settings, forensic science plays many crucial roles. And it can not only supply evidence directly relating to establishing what happened, but it can also provide information to be used during interviews or interrogations with suspects or witnesses. And it's that important use of forensic science that I'm going to talk about today, and to share with you why I say on this first slide, not only is it an important role, but it's a growing role. First thing, trying to move my slides along. For some reason, nothing's happening. Now, an important aspect of interviewing suspects in general around the world is highlighted on this slide. I happen to choose it from London, UK, because I'm from London, UK, and we see here that the High Court compensated a man for being imprisoned consequent upon a confession that was coerced out of him by force. As you can see here, the court accepted that this man had indeed been butted and punched by a detective and had been threatened with an injection by a syringe. And so we say, well, does that happen only in the UK, or are these oppressive practices, have they been common in other countries? And not all countries have been brave enough to take part in the research. But we see here on this slide that police officers in India were brave enough, willing enough to take part in a survey. We must commend them for that. And they indicated in that survey several years ago now that they did use a variety of intimidation techniques. A widely used technique in the USA, named after its founder, John Reed, developed way back in the 50s, has been criticized in recent years as being a very coercive method that can cause people to falsely confess. And again, in the USA, they have a history over there of using tactics called minimization, maximization. I may have time later to say what they are. But also, more importantly for today, a decision by the United States Supreme Court said that in certain circumstances, when conducting an interview, the police can lie about the evidence that they have. Now, we should say, why in those countries, and there are other countries I don't have time to mention, which are developing from a coercive situation in which extreme cases they might use what we would call torture. Why do people who join the investigative services who come from the general population, why do some of them end up using coercion? Well, Richard Leo, a professor not only of law but also of psychology, he was crazy enough to get 2 doctorates. In an important book, he is here, as we see on slide 4, summarizing the general public's view. So this is not Professor Leo's view. He's summarizing the general public that suspects who are guilty will never confess spontaneously, so you have to put pressure on them. And the general public, he says, believe that confessions, especially to serious crimes, are rarely made spontaneously. You have to actively elicit them, again, by putting on pressure. So if that is an accurate summary of the general population's view, and we know that, of course, investigators join their organization, having been a member of the public, they bring into the organization these kind of views, and that's Richard's important point. Now, going back to the case I began with, and there were others in the 1960s and 70s here in the UK where confessions were forced out of people in inappropriate ways. And in the light of what happened in the 60s and 70s, as we can see here, the Court of Appeal and then the government decided to do something about it. And the crucial thing here shown in blue was that here in England since 1986, all the interviewing with suspects, all the talking with suspects must be recorded. Initially, that was done just on audio tape because in the 80s, video recording was expensive. But nowadays, it's almost always done on videotaping. And as people kindly listening to my presentation will know, even though England was the first country to mandate this, and a growing number of countries or parts of countries are bringing in legislation to have the recording of the interviewing of suspects. Now, one of the things recording of the interviews allows us to do, and I know that many of people at today's conference are interested in research or have a research background. Of course, if you have tape recordings of interviews with suspects, and if access is granted to those recordings, you can then learn a lot from them. And so one of the very first studies, which was part of the government's initiative conducted by Professor Baldwin, one of the several things he noticed that surprised everybody was in the late 1980s when these recordings were first made, when he analyzed a large sample of them, if you are jailed for a serious crime, you can halfway through that sentence apply to come out on parole, but you can only come out on parole if you have admitted the offence. So when the evidence is strong and you are guilty, it sometimes does make sense to confess. But the crucial thing here is at the bottom of this slide, when the evidence was not strong and the person therefore did not confess, the interviewers in this study seemed to give up. They didn't know what to do. Another surprising thing that came out of one of these studies, again, the study by Baldwin, contrary to common sense, Richard Leo's point on the earlier slide, that in the interviews that he analysed, over a third of the suspects admitted being involved almost from the beginning. And perhaps that was because of the strategy in those days of giving away all the evidence at the beginning, but I'm going to come back to that important point later. But if you give away the evidence, if you give away all the evidence at the beginning, this can create certain problems. First of all, we have to remember that quite a lot of people who have committed serious crime particularly people who've been getting away with committing that serious crime over a period of years, are actually quite clever people and often cleverer than the interviewer. And so if you give away all the information you have at the beginning, that will allow clever people to give you then an account which suggests no involvement or lesser involvement than what is really the case. The other side of that coin by Professor Gisley Good-Johnson and others is that many people who commit more minor crime are very vulnerable in the sense they have learning disability, mental health issues. And we know from psychological research that if you say things to certain people with these vulnerabilities, either then or later, when they're talking about what happened, they include what you've told them in their account, even though what you told them was wrong. And so there are problems that I'm going to return to with giving the untrained way of police interviewing, which occurs in many other countries, of giving away all the information at the beginning. Now, one of the crucial things that the research on the recorded interviews conducted in the late 1980s demonstrated to the chiefs of police in England and Wales and to the government was that the police interviewing was very poor. And when people said, well, why is it so poor? The realization was that the training people received in those days as police officers to interview suspects was either zero or not very good. And so what the government decided to do with the chiefs of police is to set up a committee of 12 experienced detectives to come up with comprehensive guidance and training on how to interview. And these detectives chose the word peace, as you can see here. I'll explain what that means in a minute. And it was those detectives who made the decision that in their documents and training courses, they included a lot of relevant concepts from psychology that is summarized in our 99 book. At the same time, as we can see here in the third line, a senior London police officer called Tom Williamson, who had been head of the murder squad, which at that time was the largest police murder squad in the world. It was he who made the decision that perhaps those 12 detectives who are working on coming up with new training might benefit from some insights from psychology. So he convened a group of a few other detectives, and as we can see here, some psychologists, Eric Shepherd, Stephen Mostyn, and myself. And what we were required to do was to produce an unpublished overview in everyday language of aspects of psychology that might be useful to the improving of interviewing interrogation. So how memory works, how to help somebody decide to talk with you. And in a sense, to my surprise, the detectives charged with coming up with this new training, before they had published what they had decided to do, to my surprise, I wasn't expecting it, to my university office, they sent a big parcel full of drafts of the documents saying, we have decided to include a lot of that psychology, but we have to put it in everyday language that the average police officer will understand. So we can't use any jargon, we can't use any long words, we can't use any long sentences. So can you please check that we have got the psychology correct in these drafts, even though we've put it in everyday, or what we would call in England, street language. Now, important for today is that what they came up with, this peace method, they wrote down 7 basic principles. The first brought about an enormous change in police interviewing interrogation in the UK, and at the end of my talk, I'll talk about changes coming around the world. And what they said is the purpose of interviewing a suspect is not just to get a confession, because confessions can be false for all sorts of reasons, but it's to get accurate and reliable information that can then be passed on, if necessary, to the legal proceeding, to the prosecution, to the defense, and whatever. So you're not looking just for somebody to confess, you want to get information from them. And another of the second 7 principles, you can see it as the second paragraph here, and this is relevant to today. Information that you are obtained from the person, if you're skillful enough to get the person to agree to talk to you, you should compare that, should be tested against what the interviewing officer already knows. And of course, a considerable part, particularly in complex, serious investigations, of what the interviewing officer already knows will be to the credit of forensic science. And I don't need to go through all the kinds of forensic science evidence that would be relevant to the interviewing of suspects, because I'm sure every listener knows as much or more about that than I do. So briefly, why did these experienced detectives, some of whom I knew, and some of these experienced detectives who came up with this new approach, look more like criminals than criminals do? And I was initially disappointed that because they all had to have 25 years experience as a detective, the 12 people on that committee way back in 1991, 92 were all men. And as every listener will know, females are much better at conversing and getting people to talk than men are. However, my worries that the entire committee with men were not well founded, and you'll see why in a minute. So they came up with this acronym PEACE, and perhaps every listener will know that in the English language, peace has a special meaning, peaceful, the opposite of aggression. So they did that on purpose, and then they fitted the structure of the interview around this very important acronym. And you can see here what each of the 5 letters of the acronym stands for. They said, before you interview, you have to plan and prepare effectively. Then you explain to the interviewee why they're being interviewed, and you engage them in conversation. These 12 male detectives were not brave enough to use the correct word for engage, because that sounds like a toilet, or getting engaged before you get married. Engage in conversation, and nowadays we use a French word, rapport. But these detectives, the history of difficulties between France and England, they didn't want to use a French word, so they used the word engage. So they said you're much more likely to get an account if you have engaged the person in conversation about things not to do with the investigation, that in your planning and preparation, you've found an interviewer that has similar interests to this particular suspect, such that you can engage them in conversation before you seek an account about the actual investigation. And there are a variety of skills in the account phase that I'm going to briefly cover later. And then when the stop giving you information, which could be after a few minutes, after several hours, you then have a closure phase, which is a very skilled closure phase. I don't have time to go into that today, but you can see here a link to where you can find out more about this, or if you want to email me, anybody, to have more information after my talk, I'll be happy to respond. So you close the interview. So the interview is then finished, but of course what you do as forensic scientists do is you evaluate what you've done. You evaluate the information you've gained, you evaluate the quality of the procedures used to gather that information. So that's why it's called the PEACE method. That began training to the most experienced detectives in 1992, and the government asked me to analyze interviews of the first people trained in this new method to feed back into training other people. Now, of course, as an outsider, though I've worked with the police embarrassingly since 1971, I've always worked at a university. I've never been a police officer. But of course, whenever you work with an organization, you need to involve people in that organization in your procedure. So in evaluating these interviews, we had an idea what should be look for in terms of the skills of the interviewers, but we involved, as you can see here, a large number of detectives and drew up a list of 28 essential skills that the peace method was seeking to get officers to demonstrate. And what we found, very briefly, is some of the things the peace method advocates in these people who were first trained in it. Some of the things that they should be doing, they found difficult to do. So I just found it difficult to pause and be silent for a few seconds. Male conversation in particular, everyday conversation, 95% of the conversations in real life are closed questions, but they're taught to ask open questions, which, as I say, women are much better at asking open questions than men are. They didn't demonstrate much flexibility, so if they planned the interview in a certain way and that plan didn't work out, they didn't know what to do, a bit like some of the early findings. And though, and much more recent research supports this, demonstrating and understanding empathy, not sympathy. Empathy means understanding why this person may find themselves in the situation of possibly having committed the crime. And if there were some difficulties, having some compassion. This is very difficult to do when you suspect a person of a serious crime. So these weaknesses, as we called them, were not that surprising. But there was good news, and this is much more relevant to today. So in the new training, and this is still the case now, the interviewers are told you are legally required to give some information to the suspect and their lawyer as to why they are suspected. But you're not required to give them everything you know. If the crime was committed on Wednesday and you have CCTV of them on Monday at an airport, then that's not directly relevant to the crime. When you ask them where they were on Monday, if they say something that's different from what you know on CCTV, that then becomes investigatively important, but it wasn't important at the beginning. So they were able to not release all the information at the beginning. That seems to be something that's rather easy to learn once you understand why. And you might be interested in these other findings. They didn't interrupt, which they shouldn't. They didn't put too much pressure on the suspect. They did not ask long and complex questions. And they didn't speak, over talking as one person speaking when the other person's speaking. And importantly, though those skills in the second bullet point aren't directly relevant to today, they were things that the early research in the 1980s interviews found that officers did do. So some of the training, particularly with regard to information, seemed to have been successful. Okay, moving on then, several years to research on whether this method of interviewing suspects, which might make sense partly based on psychology, but is it really effective? So this is what I'm briefly going to talk about. So we were able to access a large sample of interviews with suspects in real life investigations, and we scored each interview for how well the interviewing met the requirements of the peace approach of the training. And we did find that those interviews which contain more of the peace interviewing skills were associated with securing a greater number of comprehensive valid accounts, mostly to do with admitting, but of course a proportion of suspects are innocent, and for those it's important to get an exculpatory account. So it worked both ways, shall we say. Now, of relevance to today, when in that study I've just described, we looked at the account phase and say which of the skills that are trained in the account phase, and there are quite a few, was significantly associated with the gaining of comprehensive relevant information. Now, of course, the first one, encouraging the suspects to give an account, perhaps that's obvious that that would be a related skill. Developing the topics that are being talked about. Using appropriate questions. We're now getting to the use of forensic evidence. Exploring the information received from the suspect. So the suspect says something. I have a piece of forensic information that either supports or denies the information I've just received. So then I use it in a way I'm going to talk about at the end of this presentation. To remain open-minded, which is another one of the principles of peace, and to be able to demonstrate active listening, because of course, to contrast what you know, for example, from forensic science work, with what the person is saying, you have to be sure to be listening to what the person is saying. Now, in a fast-moving interview with a suspect who's clever, it's quite difficult to think of your next question, but also almost 100% listen to what the person has just been saying. So active listening is actually quite a difficult skill, which I hope you're all demonstrating at this moment. And crucially, when we compare the skills within the account phase, you can see that those interviews where the account skills were rated as satisfactory or above, 63% of those interviews involved getting a comprehensive account. Whereas in the interviews where these skills were demonstrated poorly, only 12% of those interviews obtained a comprehensive account. So that was one of the first real-life studies that looked at whether, using evidence in a strategic way rather than giving all away at the beginning might be important. We also did another study, which goes back to one of the first studies I mentioned, that if we accept, certainly in democracies, that the majority of suspects do have relevant information, not saying they're absolutely guilty, but they know something of relevance. They might be involved in some way. They weren't the bank robber, they were the lookout or whatever. The other research in a relatively large sample of interviews where there was some shift from denying to providing an account. In those interviews, what was the relationship between the shifting from denying to providing an account? Was there a relationship between that movement by the suspect and any aspect of the interviewing? And very importantly for today, we found that over half of the skills we looked at were indeed related to suspects deciding to shift. Remember, in these interviews, there should be no coercion, no oppression, none of the awful stuff shown in my very first slide. And so disclosing evidence during the interview and using that to emphasize contradictions between what the suspect has said and the evidence that you're now telling them. So you told me on Monday you were home all day. I'll show you the CCTV here in London at Heathrow Airport, a close-up of a person. We didn't know you had a twin brother. Who is this person on this video I am now showing you on Monday at Heathrow Airport when you say you were at home? And of course, there could be forensic evidence that would be used in a similar manner. So that's quite crucial for today's presentation. And you can see some other skills there that again are evolving. If I was giving a longer talk on skills in interviewing, you would see that these skills are becoming around the world. There's lots of studies now from countries represented by the people kindly listening to my presentation that underpin that what was initially developed by detectives in the UK, the peace method, seems to make sense in many other countries as well, but I don't have time to go into that today. So another study we did, you can see here, these were real life interviews with suspected murderers and rapists. We had a large sample. And when we analyze, so these interviews are conducted in England by highly trained people. You have to be selected by the quality of your recording interviews to be able to conduct interviews in such serious cases. And as you can see at the bottom of this slide, the most frequent skills that the interviewers used in these complex cases was, again, presenting evidence and then skillfully in a humane way, not in a coercive way, challenging the suspect to explain the evidence that you've just told them about. And of course, in things like murder and rape, quite a lot of if there is any evidence available, it is of a forensic nature. Now, one of the things you find in interviews in serious cases is that if the suspect decides to talk at all, they will talk about everything other than what the interviewer wants to talk to them about. So keeping the suspect on topic, responding relevantly, is an important thing to achieve when you're interviewing clever people in serious cases. And again, the three most important skills that we found included the presentation of evidence, but we found some negative relationships. So if you do the things in red, that seems to be related with the suspect not talking relevantly. And those tactics are still taught in some parts of the world, but again, we don't have time for that today. Now, if we go back to the beginning of my presentation, where Richard Leo was summarizing in a valid way common sense view that guilty suspects, particularly of serious crime, won't spontaneously tell the interviewer, so you have to beat it out of them. That's the common sense view. But one of the first studies that actually looked at whether that common sense view is valid was in Australia. And you can see here that convicted sex offenders who were then interviewed about their experience of being interviewed by the police, you can see that only 20% said that they, before being interviewed, decided that they would deny what they had done. And 30% had already decided to confess, and that might relate to the earlier finding in England that 30% of people seem to confess at the beginning. But crucially in this Australian study, and there are many others since, the majority of people, when they're suspects, had not yet before the interview decided whether to confess or not. And when they were asked, well, what do you mean by that? These convicted sex offenders said to the researchers, they were waiting for two things. One, they were waiting to see what kind of evidence the interviewer had. And the other thing was they were waiting to see how they were treated, whether they were treated humanely and they might talk, but if they were treated in a dominant and coercive way, there's research from Sweden on this, they wouldn't tell the interrogator anything if the interrogator treated them badly. Very briefly, we've recently done a study in the UK, and it is in red that these people in prison, for 400 or 500 of were very much against what's allowed in the USA, which is people in the interview talking about evidence they don't really have. And so why do they talk about evidence they don't have? Because they haven't got enough good evidence. Perhaps the EU should invest more funding in forensic science, because then they wouldn't have to make up evidence. I'm getting towards the end of my presentation now, conscious of the time. I did start early and there might be time for questioning. So some people say when I'm doing workshops around the world, which might be a day or 3 days or 5 days, so forgive me for talking so fast in this presentation. With experienced investigators in some very traditional countries, they say, this peace method, it's peaceful. It won't work with serious crime people. But we have some information about that now, and I only have time to talk briefly about one of the studies. And this was, as you can see here, Professor Allison was given access to recordings of real-life interviews with terrorism suspects, and he did find an association between whether the suspect talked and how much relevant information they provided and what the interviewer was doing. And they made the point, and they kindly mentioned our earlier research, which I briefly mentioned a few minutes ago. They found in their research with terrorists that the interviewer needs to have communication skills, demonstrate empathy, flexibility, open-minded, have a clear structure, and ask open questions. But to ask open questions, you need to have information. And of course, in terrorism investigations, a proportion of the information you want to ask a question about will come from forensic science. Now, this is more important for today, that in their analysis of these interviews with terrorism suspects, they noted that key elements included the developing discrepancies, a more challenge-oriented style at key points. And here we come with the forensic stuff. A straight and neutral presentation of the evidence with an invitation to the suspect to assist in explaining this. Now, if any of you have ever watched TV programs from the USA or movies way back in the 60s and 70s, after the lead character in that detective series called Columbo was wonderful at gathering evidence, and then the murderer, we know from the beginning of the TV show who the murderer is, painting them into a corner, we say in English, or being like a spider, building a web of information around the guilty person such that they've got nowhere to go but other than say, okay, yeah, it was me. So this is one example, and there are others, of the method I'm talking about being useful in serious cases as well. Now, what I'm going to finish on are 2 points. The first is this point about when in an interview to disclose the information evidence that the investigator already has. And as we say, much of this information, particularly in serious cases, will come from forensic science. So you can give it away all at the beginning. That's what unskilled interviewers around the world do. We can't blame them for that because they haven't been trained to do it any differently. A method originally developed in Sweden under the strategic use of evidence is to try to get the suspect to talk, and then at the end of the interview, all at once, to reveal the evidence that you haven't yet told them about. But one of the things we noticed in our research, which I briefly skimmed over, and some other studies we've done that I don't have time to mention, is what we call the gradual approach. So a person from Greece who did her PhD with me, Stavroula Soukara, when we were looking at real life interviews where people did move from denying to admitting a crime, and what she looked at during the interviews was what was the interviewer doing in the 15, 10 and 5 minutes before this suspect moved from denying the crime to admitting the crime. And what she found was happening in those 15 minutes, even though the interview may have been going on for an hour or two, was that the interviewers were still disclosing information to the suspect that they hadn't earlier disclosed. So out of Stavrula's research in 2003, we developed this idea of this gradual revelation. But does it matter if you give away the information early, late, or gradually? So from a British government counter-terrorism research initiative, I got a grant. Of course, when you're doing research, you can't start off looking at real-life interviews with terrorists. So we developed a scenario where clever people, graduate students from international countries studying for a master's in business administration, they each, with a computer, took part in a task to build a big sports stadium, and doing it on the computer takes about an hour. And some of them were instructed as they built the stadium, they bought products, they drove around London with their lorries, gathering items they built. So some of them didn't just build the sports stadium, they actually made bombs and put the bombs within the sports stadium to later blow up at the opening ceremony. And as with covert observation of suspected terrorists, the interviewer was provided with a small sample of what the computer had recorded that the builders, the innocent people, or the terrorists had done. So the interviewers were passed with some information, but that information in and of itself wasn't enough to prove to the interviewer whether this interviewee was a builder or a terrorist. And we got some highly experienced real-life police interviewers, and we trained them to reveal sometimes the information early, that's easy to do, sometimes holding it back till late, that's relatively easy to do, and to do it gradually, which is more difficult to do. But all these experienced interviewers, because we record their interviews, they were able to do each of the types of interviewing. And what these interviewers had to do is, at the very end of the interview, they had to immediately make a decision as to whether the person they had just interviewed was a builder who largely told the truth, or might be a terrorist who, of course, would have lied about what was needed to put the bombs in the stadium. And you'll probably know that when you interview somebody, you have to decide whether they're telling the truth or not. It's a 50-50 decision. So by chance performance is 50%. And in thousands of studies on the ability of humans to detect deception, you find that they're around 50%. Most of us can't do it. You can see here that, yes, the early revelation is of no use at all. You end up with a decision no better than chance. If you save up the information to a bit later for liars, terrorists, it is slightly better. That is what the Swedish found. But innocent people, it seems to drop down from the chance level. Importantly, in a sense, to our surprise, if you reveal the information you have, the forensic information, etc., gradually, you are much better than chance. And though these figures, still have a big margin of error, an average success rate of nearly 70% is very rare in the literature on the ability of humans to detect whether other people are lying or not. In another of our studies, we had police again, but they watched video recordings of interviews very similar to the ones in our previous study, though this was a different large sample of interviews in the same setting. And of course, if you are in a country which does record the interviews, and then these can be looked at later to make a decision as to whether the person being interviewed was lying or telling the truth, was a builder or a terrorist. And again, with the benefit of watching a video recording, the performance with early disclosure is a bit above 50%. Deciding immediately after the interview is very difficult, but sitting down watching a video recording of somebody else doing an interview is a bit easier. The late, again, supporting the developments in Sweden is better than chance, but the gradual in this other study again seems even better. So why I've mentioned our work is to again emphasize the importance of forensic science, in the sense that you can only gradually disclose information if you have information that is valid, that is not contaminated, that when explained to the suspect makes sense, and of course much forensic science evidence, suspects are aware of the strength of that evidence. So I'm just going to finish with one final point on the last two slides. Now, you may know, I'm sure you do know, the United Nations has a number of charters that almost every nation in the world has signed up to. So the United Nations Charter on the Rights of the Child, all of your countries will have signed up to that. The United Nations has another charter which is about countries not using or advocating torture, and almost every country in the world has signed up to that. Yet, the special investigator for that charter did a big study and said that whereas the majority of countries in the world have signed up to the anti-torture charter, in quite a few of those countries, torture still occurs. And when he asked people in those countries, well, why are you still torturing? They said, well, how else can we get information from people suspected of doing very bad things? So he recommended to the United Nations in 2016 that a protocol, a guidance document, universal, worldwide, he advocated the development of a worldwide guidance document identifying how to conduct non-coercive interviewing that bears in mind law that will apply in all investigative settings. The United Nations accepted this recommendation, and so since that time a small committee has been set up, which I'm honored to be a member of, to write this protocol, this extensive guidance document. And when recommending in 2016 what this worldwide guidance document might look like, sorry, that's, I'll ignore that, it's another phone that I can't, that he points out that some countries, in not only the UK, but ones that you're familiar with, have moved away from torture and coercion. And he's saying in green that the alternative, one example of what the United Nations upcoming guidance might look like, was first captured by the peace model that I've explained to you. And in that peace model, you will know that it emphasizes the use of truthful, valid evidence. So this United Nations protocol, we've 90% finished it now. So before the end of this year, it might be disseminated by the UN, and in it, it advocates the kind of thing I've shared with you in my presentation. So I'm very sorry that telephone rang, but luckily it was only at the end of my presentation. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Raymond. That was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
We're open for questions now. If anybody have questions, please ask Professor Raymond. We're into questionnaire session now.
Hello.
Yes, Dr.
Hello.
Yeah. Wonderful presentation, Dr. Raymond, sir. I wish to know the full form of PEACE, P-E-A-C-E, the PEACE protocol for examination of terrorists.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had difficulty hearing the question.
She's asking the full form of PEACE. P-E-A-C-E. Yes.
In the full form of PEACE what, sorry?
Sir, you have
Peace.
used the word peace, P-E-A-C-E. Several states
Yes.
you have used the word peace
Yes.
for examination of terrorist and so body. Why we
Yes.
have used this word peace? The full form, is there a abbreviated form of a peace is there, or is it for the purpose of peace, to create a peace?
Yeah, so if I understand the question correctly, sorry, maybe it's my fault with a bad connection. Yes, peace
You can
method
ask. Yeah.
seems to make sense, even with terrorists, a serious crime. And of course, if you want somebody to tell you about something they may not initially feel they want to tell you or comfortable to tell you, I'm sure there are many medical doctors in the audience today, for example. If you have a client who's embarrassed about some part of their body that's causing a problem, if you're oppressive about it, they will, in psychological speak, demonstrate resistance. They'll react badly to being interviewed oppressively, and this includes people like terrorists. So it does seem, though it doesn't necessarily sit with common sense, that if you interview suspects in using the everyday language meaning of peace in a peaceful way, combined with high quality evidence from forensic science. You need the two together. But when you combine the two, as far as we understand now from several dozen studies, as I said, I have time to go into every study. So I hope I've answered your question, but I'm not sure I understood it. Thank you.
Yeah, I got, sir. Right way. Exactly, it's for creating a peace after the terrorist attacks and all. You interviewing the persons there for a purpose to have justice. Okay. And
Yeah.
we have a we have a protocol, standard operating procedure that has to be used worldwide for as you have seen in your studies.
Yeah, it may be me, but when the kind questioner is speaking, I get her voice 3 times. I get a lot of echo. So chairperson, are you able to convey to me? Did you understand the question? Because I got a lot of echo.
You can ask from my side if there is some problem of sound or echo. The psychology, what exactly he finds, the psychological behavior of those he interviewed in
The
his case
psychological
studies.
behavior of who?
The interviews you take, in several cases you have take interviews, people interviewed the terrorists and all the criminals you have interviewed. What psychology you feel that is find there? What psychology is there? Why should they do that? What is their, if you ask to them questions, whether they are ready to answer them, why they are prone to do that, such a crime, why they are involved in that crime.
Yeah, I know that the question was about the psychology of something, but I didn't quite catch the psychology of what. So, Mr. Chairman, again, could you help me?
Psychology of interviews. In the interview.
Well, yes, I mean, sorry if I'm repeating what I said earlier. I mean, it was the judgment of the detectives way back in '91 when they saw fit that what we have written about psychology in everyday language should form part of the training. But there is, following the very good question, there is a lot of psychology involved, because when I'm lucky enough to go around the world and talk in some countries where, how can we put it, investigating policing is historically quite oppressive, and I'm talking with experienced investigators in those countries. They have a lot of psychology about things, and I have to use psychology in order to help them understand that in their professional world, at last, in the last 20 or 30 years, my discipline at last has something helpful to say to them, because, of course, what every investigator wants to do is to effectively deal with the guilty, but also exonerate the innocent. So forgive me if, again, that's not a direct answer to your question, but hopefully that is of use to some people who are still listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raymond, for your excellent speech and for the explanation. And moving on, our next speaker is Peter Folding from Specialist Group International, United Kingdom, and he's going to give a talk on forensic search on land and underwater. And I request Peter Folding to start his speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ray. Thank you for a very interesting talk there. I'll just share my screen with you. Bear with me a second. Just trying to open my screen. There we go. Good. Right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hope you can you all hear me okay?
Yes,
That's right. Good. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about various many jobs that I've carried out. So in the UK, my team, Specialist Group International, carry out underwater search for a number of police forces across the UK. So we are effectively their underwater search team. I'll come on, I'll move. Sorry, what's happening in that? The live has asked you to start the video. Start my video. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's done. Just reduce that. Okay, can you hear me? Sorry, there we go. So this is a recent job where a magnet fisherman was throwing what they over here they have magnets on a line. Local kids, they throw the magnets in, and he got something really heavy on the bottom. And the police called us in to check it out. And what it was 3 stolen cash machines that were on the bottom of the river. And that was just one of the small jobs. So I just sort of warm up with this one, really. There was no cash in it, unfortunately, but they'd been ripped out of a wall of a local store with a large JCB and then discarded in the river. Everybody was arrested for the crime. This was a recent a murder in Surrey, where we were called in to search for evidence of a vulnerable man was a lady moved in to a vulnerable man's house, started torturing him, stole his cash, and then unfortunately murdered him, and then discarded much evidence in the river that we were then called in to do. This is a shallow water search using a bathoscope, as you can see the orange thing there, to actually look through the clear water. So it was quite an easy search, and we could actually see through the water, and we located a number of items that will eventually go to court and they're for a murder. This was a gentleman in England who was fishing, just sitting there fishing one day.
Hi, sorry, Professor Peter.
Peter, just Peter. That's Peter. Yes. That's fine.
Okay. I'm just saying that the slides didn't work. We can't see anything.
You can't see anything?
Yeah, I can't see the slides.
Oh yeah.
It's stuck at one point.
Oh, was it? Sorry. Is that okay now? Walton murder probe. Is that?
No, I only see the when
one. And this was a gentleman who was fishing, and he was just sitting by the river, and three people come along and bludgeoned him to death, and the actual weapons were discarded in the river. So we use standard diving techniques here. So in the UK, I said we're professional divers. We wear all the full face mask, and this was a dive, and this was the weapon that was actually used to threaten the gentleman before he was bludgeoned to death. So it was a carving knife purchased from a shop. And they've all been since charged with murder. I'm just warming up and come on some better ones. This is another recent job, not a couple of years old, where a lady was again bludgeoned to death in a front garden, and the murder weapons were thrown into a local lake. There was a lot of media coverage on this particular one, and we searched various areas of water. Nothing has ever been found on this particular job. The suspect, there's still evade capture. No one's since been charged, but a massive police operation went on to recover the evidence for this. One of the tools we do have in our box over here, side scan sonar. Now in 1999, I went out to the USA to look at the way they were using side scan sonar. It had never been used over here for forensic search. So I brought it back to the UK, and it's a brilliant piece of equipment. This is just to give you an idea how it works. It sends out a sound wave across the seabed. It's a bit exaggerated there with a volcano, but that's just an exaggeration. And what it does, it hits a target and it creates a shadow. And from that, we get really, really good imagery. And over the years, we used to use 900 megahertz. Now we use 1800 kilohertz side scan sonar, which is very, very clear imagery, as you'll see in a minute. So it's used by a boat. The towfish, the yellow thing that looks like a sort of missile there, is lowered into the water, and the imagery comes back through into a computer actually on the boat, and it gives us crystal clear imagery of what's on the bottom. So if you look at that screen, you can see the image of the seabed on the boat there that we see, and it's moving all the time. And as it comes back in, we can stop it if we hit a target, and we can measure that target as well to give us a very, very good identification of a body, because we do a lot of work for missing people over here, drowning victims. So that's the makeup. So you've got a computer, you've got a cable, and you've got the towfish that actually goes in the water. That, to give you an idea, is a bike, a lady's bike that was discarded in the water. And that's how clear the imagery is these days. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. So if we're searching a large body of water, like a reservoir, a wide river, it's a very, very quick method of finding. So to give you an idea, we can scan in one sweep 60 meters wide for a body, up to 60 meters in one sweep, and we can see anything laying there. That's a large area, where if that was searched by divers, it would take an awful long time to do it. And this is when I originally conducted the trials. If you look to the left of the picture, you'll see an object there with a pair of legs. That was a medical training skeleton to simulate a decomposed body, and we dressed it in a pair of overalls, and we threw it into a reservoir with a rope tied around it. But while we were scanning, we actually found a sunken fishing boat, a little rowing boat there on the left. You can just see it there, the sunken rowing boat. So the body above it, or the skeleton, and the rowing boat. All the yellow dots around are clamshell deposits on the bottom. So it's very, very clear imagery. That's what a tire looks like on the bottom. So you've got a tractor tire there, or a lorry tire, and you look to the top of the screen, you see other little tires buried in the silt, where they've been discarded into the rivers over the years. So the location of missing people with using side scan sonar is extremely quick, and then we can put the diver in. This was a search for a lady called Alison McGarrigle, where we were called in using sonar quite a few years ago, and her son had been abused by two paedophiles, and she caught them out, and eventually she was murdered, dismembered, and placed into a wheelie bin, the standard wheelie bin, in plastic bags, and dumped into the River Clyde. And there was an extensive search done. We done a massive search of the area. We couldn't find any wheelie bin on the bottom, but the detective started to question people on a local island, and they said, "Has anyone found a wheelie bin?" He said, "Yeah, a couple of years ago, my brother pulled one up in our fishing net, and what was in it? Well, it didn't smell very good. There was lots of bin liners, and we tipped it back into the lock." Into the water. So unfortunately, Alison McGarrigle has never been found, but that would have been the perfect search to actually find the missing wheelie bin. It was a large scale operation. These two individuals were jailed for life for the murder of her and the abuse of her son. A very sad case. This was a job we do in the UK here. We do a lot of, each year we average about 12 drowning victims during the summer. each year, where sort of teenagers go swimming in the lakes in the hot weather. They swim out, and unfortunately they drowned. And this, in the background, you'll see there's a boat in the background, and that is where the two teenagers had swam out to. We got called rapidly that a young girl swam out with a boyfriend. He wasn't strong enough to keep swimming, and she tried holding him up, and he went to the bottom. So we got called. There was no multi-agency response, and here you can see ambulances and our trucks. And then on the bottom, that's a sonar image of the actual body laying on the bottom. So you can see how clear it is. You can see his arms, his legs, his head, and then we can sort of zoom in on that to get a better image as well. And that the young man was found within sort of 20 minutes. To dive that would potentially take weeks. This is a search for a murder weapon in a lake, again using side scan sonar up in Yorkshire. And to the right of the screen there, you can actually see where the arrow's pointing. I'm not sure if it's covered your end, but there's a picture of a shotgun just underneath the where the arrow's pointing. I've got something in the way of my screen here, but there's a shotgun laying on the bottom, and that's the recovery of the actual weapon there from the lake. So this was used in a double murder, and the weapon was quickly recovered. Again, the beauty of side scan sonar. Little April Jones went missing. She was murdered by an individual called Bridger, a local paedophile, and one of the biggest searches ever in UK history was put together. Thousands and thousands of people converged on Machynlleth in Wales. Mountain Rescue, Cave Rescue, Coast Guard, police, everybody, and members of the public searched for April. Unfortunately, she was eventually fragments were found in the fireplace. He was training to be he was a trained butcher, abattoir. Sorry, it's an abattoir, and he dismembered her and burnt her, unfortunately. And fragments were found, but the body was never completely found. And this is the local police searching all the rubbish tips and everything. And we got involved there using the sonar to actually search the river. And again, we never found anything on that particular one. This was another search of an area in Wales, in Coventry, a little lad who went missing. He was dismembered by 3 16-year-old lads, and actually just cut him up and threw him in the river one day. So we got called by police to search these canals, and the side scan sonar can average about 10 miles a canal a day to search. So it covers it really, really quickly. But unfortunately, there's lots of junk in this canal, and we found his head just under the bridge. The legs were sawn off. They were wrapped in plastic. They were found in a lay-by. His torso was found over somebody's back garden. He was wrapped in plastic and thrown over someone's back garden. It was a very sad job. They got convicted for life. And this was the Canal Search here. You can see, looking at the canal, either bank. So the side scan sonar is searching both sides, right the way across the canal. And you can see there, you can see a half submerged tire in the thing. So anything that is there will be found really quickly using this method. This was another case looking for Laura Toon. A girl went missing from a pub up north. Her shoe was actually found by the riverbank. So we spent much time scanning the river for Laura. And time, please, Jane. And thank you. And you got the she was eventually found in the haystack. What the murderer had done, he'd thrown a shoe down by the lake to it was a decoy to lead the police search to the water, but eventually, using cell site analysis and other evidence found, she was eventually found in a haystack a few days later, where cell site brought them into the search into this area, badly decomposed at that stage. This little boy called Daniel Entwistle went missing, again suspected taken by paedophiles. Sonar was used in this search, and again, we covered a very, very large area for that, and you can see the sonar being used there. But unfortunately, he has never been found. one of the key areas was under this in Great Yarmouth, under this ship. And they worried that was his body underneath. And when you look at the sonar image, there was nothing, nobody under there, just a lot of debris on the bottom, tires and bits and pieces. So Daniel has never been found. But if you look at the detail of the dock wall from the side scan sonar, it's really crystal clear. This is another one of a missing diver off the south coast. And the sonar was used for that. And that's the actual missing diver shown there. So you can see his legs in the middle of the picture. You can see 2 legs, the cylinders on his back, and then you can see the shadow of his head and shoulders to the right of the picture in the middle. And that's the actual shadow car. So again, a rapid location found easily. We also have remote operated vehicles, or ROVs. These are used as well, especially in deep quarries. So where we couldn't get between rocks, this is a search for 2 missing divers at the National Diving Centre who went in there. And the remote operated vehicle with a camera went down deep between all the rocks. And eventually we found the 2 divers tied together at the bottom. They were actually a girlfriend and boyfriend, and one lost their buoyancy, and they effectively both drowned in the quarry. And then there was a major operation with the police to recover the bodies from 70 meters deep, which is a long way down. So we also use metal detectors or magnetometers. These are used extensively for a lot of the searches we do. This was a search in Staffordshire where we're looking for a weapon used in a series of armed robberies. The weapon was recovered, and then we couldn't identify it straight away, and there was no forensics required. It had been there a long time. It was more about cleaning it up. So what I did at the scene, I stripped it down at the scene for the police, cleaned it up with paraffin and reassembled it, ready for exhibit. And it's got the hammer missing at the back. Now, normally you have a hammer to cock the weapon to fire it. And what you've got here, the hammer, has been ground off, but it was actually manufactured like that for tank crews. So as they climbed into a turret of a tank, they didn't catch the hammer and discharge the weapon and shoot themselves. One of the other tools we use is ground penetrating radar. So GPR, this is extensively used for missing murder victims buried under concrete or just buried in graves. It's a great piece of equipment, and it can give a plan view, what they call depth slicing on the right. That's a picture of a grave on the right in the bright red from looking down, and the one on the left is more of a side elevation of the actual of the grave. So I live on a farm, and I got pet alpacas, and what we do, I do a lot of grave tests, of depression tests, and you can see there just in front of the GPR, a grave of an animal where it's sunk over the time. And I do a lot of work around with students on this, looking for clandestine type graves. And here's another one where you can see the telltale cracks around the edge of after 6 months where the grave has started to collapse in. And this is very useful when you are searching for human remains. So this gives you an idea of using magnetometers. This is looking down through the surface at an underground chamber in a cave system. So the blue is the chamber and the green is the rock above. So there's some great tools where you can actually use to locate things. This is another search of an area. Now what you got here of a wood, this is actually a hidden chamber below ground. If you look in the middle where it's marked up, and we moved into the next slide, and it was actually below there. And what it was years ago, some children dug a camp and covered it all over and left it, and it's probably 20 years old, but without the ground radar, then it wouldn't have been found. So it's a really useful tool for finding things like that. And one of the areas we get involved in is obviously searching drains, a lot of drains and things for, again, victims, where we use pumps to pump them out. Otherwise, it's very difficult to search them. And something like this is easier to pump out than it is to actually put a diver in and swim around in the silt at the bottom. This is the search for a lady, what they call an honor killing in the UK. Is an Iraqi, Kurdish Iraqi girl who was coming to the UK and disappeared. The parents and the uncles were prime suspects in this, and there's been a recent documentary on ITV about it. And this was the uncle's house that we were searching in London, as he was the key suspect. We carried ground penetrating radar searches out around the area, under the pipes, everywhere in that garden. Nothing was found. And eventually through underwater searches as well, through telephone intelligence, the actual body was located by police, buried in a garden in Birmingham. So she'd been transported all the way to Birmingham in this suitcase, and then she was buried in the garden inside this suitcase. Very, very sad case. This was a search for Sarah Benford. Ongoing still, lots of work has been done on this over the years, but nobody, another girl again who's been abused and never been found. Could you pass my phone, please, Jane? Time. And excuse me there. And we've got here a forensic archaeologist looking, where I picked a target up using a ground penetrating radar. But again, there was nothing. What it was a buried cat. So give you an idea of the sensitivity of a GPR, that's a buried cat. And it will pick that up. Again, a very fine piece of equipment if it's used properly, and it's great. This is one of the biggest cases ever in the UK. This is Operation, it was Operation Anagram, Operation Mahogany, the search for the victims of serial killer Peter Tobin, who's been now jailed for life. He was responsible for many murders, we believe, but 3 initially. He went to the south of England and he raped 2 young girls. I think they were 10 years old, in a house. He turned the gas supply on, and hoping that the house would explode and catch fire, but they managed to escape. He got 14 years jail sentence. He came out after, I believe, about 10. And then he moved to Scotland, and he got a job in a church as a handyman, and he met Angelica Kluke up the top left, the young girl in the top left, and she was working in the church as a volunteer. He then got to know her, and eventually she was then found murdered under the floor of the actual church. He then went on the run, and there was another operation then put together. He got arrested, and then they started to look at where he lived. Now, he used to live in Bathgate in Scotland. Now, Bathgate in Scotland is also where Vicky Hamilton went missing in 1991, the girl at the top right-hand corner, never been found. And they started piecing together his movements over the years. So that's him in his various guises over the years. And then we got called in to carry out a full forensic search of the house using magnetometers, ground penetrating radar, and other techniques at one of the houses, because he lived just around the corner from 15 years earlier, where Vicky Hamilton went missing from a bus stop. And so we got called in to search the house. And one area of interest was this rockery at the top of the garden. So the forensic archaeologist moved in and stripped the rockery down. The neighbor remembers him digging a really deep hole in the back garden, probably 2.5 meters deep. And one day he said to him, you know, Peter, where's the hole? You filled it in. He said, oh, it was going to be a sandpit for my boy, but the social services told me to fill it in. It was too dangerous. So the neighbor took no notice. And then we moved on. And so at this point, the ground here was probed. You can see like pinholes in it. And then the human remains dog was brought in. So they put the probes in, they leave it, time it for 30 minutes. They vent the ground, and then the dog will come in And what happened here, the dog actually indicated on this particular area. So they released this dog and then brought the other dog in after another half an hour, and he also indicated on this particular area. And then we run the ground penetrating radar over. The GPR was run over at this stage. And then you can see that large area of disturbed ground. So if you look to the left and right of the pictures, there's actually, it's nice straight lines, but in the middle there's just a big jumbled mass of disturbance, and that showed to go down about 2.5 meters. So what happened then, the forensic archaeologist dug down and completely opened up the previous excavation where it was. And this is where Vicky Hamilton was. She had been murdered and she'd been put in here. She was dismembered. She was actually cut in half, wrapped in plastic, and then and deposited in this hole and filled in. And then we continued the search, but there was no body in it. There was when we searched, there was nothing actually in there, just a scent. So clearly she had been moved, but we never knew at this stage. So I carried on using magnetometry and different equipment within the garden. This is a washing line where the red orange signifies where a washing line post went in. The green is normal ground and the blue is disturbed ground. Carried on. This was showing disturbed ground. That was where the blue was, but there was nothing. And then we went into the house. Bearing in mind, Tobin didn't live here anymore. He had moved on years earlier, so it was a new family now, so they got moved out. So I'm using the ground radar over the floor, and what we've got here is I'm now looking at the data on the laptop of what we've got, and what we have here is a big blue void. The blue shows a void under the floor. So we drill the floor out at this stage, cut a hole in, we open it wide, and eventually there was nothing in there. It was just natural sinkage of where the house was built. But again, without the ground penetrating radar, we wouldn't have known it was there. So then we get into the loft. The loft is being searched, and in the loft, this dagger was found. And the dagger was actually sent away for analysis. And on that dagger was found Vicky Hamilton's DNA. That was the piece of evidence we were waiting for. That linked Tobin to the murder of Vicky Hamilton. Her DNA was on that, and subsequently he got charged with the murder of Vicky. And while this was going on, it was a real fast-moving operation. We then got called to another address. This was a media picture taken down in near Portsmouth, Southsea in the south of England, to another address to search another address that Tobin had lived in 15 years earlier. We thoroughly searched this house. There was blood dogs brought in. We cut holes in the floor. We got under the bedrooms. We searched completely all under the floors, and we found nothing. We went down into the cellar. We used the ground penetrating radar in the cellar. And if you look to the wall on the right there, that was under his bedroom floor. So we couldn't quite get in. So we had to cut a hole through the wall to actually then continue the search in that particular area. Whilst we were searching there, the police were searching a house in Margate in Kent. And in Margate in Kent, there was 2 bodies found. One was Vicky Hamilton, and they were encased in concrete, and one was Dinah Nicole, who went missing whilst hitchhiking in Surrey, one of the counties in England, all them years earlier. So what he'd done, when he moved house from Scotland, Peter Tobin dug up the body of Vicky Hamilton because she was wrapped in plastic, put her in his van, drove her down to his new house in Kent, and actually entombed them both in the back garden of his house. A very sad case, but he was found. And he got charged for multiple murders. He will never come out of jail. So it was a very, very thorough investigation by sort of everybody at the UK police, and everybody was brought in to solve that one. This was the Helen and Meghan Twos murder. This was a strange case of a couple were lived in a house in Wales, and there was the people went round to visit them, and there was just still a teapot, 3 cups on the table, and the teapot was still warm, and there was no sign of them. They searched looked around in the barns, and these two had been, lady and gentleman, had been shot with a shotgun. Now, the son-in-law was arrested. Then he was released on appeal sometime later. 15 years later, they had an appeal on the local TV. And this area here, where you can see the blue tent, that used to be a big coal mine. And it was a thriving community. There's a big coal mine, big structures built above it. And there was under the blue tent, there was the old mine shaft, which had now been capped. So that green thing in the middle is where there was an environmental monitoring cap, where they had equipment lowered into the water, because it was flooded now, to monitor the toxins in the water. So the mine shaft itself had been covered over. On the TV appeal, the man remembered 15 years earlier that he remembers one day when he went to test the water that the padlock had been broken off of this cap. And so that's what led the police to the search, and we got called in to use these specialist cameras. So we lowered, the thing is with the mine shaft, it was 750 feet deep, and now it was flooded. So it was a particularly difficult task, but we used remote cameras to go all the way down the mine shaft, 750 feet, all the way down into the middle there. And we were looking for a shotgun cartridge and a bag and a shotgun, etc., etc. Anyway, after a day, we found the shotgun cartridge. I did, using the fans of a remote submarine to fan away the sand, and we found the shotgun cartridge. We then got further funding to go back, and then eventually we found the jacket and the bag down the mine shaft as well. And it was a brilliant job, but particularly difficult to locate these items. But it goes to show, with a bit of determination, how you can do it. This was another job. Linda Rozelle, I'll speed these ones up a bit. Again, using remote cameras to search deep shafts. Similar one again, to look down these deep shafts to see what's at the bottom. Although we had to climb down a couple of them, it now enables us to quite a thorough search at the bottom using different types of equipment down there at all, and the water sources. So just round off on a couple of cases really. So this was, I'm not going to try and pronounce the gentleman's name, is a Polish gentleman who went missing. He'd been missing for 5 years, and the neighbor believes that he was murdered by the son, and he's buried in the garden. So she went to the local police, and the police said, no, we believe he's gone to India. Okay, and they ignored what the lady said. Eventually, after 5 years, she went to a solicitor and said, write to the chief constable. So they then took it seriously and started to look. The Serious Crime Directorate started to look into his bank accounts. Money hadn't moved. The son was spending some of the money, but there was no sight of dad. So a search was arranged. So we moved into the actual home to commence a search. This was his house here, and then he had a nice garden, well maintained, new paths, new patio, and we started to look around at the most obvious place where, if there was a body buried, where's he likely to be, if he's there at all. So one of the key areas I was interested in, the patio, I had a quick look at. I run the radar over the patio just to see if there's anything under there. There wasn't anything under there. And then we started in the next corner over here. So I scanned this area here, and then straight away I got a large target showed underneath that looked like a large coffin or a box. So that's where that yellow marker is in the middle. That was the disturbed ground. Looking at it normally, now what you got better bear in mind as well, we had dogs with us. We had police dogs with us doing the search, and they will not pick a scent up if the body is buried and there's no way of getting them the vent in the ground. So the dogs were running all over the place. They didn't smell it, but the GPR, the ground radar, picked it up. So the archaeologist, the forensic archaeologist, then dug down through the soil. Now, if you look at the change in the soil color, the cut marks there, where actually the cut marks are, and that was then excavated down. And now, once the clay is removed, then it's potting compost below that, which is just doesn't happen. So this has clearly been tipped in there. And then as it opened further, then there was a sign of wood. And then it started to get opened out more. Now it was becoming interesting. And now what you've got is a typical European burial here. So you've got a slab one end, a slab the other, with boards. These are scaffold boards covered in plastic, or wooden boards covered in plastic, over the top of something. Once that's removed, then below that is exposed a large box. The box is opened, and inside it, unbelievably, was a buried dog, a German Shepherd. But that's removed in case it was a decoy, to make sure there was nothing underneath. And the dogs, we all continued the search. We searched under the beehives. And then under one of the beehives, using the ground radar, I got more disturbance. And under there, I found 3 buried handguns and 200 rounds of ammunition. What it was, Dad was a soldier in the war. He was a Polish soldier. So he then got, he just buried them. He didn't want them anymore. And he buried them in the garden. He wasn't a criminal. And we continued on searching. And there was one area behind here. Now, if you look at that patio, them slabs, there's actually a body buried under there, under this patio, under this path. And you see from the radar images in a minute, that is the grave highlighted by the ground radar. And it tells me it's actually 0.9 of a meter deep using the magnetometer there. And it's actually showing. So we removed the slabs. The archaeologist continued to dig. And he dug down, and he dug down. And as he dug down further, there was a tarpaulin exposed. And as he carried on, and then there's a milk bottle. We go back to the previous one, the white plastic milk carton. Inside that was an obituary note to his father that he wrote to his, how he loved his father. And he slowly got uncovered by the archaeologist. And the body, there it is, wrapped in a sheet, buried under the rear path. And again, without the ground penetrating radar, it would never have been found on its own. And that's me just overlooking the job at that stage, and the gentleman's wrapped in the sheet, and we removed him from the grave. So a really interesting job where the technology can be used to actually locate, and is exciting find. Interesting enough, he went to court, the gentleman went to court, and it was basically, he didn't murder his father. He loved his father and he wanted him to be near him. And there was no charges. He just had to give the money back that he'd spent from the Department of Health and Social Security, money back from his father's pension. Apart from that, there was no charges to follow. Operation Rainbow, I'll be rounding off now. This is a job for missing Damien Tudge, went missing in the river. Couldn't be found for 18 months. So I got called in by the National Crime Agency to review the case. And this is using cell site analysis. So he had an argument with his wife on a Friday evening. He then said, I'm going to commit suicide. And he just disappeared. There was no passports being used. There was no money taken from the bank. So clearly he was deceased, but we couldn't find him. The Environment Agency, they originally searched the river, but the local Environment Agency said, well, he can't be in the river because the monitoring equipment will pick up any oils from his car if he's in a car. And it got searched by a local volunteer group with what they thought was a sonar, and no one could find him. So I got called in. This is the car, and stretch of river in the River Severn. And so we put the side scan sonar in. Within 10 minutes, we found 2 cars. It's been laced together, one at the bottom, one at the top. So we then put the divers in the water. The first one proved to be a stolen car. and this is where the cars were on the screen. One was here, one was there, and we put the divers in the water to check it. And the second car was here. We dived, so I briefed my team before I dived, and then we got the divers in the water. Now, I went in with an underwater video camera, but the water was so black I couldn't see anything, so it was completely fogged out. Very, very poor visibility. So we got the number plate off the car and confirmed that it was Damien's car. Now, when I swam around the car underwater by feel, I can't see anything. I'm just feeling the windows. The windows are actually intact, which is a good thing. So we then got a local crane company in with the chains, load the, my colleagues then dived after me. We got the chains attached to the vehicle. It was then lifted. And as it come out the water, the residue from the oil and petrol has now gone into the water. Now, the Environment Agency said that he wasn't in there because that would picked up, but the residue is only now coming out, which is really interesting. And the car was originally blue. Now, the water had stripped the paint. It's quite acidic and it stripped the water. So now we're looking at a brown car. If we'd used just an underwater camera, we would be looking for a blue car and we would have probably discarded this. And that's the beauty of the sonar. It's gone in, we've confirmed with divers, and then the car was then lifted out, lifted over the top, and we brought the car down onto the road. It was then photographed, scenes of crimes officers went in, photographed, and we confirmed by ripping the window out that the body of Damien Tudge was in the back. And you can see there's a couple of pictures here which are, you know, if you're squeamish, look away, but this is his legs, and he's actually in one piece. He's actually managed to, because the windows were sealed up, no marine life could actually get to him and actually eat him. So we then at this stage cut the doors off because the doors were locked, and we examined the inside of the car and looked at what position the gears were in. You know, was it murder or was it just pure suicide? Just to check in all the controls very carefully to make sure everything was in place. Scenes of crimes officers then go in, and we again had to force the other door open using hydraulics. And that's him in one piece in the car. So he was actually solid. And then that the unfortunate job of trying to remove him then. I didn't know, we couldn't confirm that it was Damien Tudge at this stage. But then he was removed onto the road. And in the pockets in his pocket was an actual, his mobile phone was found. And that was at least some form of closure. Just very quickly, so if you remember the MI6 spy in the bag, Gareth Williams, who was a UK agent spy, was found locked in a holdall in a bath in London, inside a bath. That was my eye. If you Google Gareth Williams spy, it's quite an interesting case. It's just been reopened again. And I gave the evidence, and my job was to test the air, climb in a bag and see how long it would take to suffocate, and could he actually get into the bag. And if you got time, have a look at it. And one of the current cases we're still working on is the disappearance of Nicola Payne, who went missing back in the 1991. And we're still doing extensive searches on this particular one as well. And it's an really, really interesting job, and it goes on. We're using ground radar, we're using a range of specialist equipment on that as well. So just in time there, just to finish off, and I had to rush it today. Normally I have 2 hours with a break in the middle, so I've had to cut a lot of stuff out today, but hopefully that was of interest to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for an excellent presentation.
Hi, is it all right to ask questions?
Of course.
Yes, we are open to questions. Please ask.
Just wondering, do you usually get called as a last resort because they can't find anything at all?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yes, sometimes as a last resort, sometimes initially, it just depends. So sometimes you could go on a case, nothing gets found. I then get called in a couple of years later to review and look at the case, and then get called in with specialist equipment and skills. Sometimes it's straight away. So we deal with a lot of incidents, murders, where we could get something going today, and we get called straight away to go and assist. So it does vary. It does vary.
So I have a
question. Yeah. One more question. What exactly is the technique and machine that used for scanning the evidences underwater or under soil, sir?
Right. Sorry. Can you say that again? Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
What exactly is the technique and the machine that you used for scanning the evidences under the water, underwater or under the soil? How you do that? There is again, I need to have some.
Yeah. The one used for land is ground penetrating radar. So that's the ground penetrating radar that's used for scanning missing people in buildings or under buildings or whatever. And on the water, we use high frequency side scan sonar. So that is the piece of equipment that used. They both use different technology. One is a radar that goes through the ground. The other one uses sound waves, acoustics, that scans the water. So without this technology, many cases around the world would never be solved without this technology. You couldn't physically dig up, because we can go into a garden in the UK. We can go in and search a garden in probably a couple of hours without any intrusion. We don't actually have to dig anything up unless there's a target found. And you imagine the man hours to do that physically and the cost. So it's a lot quicker to run in, scan through the ground. And it's used greatly in the war graves, and again, archaeologists in Egypt and things like this, looking for hidden tombs. So it's a really, really good piece of equipment, and it's not really expensive. It's more techniques. It's all about the operator. It's not a piece of equipment that can be used by everybody. If you try and train too many people, you need to specialize in it, really. But once you've got that, it solves crime. It's very, very good.
Yeah. As a forensic scientist, we need these equipments to solve various mysteries. Here occurs in our India also.
Sorry,
As a forensic scientist,
yep,
we also need these equipments in our laboratory. If we get a complete view about all these technologies, we can also wish our lab to have these technologies and scanning machines with us.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's worth getting. If you need any further information where to go, just email me. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's a good. You're welcome. Very welcome. Thank you for listening today. Thank you.
One more,
yeah.
Sir. You have explained about Tuesday murders, that is TOOZE murder, where the man was wrongly convicted. I wish to know how it happened.
Which one was that?
Yeah, you have explained a case related to a man and woman that is in the BB News as Tuesday murder. TOOZE murder. TOOZE murder.
Oh, the twos murders.
Yeah,
they were shot. Yeah, they were shot in. Yeah.
Why that man was wrongly convicted?
Why was he a victim? I don't know. It's still ongoing. They've never caught anybody for the murder. We got the evidence, but no one's ever been convicted. The son-in-law was believed it was about money, and the son-in-law was originally arrested for shooting them, but he got off an appeal, and they just haven't got enough to charge him again. They've got the evidence of the shotgun, they've got the evidence of the bags, but there's no proof that he owned it, unfortunately. So yeah, it's one of them which is, people are still free. There's further charges potentially down the road.
Thank you so much for wonderful presentations.
Thank you very much.
So I have a question.
Yes, sure.
So if I have to, from an education perspective, if I have to
get involved in the type of work that you do? Do I have to get a master's in forensic engineering?
No, you don't. I mean, there's a lot of forensic archaeology courses going now around the world. You know, it's more. I think it's really. I've been lucky. It's about experience, but it's forensic archaeology is one thing, and getting in with archaeology groups who do digs and gaining experience in that field. It's not all about crime. It's about sometimes the technology to use that technology to then assist the police. And that's where you really want to go. Start looking at the archaeology side, because it's the archaeologists who effectively digging, finding the people. Archaeologists the forensic archaeologists will recover the body. My role is quite unusual in the UK, but please feel free to drop me an email or make contact. It's not a problem. I can talk to you through it another day. It's quite easy. It's not a problem at all. I can have a discussion offline. It's simple. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Peter, can I ask a quick question, please?
Yes, please. Quick question, please.
I was just wondering what your background. I know you obviously search and recovery, but are you a police officer or do you work for a private organisation?
Yeah, right. Hello, Angela. Yeah. So I own Specialist Group International in the UK. So my career goes back to many years ago, since I was a boy exploring disused mines. My dad, when I was 5 years old, I went on to train in the emergency services, spent 6 years with the parachute regiment as well back in my early day. I've got sort of quite a technical background, which we can have a chat offline maybe, but it's then I started SGI in 1995, and we're the only underwater search team, etc., approved for underwater search in the UK by police. But if you want to catch up offline when we got time, that would be good. Then I can talk you a bit more through it. That would be great. That would be good.
I'd enjoy that. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks, Anja.
Thanks very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
ladies and
so much.
gentlemen.
Yes,
Really
yes.
appreciate your invite. Thank you. Thank you.
And moving on, our next speaker is Professor Anna Barbaro from Association of Women Forensic Experts, Italy. And she's going to give a talk on DNA typing for solving crimes against women and children. And I request Professor Anna Barbaro to start her speech.
To talk about DNA typing for solving crimes against women and children. I'm going to share my video. Okay. In Italy in 2020, during lockdown, the number of femicides is raised by 10% between cohabiting victims. According to Eures, in around 60% of cases, the perpetrator is the current partner. In around 15% of cases, the past partner, and in around 20% of cases, a family member, including children and parents, and in around 8%, another known person, such as a friend or a colleague. On the contrary, murders of men decreased in the last 25 years, due especially to the reduction of homicide linked to organized crimes, which involves generally exclusively or almost exclusively men. Separated and divorced women are more at risk of experiencing all kinds of violence, physical or sexual, by ex-partners or by other men. Around 50% of them received violence. The same is for women between 25 and 44 years old, with a high educational level, degree or diploma, or for those who work in higher professional positions or who are looking for employment. However, the incidence of women homicides in Italy is limited in relation to the European context, as we can see in the present slide. Among the 44 countries of the European Union, lower values are observed only in the case of Netherlands, Poland, Ireland, and Croatia. In 2009, the United Nations developed an initiative called the Global Database on Violence Against Women in order to provide an easy access to information about the situations of different states and countries and to address all forms of violence against women. Here are some examples of data from different countries. We can see that violence against women are at a high level, for example, in Egypt or in India in comparison with Italy or Brazil. In the last 10 years in Italy, there's been also an increase of crimes against children, around 41%. A few increase occurred, unfortunately, during lockdown. As you can see in the slide, carelessness is the predominant and in most cases, it happens inside the family. In the second position, there is violence in all its forms. 80% of children victims are female, especially in case of sexual violence and pornography. As you know, forensic science is the application of science to the resolution of legal issues. It involves criminalistics and criminology. Criminology is the study of crime and deviant behavior. It's an interdisciplinary field in both the behavioral and social science. And because of this, it uses the contributions of psychology, sociology. The Italian Cesare Lombroso is considered the father of criminology. Criminalistics is something different from criminology because it consists in the application of scientific methods to the recognition, collection, identification, and comparison of physical evidence found at crime scene. It used the contributions of biology, chemistry, medicine, physics, and it was created by Hans Gross, who is considered the father of criminalistics because of its publication that was the first in this field. Because of this, in the forensic laboratory is performed the analysis of biological or not biological samples collected at crime scene. And during more than 20 years, I worked in a private laboratory in Italy called CIMEF. CIMEF is placed in the south of Italy, and it has several departments for performing investigations about crime scene evidence. Here you can see in this slide an example of CIMEF departments. And we have also a CSI unit for crime scene investigation because obviously forensic science starts at crime scene. And our laboratory works under request of the public prosecutor or the Court of Justice. Obviously, we have forensic genetics department for DNA typing. DNA is found into chromosomes. Each person receives half of the genetic information from the father and the other half from the mother. Because of this, with the exception of identical twins, each individual's genetic profile is unique, such as fingerprints. Then the genetic profile is the same in all the tissues of an individual, such as saliva, blood, hairs, bones. DNA analysis is performed in our laboratory, but also in all criminal laboratories for criminal investigation and paternity test. Paternity test is useful for the identification of relationship and to assist child's rights. But also it's possible to perform maternity tests, sibling, sisterhood, grandfather, grandchild tests, and reconstruction of complex family trees. There are two possible tests. An informational test that is performed on oral swabs samples collected directly by the persons and sent to the laboratory. It works just like a legal DNA paternity test, with the exception of documentation. In the case of legal tests, samples are collected directly by the laboratory. Because of this, it's necessary to identify all samples donors and to maintain the chain of custody in all steps, since the collection to the analytical phases. The cost is superior than the one of a no-legal DNA paternity test due to the additional steps involved for samples collection, for preparing all documents. In addition, DNA tests and paternity tests or family reconstruction tests helps in the context of family reunification to determine biological relationship when identifying documents are not enough. It allows to regulate immigration and to prevent fraud and child trafficking. It was used for the first time in 1985 to reunite a family from Ghana immigrated to England. In living persons, the test is generally conducted on blood or saliva samples, sometimes on hairs with root. In deceased people, the analysis is performed on bones, teeth, due to the degradation levels. In the case of criminal investigation, DNA is used to identify a victim, for example, from a part of the body, such as it happens during DVI investigation, or to identify a suspect on the evidence found at crime scene, but also to link different crimes. Because of this, national DNA databases have been developed all over the world during years. At the crime scene, DNA is virtually everywhere the victim and the aggressor have been. Obviously, DNA is useful to assist the investigation in case of sexual assault. In fact, many sexual offenders are serial. A recent study published in July 22 showed that around 35% of perpetrators had 2 or more sexual assaults linked via DNA. Finding higher than prior studies that found recidivism at around 10% by reviewing court records. In 2015, the USA has been organized a sexual assault kit initiative with the aim of reviewing the number of rape kits submitted for DNA tests. Since that year, this initiative has widely contributed to improving the response to sexual assault by addressing the problem of submitting sexual assault kits. For example, as June 2020, more than 130,000 sexual assault kits have been inventoried. Over 70,000 kits have been sent for testing, and more than 10,000 DNA hits to the National Codes database have been found. There are 70 active psychic grantees across the United States. During here, obviously, have been developed international protocols and guidelines for the collection of biological evidence for DNA typing, especially in the case of sexual assaults. For example, from the victim, it's necessary to collect samples from the oral cavity, onto the body surface, from the pubic area, the anal region, the right and left hand, and from the cervix, vaginal cavity, and vulvar region. In this slide, you can see an example of commercial available sexual kit that includes all items necessary for the collection. DNA typing consists in the detection of variations in the number of time repetition of some sequences that are different from individual to individual. This variability is called polymorphism, and it allows to obtain a genetic profile. STRs have been found on autosomal and sexual chromosome, which are placed in the nucleus of cells. Because of this DNA is called nuclear DNA. STRs became rapidly the first choice markers for human identification because of their features and the good polymorphism degree. Another type of DNA is the mitochondrial DNA that is placed in the mitochondria of cells. It's inherited through the female lineage, and it's generally used for the analysis of degraded DNA, for example, for the analysis of DNA from bones, in case of Lancet samples. Here is an example of HID workflow, and as you can see, DNA analysis is a multi-step process involving sample collection, DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and sequencing. During here, several multiplex for STR typing have been developed, and they are widely used in forensic and in paternity cases because of their easy use and high discrimination power. Initially, multiplexes were simple and they included only few loci, while nowadays are available larger multiplex that allow the simultaneous amplification of many loci to 24 markers, as you can see in this slide, including either European then USA database loci. Obviously, the result of a comparison between DNA profile, for example, from an evidence and the suspect, may be an exclusion. This means DNA profiles are different, or an inclusion. In this case, a statistical evaluation is always required. In order to calculate the random match probability, that means the probability that the DNA found at the crime scene belongs to the suspect in comparison with the probability that a random individual in the population is the real donor of the evidence. Another approach is the likelihood ratio, that is a relationship between the two probabilities of the same evidence under two mutually exclusive hypotheses. The hypothesis that the suspect is the donor of the DNA profile. This is called the hypothesis of the prosecutor, in comparison with the opposite hypothesis that a random unknown individual is in the population not related with the suspect is the real donor. This is called defense hypothesis. An interpretation table of these values has been developed by Hivet, and it is used as a reference table for the data interpretation. In the case of paternity calculation, we perform the evaluation of paternity index or of the probability of paternity. And in this case, an interpretation table has been developed by Humal, and is the one you can see in this slide. And that paternity is practically proven when the value is in percentage superior to 99 and 8. Now we got to see some case works from my laboratory. This is a case occurred in Calabria. This is the region where my laboratory is placed. A woman was found dead on her bed. In the bedroom, there was a great mess and blood everywhere. The woman's face was covered by blood due to several hits on her head. During the autopsy, it was discovered she was pregnant. At the crime scene, many evidences were collected, and among them the bed sheet, the pillowcases, and the human t-shirt. On them, there were many blood stains. We performed the DNA analysis in order to evaluate from which person they were belonging, and we found a mixed DNA profile from the victim and the man on the blood stains you can see here in the slide. A comparison with the victim DNA and the suspect DNA confirmed that the mixed profile was coming from the victim and from him. The suspect was the victim's husband. Then he confessed the homicide, and he referred he before attempted to strangle the victim, and then hit her with the stick. Before of the murder, he consumed drugs, and he lost any form of self-control. In this other case, a girl referred to have been raped during a party on the beach in the summer. In the area where the violence occurred, were collected many condoms. 3 persons were suspected for the rape. And DNA was extracted from all the condoms found at the crime scene in order to get DNA profiles useful for the comparison with the suspects. Here you can see an example of one condom containing semen inside and a mixture between semen and vaginal fluids outside. A mixed DNA profile was found from the victim and one of the suspects. The analysis of YSTRs, the markers placed on the chromosome Y, confirmed the evidence had the same haplotype than the suspect. In this last case, a newborn was found dead, wrapped in a blanket, abandoned in the ground. The body was totally decomposed. So DNA investigation was performed in order to identify the alleged mother using bones, the small bones of the newborn, due to the high decomposition status of the body. And DNA profile obtained was compared with the one of a young woman who have had suspicious behaviors in the weeks before the body recovery. It was found a compatibility between the baby profile and the one of the woman. At the end, she referred to have hidden the pregnancy to the family and to have given birth at home, and then to have hidden the body. These are examples of how DNA analysis may help during the investigations in case of violence against women or against children. In the last year, in order to accelerate the investigation process in urgent cases, new systems have been developed. This is an example, the Rapists, that is a fast and simple to use instrument that produces DNA profiles in 90 minutes. The systems integrates sample preparation and capillary electrophoresis to generate DNA profiles, and it is special cartridges where are placed all consumables. It was initially developed only for the analysis of oral swabs taken to suspect, but now it has been implemented in order to allow the analysis also of several forensic samples. But what happens where there are no samples for the comparison, where there isn't any match in the DNA database, where there are no witnesses or no additional information that can help assist the investigation? During years, new markers have been introduced in the laboratory routine. And these markers are called SNPs, and they are variations of a single base in the DNA sequence. And they differ between different individuals of the same species or between pairs of chromosomes in the same individual. So they are useful for geographical ancestry prediction. And for example, they have been used with this aim in 2004 to identify terrorists during Madrid attacks. In addition, these markers have been used for developing multiplex able to identify physical features such as the skin color, eye color, hair color. And this is a sensitive tool for an accurate prediction of the physical features of a person that may help the investigation. Obviously, DNA analysis is admissible in the court only when it's performed following international protocols and guidelines. And during years, have been developed many protocols by several international associations that work together in order to develop and to protocols and to promote the standardization of methods. This because the results of a forensic analysis may contribute to establishing the guilt or innocence of a person. So it requires great caution, responsibility, and professionalism. Nowadays, modern systems and technologies enable scientists to find and analyze minute evidence from a crime scene or indirectly connected with a crime. This allows to obtain information from samples that were previously not analyzable, and it helped to solve many cold cases. Quality certification is required to forensic laboratory. In particular, the ISO 17025 is required to all laboratories who want to send DNA profiles to the national databases. DNA databases have been initially developed with the aim of identifying sexual offenders, but during years they have been useful for many other applications, such as to link crime scene evidence to suspects, to exonerate wrongly accused individuals, to identify mass fatality victims, missing persons, to link different crimes. Because of the complexity of forensic science and many disciplines involved, this field requires a great competency that may only be achieved by specific education and training, pluriannual experience, application of standardized scientific protocols, participation in proficiency testing, and stringent professional ethics. In addition, in some countries, such as the United States, the quality certification forensic expert is required to demonstrate the effective competence to carry out the investigation in a specific area and also to discuss at the Court of Justice. Several associations promote initiatives in order to favor the standardization of forensic science, but also to defend women's rights. Between them, there is Wafer, the association I founded in 2011. Wafer is a multidisciplinary association with the aim of connecting experts working worldwide in different forensic fields, in public or private institutions, in order to promote the advancement and recognition of the women's role in the international forensic community, and to favor the exchange of information and experience between forensic experts. To be involved in WAF activities, it's necessary, obviously, to become a WAF member. All members receive a personal identification number with which they are entitled to some advantages, such as discounts during our events, access to the WAF journal, publication free of charge, possibility to become part of our staff and professional network, and obviously possibility to apply for WAF scientific prizes. As you can see in this slide, WAF membership is free also during this year. All WAF members can send ideas, proposals, and they may become area coordinators in order to help us to spread information about the association in their countries, to promote initiatives, events, courses. WAF has several coordinators all around the world. In addition, WAF professionals are available for giving support and suggestions to people who are interested in forensic careers, obviously according to the different countries' educational programs and legislation. To favorite education and diffusion of forensic science, WAF organizes courses, conferences, and events, even online, open to everyone. Conferences are important either for students than for professionals, since they give the opportunity to meeting experts in different forensic fields and to learn from them, and for sharing knowledge between professionals. In 2017, WAF professionals prepared a manual forensic science published by CRC Press, and in September of last year has been published another manual of criminalistic and criminology in Spain. Another manual about forensic veterinary is in publication in Brazil, and a new book about crime scene investigation is now in progress, and it will be published by CRC Press in the United States. Finally, in order to celebrate forensic women, I created the International Forensic Women Day that will be held on October 16 each year. The first event has been last year, obviously. My idea achieved immediately the great attention and the support of the president of our international associations. And in my opinion, due to the great number of women involved in forensics, this is a way to recognize their efforts. Finally, this year, it will be held the Wafer International Forensic Awards in order to award a young professional and young expert and the professionals who work in this field. Thank you again for the invitation. For any question, you can contact me directly. Here you can see my contacts, my social network pages. Thank you very much again.
Yes, thank you, Professor Anna Barbaro, for your excellent presentation. And we are open for questions now. If anybody has questions, please ask Professor Anna Barbaro.
If you have any question, please write them in the chat. I'll be glad to reply.
Thank you so much, Anna Barbaro. I have listened to your talks in so many conferences from the last 20 days also, and the last months goes on forward, and it's been a very good experience listening you again and again, and you are being invited as a worldwide personality on the forums. I wish to ask, as a forensic expert and a scientist in toxicology, and as a woman scientist, how can we join this women group and these awards in 2021 you are there for? And can it be free? Can it be a free one for professionals?
The association is open to everyone, to students and to professionals from different fields. So everyone may join it. All the informations are available in the Wafer web page, and membership is free during this year. This is an initiative in order to support people due to the COVID pandemic. So we are really glad to collaborate with everyone, and this is really important for us to have a multidisciplinary group. At the moment, we have a coordinator in India who is a toxicologist, and so everyone is really welcome, and please I invite all of you to check the website and to join the association. Obviously, not only women, but also men. We have many men in our association, and some of them are WAFI coordination for different countries.
Thank you so much for your talk.
Thank you again for everything. Please feel free to contact me directly by mail or in the social pages.
Thank you, Professor Anna.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
For
And
your awesome
congratulations again for this conference. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. And moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Jaipriya Jaikumar from University of Dundee, United Kingdom. And she's going to present on the role of charting dental anomalies in human identification. And I request Dr. Jaipriya to start her presentation now.
Hi there. Am I audible to you guys? Greetings, everyone. Okay, can I close this as well? Yep. Okay. So yeah, I'm Dr. Jaipriya Jaikumar. I'm from Scotland, UK. So today's session is going to be from the field of forensic odontology. We're going to be discussing about forensic value of dental anomalies in human identification. And right before we jump into the contents, this is a small request for attendees. The images shown during the presentation is only for academic purposes. So I would request all the attendees not to take any screenshots or images or photographs of the images, especially the case-related ones that are shared during the presentation. Thank you for advance and that. So the contents for today is, of course, a small introduction to forensic odontology, considering it's a very niche topic. It's not quite popular as the other forensic fields. Of course, then we talk about why we need forensic odontology, primary roles of what a forensic odontologist does, and some of the few cases that actually used forensic odontology from all over the world. The next part of the session will be what we do during a dental autopsy. So it's more of like an overview of the whole process from start to the end. And then we go to the research aspect of the session, which covers the role of dental anomalies when it comes to ID. And after that, I'll be discussing an atlas that I created, which is called the Atlas of Dental Anomalies, and how to use it. So going to the first part of the session, what is forensic odontology? So the Fédération Dentaire Internationale defines forensic odontology as that branch of dentistry which, in the interest of justice, deals with the proper handling and examination of dental evidence and with the proper evaluation and presentation of dental findings. Now, why forensic odontology? So we can all agree to the fact that identification of a person is basically determining his or her individuality. Now, as we all know, most of the very commonly used primary identifiers are DNA and fingerprints. But in some cases, especially in cases of identical twins who share the same DNA, fingerprints sort of hold the upper hand. And in certain cases, such as, major fires, some very decayed bodies, or in cases of extensive trauma, you don't quite literally get fingerprints. And this is where teeth comes into existence. So teeth is not only something that gives you individuality, but it also is durable and it's highly resistant to damage, especially as mentioned in cases of fires or even extensive trauma. So comparing to other primary identifiers that are in use today, forensic ontology is quite the easiest, reliable, and economical method of identification compared to, of course, DNA and fingerprints that needs databases, and it's complicated, expensive in a way, and it's, of course, time-consuming. Now, what does a forensic ontologist do? Now, the primary roles of a forensic ontologist is starting off with human identification, of course. This is probably the major chunk of our work, and this is also going to be a major portion of what we're going to be discussing today. So we'll be discussing this in further. Second is age estimation. Age estimation is quite an interesting, very complex, but as well as an interesting topic when it comes to forensic ontology. And we do age estimation in children as well as adults or adolescents. So we do it in 3 different methods. That's visual method, radiographic method, and a biochemical method. And we basically use it for legal aspects. So to understand if an accused or a victim is a minor or not, to understand the refugee status of a person, especially in a lot of developed countries. So it's used for a very legal aspect. The second is bite marks. Now, bite marks is a very sensitive topic when it comes to forensic ontology. And you can actually see a lot of forensic ontologists quite opting out of doing bite marks analysis. Why? Because it is, in the past, especially in the US, there have been quite a few wrong convictions based on bite marks due to several reasons, which is a whole other lecture or whole other session for itself. But yes, with these wrong convictions, it's quite tarnished the name of forensic ontology or bite marks in forensic ontology. But yes, bite mark analysis is also part of forensic ontology. Another part is disaster victim management or disaster victim identification, called DVI. This is a very strenuous part of forensic ontology, where it depends on how bad the disaster is or how many victims you identify or where it is located. So you might have to work days together in a probably a remote location with really bad temperatures, and probably days together identifying each and every victim. And also it can also take a toll on your mental health, especially when you've been surrounded by death for quite a few days. So yes, DVI is a part of forensic ontology as well. And next is identification of dental or medical legal fraudulence. Now, this is more of a corporate aspect, or again, a legal aspect when it comes to forensic ontology. This is basically identifying fraud when it comes to dental treatments. So you basically identify as if a treatment was required, if it was necessary for that particular patient, or if the dentist was pushing or maybe misleading the patient into taking that treatment for his own personal or financial benefits. So this is, again, something that's very corporate based when it comes to forensic ontology. Then, of course, there is research and the teaching aspect, as in case of any field of science, but also you can go as an expert witness when it comes to submitting your dental findings in court. And these cases can range from anything from rape, sexual assault, child abuse, domestic abuse, even age estimation and human identification. So these are the roles of a forensic ontologist. Now, coming to a few very famous cases that used forensic ontology. So the first ever documented case of forensic ontology was 2000 years ago in the Roman Empire. So a Roman emperor, Claudius, his second wife, Agrippina, ordered her soldiers to kill his first wife, his Lolia Paulina. So she basically asked her soldiers to sever Lolia's head, and she herself did the identification based on her dental alignment and certain distinctive characteristics of her dentition. So this was the first recorded use of dental identification that we know of. Moving on to another interesting cases of Adolf Hitler. So as we all know, Adolf Hitler and his wife committed suicide just right after the World War II. But his when her remains were actually collected, and I think it was the lower jaw and partial skull fragments. But it was later said that the Russian autopsies were pretty much inconclusive. But years later, so in 1968, Hitler's dentist identified his remains from his 9-unit dental bridge, as you can see in the image, and confirmed his identity. So this is also one of the some interesting cases that used forensic ontology for identification. Another quite popular case, especially with forensic experts, would be Ted Bundy or Theodore Bundy. So Ted Bundy was an American serial killer in the 1970s who was responsible for the rape and murder of more than 30 young women. And out of them, 2 of them got away, which is Lisa Levy and Martha Bowman. But Lisa Levy had been bitten by the attacker, and after a few incidents, Ted Bundy was forced to submit a dental examination, which sort of concluded that the bite marks on Lisa Levy had matched his impressions. So this was the first recorded use of bite marks when it came to Florida's history, and this case basically relied on forensic ontology for evidence. Something that's quite interesting is there's a Netflix docuseries based on his life, which is called Conversations with a Killer, the Ted Bundy tapes. And it also mentions about this dental evidence as well. There's also a movie based on his life played by Zac Efron, which is called Extremely Wicked, Shockingly Evil and Vile, which were the words said by the judge who handled the case. So it's quite an interesting watch that also digs into a bit of forensic ontology and how this evidence was used during his trial. From a very DVI perspective, 2 of the major disasters that used forensic ontology is the World Trade Center disaster and the tsunami disaster. So during the World Trade Center disaster, at least 501 victims were identified by dental comparison. And during the tsunami, countries like Australia and Thailand also used forensic dentistry. Almost 70% and plus victims were identified using dental information as well. So these were quite a few very famous cases from all over the world that used forensic ontology for human identification. Now moving to the dental autopsy part. So this sort of provides a baseline of what we do in the morgue and when it comes to how we do our human identification process. So of course we start off with the initial prep. So that's basically wearing your PPE. And I'm not going to be discussing about what PPE is because we've quite heard that word a lot this year and the last year. But yes, so we get into our PPEs, and preferably there are 2 dentists that are preferred that they do the dental autopsy. So we assign them as the dirty dentist and the clean dentist. And as the name suggests, the dirty dentist is the one who gets their hands dirty and does the autopsy. The clean dentist is the one who does the charting as dictated by the dirty dentist. And we basically use 2 forms. So one is the antemortem of the AM form, and the next is the postmortem or the PM form. So while you're doing the autopsy, it's the pink form or the PM form that you use. Next is the oral prep or the dental prep. So this is basically gaining access to the teeth. In most of the cases, what you need to do is basically just open up the mouth a little, loosen it up, and you get that easy access to the teeth. But in some cases of major burns or rigor mortis, you get that less access and you sort of can't open your mouth, open the body's mouth to get that visibility. That is only when you'll use an incision. So a lot of studies have discussed several types of incision, but it needs to be less invasive as possible because you're basically creating that incision on the face. So the incision that's most commonly done is the incision from the angle of the mouth to the tragus of the ear on either side, as you can see in the image. And then you put the flaps back up and suture it nice and clean. But mind you, this should be the last resort or the last measure that you take when it comes to actually getting accessibility during an autopsy. But after you receive that sort of accessibility, next is cleaning the oral cavity, because you quite do not know from where you get the body. So it could be from underground, it could be a waterlogged body. So there could be dirt, there could be maggots crawling out of the face. So you sort of need to use a gauze to sort of clean the teeth, the surface of the teeth, so you have that clear visibility while charting. So next is your PM recording. So it definitely starts with PM charting, which is your dental charting, and it's very similar to what your dentist does during a dental charting with your patient. So, and it goes quadrant-wise as well, from one quadrant to another. Then, of course, there are radiographs. So most of the morgues usually have a portable X-ray machine, and even some forensic odontologists own this portable X-ray machine as well. And you take very small radiographs, again, quadrant-wise, as you can see in the image shown. So they're called as periapical radiographs and bite wings. And this is also done quadrant-wise. And after that, you take photographs. Now, the thing with photographs is sometimes you have to identify fragments of bones. So it could be a mandible, it could be a skull fragment, it could be one tooth or just a few teeth. If that's the case, you use something called as an ABFO scale, which is shown in the picture. So the ABFO scale is basically American Board of Forensic Ontology scale. So it sort of gives you a measurement, or a scale of measurement when you take the case and you study it later. And it's quite useful for even record keeping as well. But if it's an autopsy, then you take images just exactly how you would take an image for your patient. So it's your anterior image, which is your front of the teeth. The right buccal is the right side, left buccal is the left side, maxillary occlusal is your upper teeth, but from the biting aspect. And your mandibular occlusal is the lower teeth, again, from the biting aspect. And you use retractors, you can use mirrors as well when you take these photographs. So that is your PM recording. The AM data collection, or the ante-mortem data collection, is actually done by the police. So AM data could be anything from dental records, x-rays, photographs, charts, even appliances and study models and casts. Anything that gives you dental information of a person is basically AM data. So because this is collected by the police, this is why it's quite important for this session to be taught to police as well. So it's important for police training as well, so they know what is to be collected and what is to be asked for. And this is one of the reasons why the Atlas of Dental Anomalies has been circulated with the Scottish Police as well, because it's quite useful to understand what can be collected, which can be used to identify someone later on. After you have your AM and PM data, so your pink form will look something like that with all the findings in. And your AM data is, as I said, it could be dental charts, it could be x-rays, anything from a dental clinic. So it might look something like the white sheet you can see on the screen. But after you get the AM data, you need to sort of record it on your AM form, which is a yellow form, and then you do your comparative analysis. One of the reasons why you do PM first and then AM is because when you look into your AM data and then try and do your PM, you sort of have this bias. You subconsciously try and match both the findings. So this is one of the reasons why you do your PM first and then the AM. And when it comes to comparative analysis and then coming or deriving a conclusion, so there are 4 conclusions that you derive based on the ABFO terminology. So there's positive identification, where you say this is Mr. X or this is this person. Possible identification is there are minor inconsistencies, but this is something that you can explain. So this could be possibly Mr. X. Insufficient evidence is you don't have sufficient evidence to back up your conclusion, so you come with a conclusion of insufficient evidence to derive the identity of a person. Exclusion is saying this is not Mr. X or this is not this person. So these are the 4 conclusions that you can come up with after your comparison. Then, of course, there is a report. So your report basically includes the case details, your qualification, chronology of events, the summary of findings, the findings that you found after your comparative analysis, and then, of course, the conclusion. It should definitely include your dental charts, which were used to do the comparison, and of course, the comparison and the inference. And you need to add a glossary in your report. Why? Because the report is not only going to be read by dentists or dental professionals. It can go to the police, it can go to lawyers, it can go to probably a judge. So when they go through the report, they need to quite understand dental terms, which is quite easy for a dentist or a dental professional to understand, because they wouldn't know what a buccal surface is or a mesio-occlusal surface is. So it's quite necessary that you need to put a glossary so that anyone outside of dentistry can also read and understand the report. Then, of course, you need to add radiographs that were taken, the inference, and if there are findings that you found from the radiographs, of course, that needs to be put in as well. And in the end, photographs and the description as well. So this is your whole report. But the first 2 pages are the most important pages of the report because that is where your conclusion is going to be. So this is the whole autopsy from start to end. Now this will sort of provide a base for the research aspect because now you quite know what we do during an autopsy and what findings are taken during an autopsy. Now coming to the research aspect of today's session is, I think, like understanding the role of dental anomalies in human identification. So the whole foundation of forensic ontology, ID-wise, is based on the fact that every individual has a unique dentition. Now, this uniqueness comes from dental features or dental anomalies. So your dental features could be anything from missing tooth or a filling or a crown that you have. And dental anomalies could be a rotated tooth or spacing or crowding. So this sort of provides the individuality to your dentition. Now, what I wanted to understand was how aware are our dentists and about understanding the forensic value of recording every single dental feature that you see in someone's dentition. So I conducted a research, and this was an online survey-based study. It was conducted on 101 dentists in South India with a clinical experience of 0 to 10 years, and I used Google Forms. The survey had 4 sections. So the first section was information about the participants' background, of course, years of experience in the state they were practicing in. The second section was a dental charting task, which we're going to be discussing further in the next slide. And the section 3 had questions based on attitude of charting dental anomalies and the pattern of recording these. Section 4 had questions on dental record maintenance and a basic awareness on forensic ontology. Now coming to the section 2, it was a dental charting task, and the image that you see on the screen is a photoshopped image of a dentition, and I've included quite a few anomalies on a few teeth there. And they were, the respondents, the participants were basically asked to do dental charting on this image. I gave them 24 options to choose from, as you can see on the screen. So you can choose one option for each tooth that you're charting. I've also given an additional space for them to include findings such as spacing, midline diastema, generalized findings as well. So this was the dental charting task. Now coming to the results, to be honest, the results were quite disappointing, but expected. It was quite astonishing to understand that dentists, the majority of the participants who were dentists, they quite understood the importance of recording every single feature that you saw in a patient's mouth, but they didn't put it into practice. So they basically overlooked or misnamed or incorrectly recorded dental anomalies. And this was quite alarming because this is definitely not going to help forensic ontology in any way. But it was quite promising to see that the participants understood that these dental features can be utilized to identify someone, or they were aware of the importance of maintaining dental records, and this would help us in forensic ontology. And they did maintain dental records, especially as radiographs. So that was quite promising, that was quite satisfactory. So from the study, we quite understood that there is an increased awareness on what forensic ontology is among Indian dentists, but there was a lack of awareness on how forensic ontology worked or how the forensic value of recording dental anomalies sort of affected our working, or how forensic ontologists worked. Now, to understand this in a very easy manner, we're going to be looking at a case. So this is an example. This is a case that I did in 2019 in the UK. So it was an absolutely decayed body. The lower jaw had no teeth whatsoever, so it was completely non-edentulous. But the upper jaw had 4 teeth that you can see in the image. So basically what we could work with were just the 4 teeth that you could see in the image. Although it was quite confusing in the beginning because we only had 4 teeth to work with. This is an AM image that was taken in 1995. Now, I would want everyone to focus on this particular tooth. So it's a 2-4, it's distally rotated. Now, in this particular case, you can come to the conclusion that it was this single feature that helped in the positive identification of this person, along with, of course, other findings and x-rays that we had. But from this case alone, we can understand how every single anomaly or feature in a patient's dentition or a person's dentition can help in identification if it is properly and accurately recorded in the AM data. Now, to understand this quite a bit further, I created something called as a scale of forensic significance of dental features. So this scale sort of gives you an idea of how recording every single feature is going to help in the identification of a human being. And I personally believe this is quite a matter of life itself. So this scale has 3 parameters. So it has incorrect, partially correct, and accurate, as you can see. Now, to apply this in an example, so we're going to take the image that we used for the survey itself, and we're going to take one particular tooth that is encircled in the image, which is 2-5. Now that tooth has an additional cusp. Now for the participants who came with the response accessory cusp, which is the actual term, this answer is accurate, and this is definitely going to help me in positive identification. But for the respondents who said talons cusp or sound, I would consider it to be partially correct because this is a minor error that can be explained. So I can explain it as a possible dental charting error, maybe because the dentist didn't know the term, or maybe they misnamed the term. So there is an additional cusp, but maybe they misnamed it. Or maybe they thought it was sound because it did not require treatment, or the patient didn't complain about it. But the respondents who said taurodont, which is basically a big tooth, this is going to be absolutely incorrect, and this is probably going to throw me off a track while working on an autopsy. Now, what is the forensic significance of this? So an accurate answer is going to lead me to the right path. So this is going to have high forensic significance, and it would lead me to positive identification. A partially correct answer is going to have moderate forensic significance. So as I said before, there are minor errors that are explainable inconsistencies. So as long as I can explain it, it will still put me in the right path. It wouldn't throw me off of the right path. But an incorrect finding is going to lead to exclusion. So because of that wrong data, wrong finding, wrong recording, I'm going to come up with the wrong conclusion. So this is basically me saying, when I have Mr. X on my autopsy table, I'm going to conclude that this is not Mr. X, while all the while this is probably Mr. X, and his family is probably waiting outside the morgue to know if it's their husband, friend, or father. So that's the problem, and that is why recording every single dental feature has its own forensic significance. And as I mentioned before, it is in a way matter of life itself. So this is why I created the atlas, which is called the Atlas of Dental Anomalies. The atlas was created not only for dental professionals, to be honest. So anyone who does dental charting can actually use the atlas. So it could be dental students, nurses, hygienists, assistants, or again, dentists, but it can also be used by the police or the lawyers, and even a layperson, maybe a family member of the deceased, can also go through the anomalies if they want to know about it. It sort of creates an awareness on how dental anomalies can be used when it comes to identifying someone. So this is more like a PDF version of the atlas, but I can definitely show you the digital atlas, because the Atlas of Dental Anomalies was created as a digital atlas, and it can be accessed in the link that is shown in the screen. But the PDF version, which you can see in front of you, can be accessed with the QR code as well, but this is also available on the site. I'll try and show you the atlas, if that's okay. So, so this is the website itself, and this is where you find the atlas. So if you want to know about, so there's upper and lower jaw, and I've tried and include all sort of anomalies. So it could be clinical, it could be radiological. So any sort of anomalies that you normally and very commonly see in someone's dentition has been tried and included. So for example, a talon's cusp. So it opens up to a dialog box with the description of the anomaly. And of course, there's you can also go through the terms as well if you want to read about, say, supernumerary root. So that's additional root, has its own description in a dialog box as well. You can also go through pulpal anomalies, and it would definitely define that as well for you. And I've also added positional anomalies such as midline diastema, because positional anomalies were quite overlooked as well. So that is the digital atlas. So it's more like a reference material. There is also a PDF version, as I said, that can be downloaded and printed as well. And this is the team that worked on it, which includes myself. And there's a Let's Chat box where you can actually put in your queries if needed as well after the conference. So yeah, so that's the Atlas of Dental Anomalies, and I really hope it'll be quite useful for forensic experts in the future. Now to conclude, so we saw that identification by teeth is considered to be quite easy, it's reliable, and it's a very economical method of identification. But in several countries, especially developing countries, it's not quite used up to its potential. And we also saw that the awareness on forensic ontology among dentists was quite exceptional, but it was never put into practice, or they barely put it into practice. So the charting of dental anomalies were quite poor. From the case that I mentioned before, we saw that even a single feature or a single anomaly can help in identifying someone as long as they're recorded accurately and properly in the AM data. And this could be anything. It could be a photograph, it could be a radiograph, it could be even dental charting. And as we saw a few seconds ago, the Atlas of Dental Anomalies, along with the scale of forensic significance of dental features, were basically created to sort of aid charting dental anomalies accurately in the future, so that we can create better, reliable, and up-to-date dental records that can be used for identification in the future, not just in India, but any country in the world. To read further about it, I've also published a paper, which is called The Role of Charting Dental Anomalies in Human Identification. So it's more of a detailed version of the talk that was done today. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you for listening, and thank you for joining this webinar today. I can take any questions now, but if you have any questions in the future, you can definitely mail me in the email ID that is shown before. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Jaykumar. It was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, please,
Yeah, sure.
please ask me.
Yeah, ma'am, as we are already aware, and also like you mentioned too about cases of unreliability in bite mark analysis in recent history. So I wanted to ask, as of today, in forensic odontology, are there any recent technological advances in bite mark analysis that makes it more reliable?
The thing with bite mark analysis, there's so many technological advances. There is 3D overlapping, and there's superimposing, and there are softwares that do bite mark analysis, which makes it definitely reliable than it was 10, 20 years ago. But the problem with bite mark analysis is where the impression is made. It's made on the skin. In most of the assault cases, it's made on the skin. So it definitely depends on when we are getting the bite mark. So say I had a bite mark today and it's fresh, and that will be probably the most reliable time that I can use this bite mark for analysis. But most of the victims, because they're socially shamed or they're scared of coming in light, they come after 2 to 3 days when the bite mark is almost healed. And that's the problem with skin. So skin is not really a good impression material when it comes to bite mark analysis. So it definitely depends on when we receive the bite mark and how reliable it is. So as the days go by, your skin is going to heal and the bite mark is going to fade. So the reliability of using that bite mark is going to go down by several folds. But say if you receive a bite mark on an impression material like leather belts, because for example, there was a case where someone was choked with a leather belt and they had to bite on the leather belt. Now that is a good bite mark impression material because it doesn't fade with time. But the problem with bite marks on skin, as I said, is the reliability and of course the location, because if it's towards the bone, maybe it'll stay more harder because it's thin and you get that impression. But maybe if it's on the breast or on the thigh, again, there's a lot of fat. And again, when you bite, there is movement because especially in cases of rape, you're sort of forcing the person down. So these are quite a few reasons that makes bite marks quite a very tricky thing to analyze. But if you're talking about technological advancements, yes, compared to 20, 30 years ago, there's a lot of softwares that analyze bite marks that makes it more reliable. But these are quite a few factors that you need to factor in while doing the analysis. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you.
I have a question as well. Just wondering, because nowadays, like technologies like radiologies are more really often used. Like, do you often use like radiology in postmortem examinations? Because as you mentioned just now, like invasive procedure should be avoided as possible, like incisions. So, do you prefer to use radiology to check to scan the image of the teeth first before doing the incision thing?
Oh yes, so the incision is the last resort. For example, out of the cases that I've done in my very small experience, I don't think I've ever come across an incision that needs to be done. That is the last thing that you need to do. But radiographs is a must during your PM recording. So along with your photographs, your radiographs actually go into the report as well. So it is a must, and you need to take radiographs of all the aspects of the teeth, because sometimes you can miss certain fillings, because nowadays fillings are done with your same shade and stuff like that. So you might miss out on certain fillings visually, but this comes up on a radiograph. And this might be charted in your AM as well, your AM data as well. So radiographs is a must. Why? Because even if you miss out something on your visual charting, it will show up on your radiograph. So it makes it all the more reliable. And if you receive radiographs in your AM data as well from the dental clinic, it's an absolute lottery, because there is nothing better than having a radiograph. The photographs are amazing, that's even better, but the radiographs sort of show even the fillings that you might miss. So yes, radiology actually plays a very important role when it comes to your dental autopsy. Hope that was
Thank you. Yes.
No worries. Are there any other questions?
Dr. Jayapriya?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. How forensically the evidence of the bite mark after the post-mortem or any victim who dies, how long we can take it out, or how long it is significant to us to take it?
So a PM bite mark, it probably is more reliable than an AM bite mark because your healing sort of stops and the bite mark stays. But as I said, again, there are so many other things that you need to factor in: the location of the bite mark, and there could be multiple bite marks on the same location. So there could be interposition or maybe superimposition of the same bite mark, and that can cause confusion as well. But definitely compared to an AM bite mark that heals over time, a PM bite mark might be a little more reliable than AM bite mark. And you can definitely take photographs and analyze it. But as I said, there are, again, quite a few factors that you need to take into consideration when it comes to analysis, because again, the position, if it's a position with a lot of fat, if it's close to the bone, you'll get a better picture of the bite mark. If it's fat, depending on how much force has been applied, or it was just a small bite mark, if not a lot of force is applied. Also, even forms of gravity, even that is a factor when it comes to analyzing a PM bite mark. But yes, compared to an AM bite mark, I think you can take a PM bite mark even when you're doing the autopsy itself. You can factor in the bite marks that are taken. Because in case of, I'm quite sure, because you're from India, you would know the Delhi gang rape, which was quite a very popular case that was taken. They basically used bite marks on her body to identify 2 of the victims. I guess I'm not quite sure if it was 2 or 3, but her PM bite marks were taken and it was factored in while identifying the victims. So yes, you can take, I think PM bite marks would be quite more reliable than AM bite marks, and you can take it during the autopsy itself.
As everyone has a specific dental recognition, no? Dental impression. Everyone has a specific dental impression. Have you ever come across with cases where there is any confusion related to identification of some such sort of accused who bite others, and because it gives a clear-cut picture, no? When you analyze something. So, is there any confusion occurs anywhere? What are the limitations there?
Personally, I've not come across any cases with a lot of confusion that is involved. Most of the time it's very clear cut and you can say, oh, this is this person and this is not this person. But when it comes to bite marks, I personally wouldn't use bite marks alone as my primary evidence, especially with depending on how sensitive it is. And as I said, bite marks there's a lot of other factors that play into bite mark analysis. And this is why a lot of forensic odontologists, even a lot of forensic odontologists that I know personally, opt out of doing bite marks. So they would do dental identification, they would do age estimation, but when it comes to bite mark, they'll be like, oh no, I don't want to do it because of the sensitivity. So I personally, I would love working on bite marks. I kind of find it really interesting, but I wouldn't take it as the only primary evidence to accuse someone. If I have, say, A and B, C will be my bite mark evidence into pinning the victim down, only if I'm 100% sure this is clear, this is this person clear cut. But I've not come across a case where I've been quite confused, because most of the times I would have other evidences backing me up. So no, experience-wise, I don't think I've come across a case where I've been confused.
Yeah.
But you can be confused and it's completely okay to be.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your answer.
No
The
worries.
confident answer. Bite marks are as individual, as specific as our fingerprints. That's why their studies are very solid regarding the bite marks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries. No worries. Are there any more questions? Bite mark on a live person, which heals. So it could be someone who is raped but survives, or someone who goes through sexual assault but is alive and gets to come to the police. A PM bite mark is a bite mark on a dead or a deceased body. So that's how I meant AM and PM.
Understood. Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm happy to answer. Or you can always mail me as well, or you can go to the website and just contact me like that as well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the conference. And let's start our next talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Rakhi Khanna from State Forensic Science Laboratory, India. And she is giving a presentation on various dimensions of forensic labs in India, changes of growth for research and development, and business criteria. And I request Dr. Rakhi Khanna to start her presentation now.
Thank you so much to all the organizers. And I feel very much honored to be here on this platform where so many intellectuals are there to share their views. I have selected the topic that various dimensions of forensic labs in India, the chances of growth for research and development and business criteria, as it is the latest requirement. Myself, Dr. Rakhi Khanna, I am a Deputy Director Training and a Forensic Toxicology Scientist in the State Forensic Science Laboratory, Rajasthan, Jaipur. In all divisions of forensic science laboratories in India, the work starts from the crime scene, the photography, the toxicology, documents, biology, serology, physics, chemistry, narcotics, DNA, cyber forensics, polygraphy, arson and explosives, and ballistics. Besides, we have other more wings also to work on. So I will start from the sexual assault POXO cases. The 2012 Delhi gang rape and murder case that involved the rape and fatal assault that occurred on 16th December 2012 on an intern girl. She was very brutally beaten, gang raped, and tortured in a private bus in which she was traveling with her male friend. Now, there were 6 others in the bus, and including the driver, all of whom raped the woman very brutally, beat her friends, and then 11 days after the sexual assault, she was transferred to the hospital in Singapore for emergency treatment, but she died. This incident generated widespread national and international coverage and was widely condemned both in India and abroad. Subsequently, the public protest against the state and the central government for failing to provide adequate security for women took place in New Delhi, where thousands of protesters clashed with security forces, and similar protests took place in major cities throughout the country. Since Indian law does not allow the press to publish the rape victim name, the victim was widely known as Nirbhaya. That means fearless, and her struggle and death, it became a symbol of women's resistance to rape around the world. This Nirbhaya tragedy. In India, after this Nirbhaya tragedy, the central government takes many steps to strengthen issues related to atrocities against women. In this criteria, the central government issues funds to state laboratories to develop infrastructure for DNA analysis, for development of cyber laboratories, and to provide training to all branches of forensics. Now, this all open wide criteria for different companies to develop instruments and techniques to strengthen analysis according to the laboratory needs. Now, all the challenges when show lot of discrepancies and known to the forensic scientists only because they are dealing with the exact evidences and working day and night on the cases. Specific instruments bring reliability of results and expertise of experts that used in ballistics, documents, physics, toxicology. The separation techniques and their identification is the prior requirement for producing the report and sent back to the concerned authority as police in our state. And further, they are produced in the court of law, where the scientific reports have concrete value to the decision. So these all challenges requires increase in the number of experts in continuation to input of cases to have hold on the situation, looking to the rise in the crime. After the government concern, it also take the concern of all social forums to take more interest in forensic field. And that result in the development of Gujarat Forensic Science University into National Forensic Science University the last year. Now, this step provides students and researchers a way to work and develop for the forensic science. It brings into consideration training to the working personnel about the use of crime kits for the proper collection, preservation of scientific evidences, followed by forwarding them to labs for specific opinion, and then needs advanced examination using sophisticated instrumentation to solve many mysteries. Now, steep rise in cases input to FSLs. As we all come across, there is a steep rise in incoming cases at FSLs in all sections. But the rising scenario indicates the future requirement in DNA advancement techniques and cybercrime analysis, and it comes as a big challenge for the scarcity of the experts in the field. There is a steep rise in the case of Rajasthan laboratory from 2013, only in the DNA, from approximately 26,000 to rise in 44,000 in 2019. Now here, I'm going to highlight a case of crime against a woman where a minor girl of 7 years was very, very brutally raped, and she was killed by throttling with rope. There was a lot of pool of blood on the kacha floor. Kacha floor means the floor that is made up of cow dung, mud, etc., and that is dry. So in a backroom portion, the child was brutally raped. And these are the impressions of her blood on the floor. We go as an in charge to collect, to see the crime scene, and then we preserve the different evidences from the crime scene. The collection of evidences from the crime scene and their preservation is very, very important to solve a case and to provide justice to the victim. As we do in this case, we have found a specific piece of cloth here. And when we analyzed that cloth piece, we have found it is stained with blood. As we see, there is a lot of blood on the floor. That means the blood may be of the victim, but a part of it, it is soaked with semen type of material also that we have taken care of by using light sources. But in spite of it, we have, after magnification of this cloth, received a single hair, only a single hair, and that may be the pubic hair of the culprit, the rapist. We preserve them separately, all the articles, it was preserved. Besides, there was a rope by which the girl was brutally throttled. The fibers of these ropes, they are the indicative of the physical evidences because the fiber of this rope found on the cloth and hair of the rapist. This is a case where all the physical and biological evidences, they are very, very important, and their collection brings us the important result, where the single hair and the vaginal swab, they were collected and the DNA performed after extraction with PCR machine. The DNA was matched with that of the rapist, and it provides big justice in this case. But after having the death sentence to the rapist in 2019, December, after the court decision, what it takes us? It takes from 2011 to 2019, almost 8 years. 8 years requires where we have all the evidences with us, where we have provided all the evidences in time. And these are the evidences that are the basis of providing death sentence to the rapist. That is the hair that we found and the rope that we collected from the crime scene, and all matches with the DNA. The single hair DNA gives us the very concrete results. But justice delayed, justice denied. In one such case, it took 7 to 8 years for a 7-year-old girl who was brutally murdered and raped by the criminal, where the timely proper collection of evidence was done. Forensic report was sent in time. Suspect was caught within 10 days. Then also the trial took so many years to establish the facts. However, in this case, the death penalty was imposed on the rapist, but the justice delayed and justice denied for so many cases in India. As a social responsibility, it makes us to think in Wafer, the psychology of the criminals, to understand their behavior, because the root cause is something different, and it emerges as a new field as a forensic psychology. Where a single case of rape and murder, which involves toxicological analysis, where we perform the presence of maybe any drug or the poison to the victim, the physical examination, like in this case, we have the rope. The fiber of the rope was very, very crucial and significant in this case. All the biological evidences like the semen, the saliva, the bite marks, the hair, the nails, the skin pieces, they are very, very important, significant evidences. And the cyber evidences is important in many cases. The document sometimes a victim writes, and DNA analysis, definitely the most important one in this era. The use of mobile phones is providing the digital evidence in tracking the facts about the circumstances, and further it needs the reconstruction of the crime scene. So they all brings out to be a one in a chain. Hence, it needs ample of trainings as well as knowledge that reaches to excellence in research and development. However, after this amendments in 2019 bill, there is a lot more provision of life imprisonment and life sentence to that in case of child pornography cases and sexual assault cases and POCSO cases that related to the children under 12 years of age, and forensic laboratories are performing very, very day and night work in these cases to provide justice. Now, in any case, if we go through in the deep, the forensic evidences which we need to take care of are the biological, the chemical, and the physical evidences. Now, as in POCSO cases, the sexual assault cases, everybody knows this biological evidences, the semen, saliva, cellular skin, hair with root, the bones, tooth. As we all know, the tooth and the odontology is coming as a different science work for the bone marrows, sputum, nails with tissues, seminal fluids, the blood, epithelial cells, WBCs. We should take care of all these biological evidences. A part of this biological evidence is sent to the laboratory in form of the viscera, and we perform the toxicological analysis in the stomach, intestine, parts, heart, brain, lungs, liver, spleen, kidney, vitreous humor, blood sample, urine, skin, hairs, nails, bones, etc. And they crack so many cases that maybe in most of the cases becomes the most significant of evidences. And by far the toxicological analysis is concerned, it is the most tedious one, because all the chemicals are in the form of hidden metabolites, in the form of hidden residues, and we need to identify by making use of different technologies, and there also we need very, very specific types of research work. Along with, at any crime scene, we can encounter with the chemical and explosive evidences like the debris, the clothes, soil, petroleum products, any chemicals, some drugs, narcotic drugs, some medicines, plant products, opiates, opiums, cannabis, anything maybe like this. Now it comes to the physical evidences. Any evidence that remained there as a physical evidence, maybe fingerprint, maybe fingernail, impression of shoes, tire marks, glass, soil, clothes, ropes, knives, bullets, revolver, any article. In case of burning, the car, gears, AC, doors, steering, they all comprises of the forensic evidences, and we need to work on all these evidences. Now, types of evidences encountered for so many types of research and development. And besides, I have tell about the different sort of, we have the DNA analysis, the forensic pathology, forensic ontology, criminal profiling, cybercrime, forensic identification. We need to make DNA database, hair and fiber analysis, fingerprint matching, physical matching, etc. Now, the growth of business for companies. Now, when we come to, in a single development of the DNA division, it needs to have at least 5 to 7 crore rupees of sophisticated instrumentation setup that comprises of genetic analyzer, PCR, DNA sequencer, extractor machine, and accessories. NG's technique for mixed profiling, they also needs to learn and update further, and preparation of DNA database, at least of the criminal needs to develop on priority to further keep a curb on the serial criminal. So it costs around 5 to 7 crores, and it gives lot of business to the companies. And besides, in case of the DNA, we need to have so many different types of kits like the PCR kits or PowerPlex. There are so many multiple sort of the markers that are need to update every day, and we need to be according to the latest scenario, and we need to have a database of the criminal as well as of the general person. Now, what are the requirements of crime scene? We all are grabbing opportunities to learn and explore in forensic analysis, where from the use of the 3D crime scene recorded techniques, they are providing all parameters related to assess the distance between the evidences and articles as body or an object. And even studies are carried out for moving person and framing of angles. They are done with specificity, which was earlier impossible with the personal implication that was based on experience, not on science. So in this regard, the artificial intelligence and the virtual reality, it becomes a new dimensions for research. The companies are emerging with every day new features to assist the crime detection. The important crime scene kits, which we are using in our laboratory, and we are providing training on them. They are the SIA kit, the sexual assault evidence collection kit, the narcotic kits for the analysis of drugs on the crime scene spot, the explosive kits for examination of RDX, TNT, PATN, ammonium nitrate, sort of things, the crime scene preservation collection kit, how to preserve all the evidences in a proper manner so that they can give a concrete evidence in the court of law. Gunshot residue kit, PSA kit, the blood detection kit, human blood group kit. These are the general kits which we are taking care of, but everybody needs to have in their laboratory. At the crime scenes, light sources are very, very important. And in our investigating offices at police, there are light sources, but in absence of a proper training to use these light sources, we are losing so many evidences. So the forensic infrared entity fingerprint detection instrument or GHS 1000 can be used for this. When you see in the natural light, the cigarette butt is there and you are not able to see the spot on it. But when we use the light sources, the forensic infrared light sources are there at the laser 445 nanometer, you can see the specific saliva on the cigarette butt is quite easily visible. On the natural light, when we see the seminal stains, they look like this. So we have to see them very difficult manner. Now the seminal stains are very, very easily visible, giving a fluorescence in the laser light 445 nanometer. There are so many different sorts of the light sources that comprises of the different UV lights. Now, there are the light sources where the forensic alternate LED light source, it provides multi-wavelength uniform light output, where on a piece of a fabric, when we are not able to see the spot of the semen, it is very, very clearly visible with this light source. The fingerprints on the fabric, they are very, very easily visible. The presence of fingerprint at the crime scene, the presence of this semen sample at the crime scene, it directly indicates the presence of the accused at the crime scene. Now, the physics division, it is bifurcated into the ballistics and the cyber division. It works a lot more dimensions, and where in the ballistics divisions, we need to have the EDX 8000 for analysis of gunshot residue, where we need to have the boroscope to see the barrel of the gun so that we can easily visualize the holes and different upwards and notches and downwards things. The video camera is there by which we can easily visualize some sort of the particles there. In mobile forensics, we need to have so many types of different sorts of softwares and hardwares, DVR related analytical software, hardware, and their accessories. We need to have password recovery softwares. so that we can crack the password and then we can analyze the computer, the mobile, the data, etc. High-speed imaging devices, they are made, internet evidence finders. They all comprises of, and in the physics division, when we say we have to analyze the cement, we have to analyze the soil, they all related too much, and they sorted out so many types of the cases. It comprises to spend a lot more budget on these divisions, and this cyber division is emerging as a very, very important division in all the forensic science laboratories. Under the Nirbhaya Fund, we are getting different funds for this. Besides, we have other like dust mark lifting kits. We need to have this kit so that we can lift up all the footprints. We can lift up all the dust particle footprints, impressions from the crime scene, and they can be preserved in a proper manner, and we can have good results. You should have tool marks and to see the impressions of the footprints, the tire marks, easily visualized on this polythene things, and all the tool marks are the accessories for using it. We need to do the voice examination in so many cases where unfair deals are there. There are demands of bribe, there are false statements, there is a case of espionage cases, that means somebody is spying on you, eve-teasing cases, obscene voice messages cases, threat calls, ransom demands. These all the fields where the companies are having a lot more to work on, and they need to give us the related accessories and applications so that we can go for more research and development work. We have many sorts of microscopic analysis, stereo microscopic analysis. We have compound microscope. We have analysis by the microscopic examination of the semen, the spermatozoa. We analyzed paints in case of the accidental cases, so we need to spend more on this. We have a division, the polygraph division. As we all know, the statement of the person that is related with the case, it can be taken care by the polygraph division. And here psychology of a person is must to know, and so it comprises of so many equipmentation, the data interpretation, and a psychologist as well as a doctor is required on this. So we see that the extensive uses of forensic techniques in solving crimes, and it is a significance to society. Only when there is a tag between all stakeholders. Now, what are the stakeholders? The police, the judiciary, the medical, the forensics, personals, the prosecution, universities, societies, and even nowadays the companies, they are also responsible for this. Now, I'm highlighting some cases here, where on 13th May 2008, this day was remained as a black day in the history of Jaipurites, because the ammonium nitrate-based emulsion explosive, it caused terror to the lives and security during Jaipur serial blast. And similar types of explosion series occurs in Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Delhi. It opens the eyes of our nation towards security. Why we are not secure? A major question that arises in a single voice is how and where the terrorist manages this preparation. But our objective as a scientist is in the aim to contribute against the terrorism by analyzing the chemical composition that could be of great value in locating the manufacturing sites or tracing the manufacturing formula. Inorganic cation and anions in this explosive material of Jaipur serial blast was analyzed by making use of high performance ion chromatography using conductivity and UV mode. Now, sometimes we don't have the specific instrumentation with us, but an expert should know that where we need the analysis of specific elements, because it is very important in the serial blast case, the explosion case, what is the explosive, and we need to identify the explosives constituents. And that should be done in a way that we should give the concrete results. So we have applied this ion chromatography technique using conductivity and UV mode. And here is the spectrum pattern that we get for the ion chromatography, that is for the mixture of standard cations, which we use like sodium, ammonium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium ions. And this is the sample, that is sodium, ammonium, and potassium ions in our sample of the bomb blast material that gives us a percentage value. Then we performed the FTIR analysis for the presence of this explosive constituent, and we found ammonium nitrate. But there were so many other additives also, and by far the organic part is there. The carbonyl, cyclic, and hydride was analyzed, hydroxylamine and paraffin hydrocarbon. It was a very, very important work. It was not done as easy. It takes a lot of time. Now, the identification and quantitative examination of ammonium nitrate, sodium nitrate, potassium chloride, sodium lauryl sulfate is therefore performed using ion chromatography, which proved highly significant as it constitutes 85% of the explosive preparation. The rest 5% was identified as paraffin hydrocarbon, emulsifier PIPSA, oil as octadecanol, and that was by making use of FTIR techniques. Some parts by GCMAS, HPLC, and LCMS techniques. So experts should know by a specific R&D work that what constituents need to identify and in which manner he will help it. So this work I dedicated to all those soldiers who sacrificed their lives to the nation. I wish to pay sincere salute to them for their courageous efforts to save my country. We have sorted out many cases that related to crime against women, and that also needs a specific emphasis, and where in a case I have done the quantitative determination of chlorpyrifos and the phosphine complex in a rape and a murder case by making use of TLC, HPLC, GCMS, and UV visible spectrometry. In this case, a woman was abducted from outside his home and taken from a jeep to the hotel room. So after the abduction, she was given a drug so that they can do rape easily on her. And after raping her, they murdered her by giving her a poison, and not only a single poison, they take use of two sorts of poison so that the story remains hidden only. So to raise voice against violence and crime to the woman, we wish to put a light, to throw a light on the brutal mentality of the rapist and consequences of the woman life. Because as a scientist, we can provide scientific assistance, we can provide analysis, we can provide results, we can develop new methods on GCMAS, we quantitate poisons and try to give technical data to help scientific community. But we need to work on the brutal mentality in forensic psychology, and this may be the other one, so that we can in a real manner help the society. Now I'm taking EDX 8000 instrument. What is this instrument? What does it do? It is an advanced facility for the detection of shooter identification, and it has been created at our state FSL. This unique facility is the first of its kind. It is based on internationally recognized and validated technique that is known as gunshot residue particle analysis. And this technique is based on the detection and classification of gunshot residue particle using energy dispersive X-ray analyzer EDX 8000. We are analyzing gunshot residues. The forensic significance is the presence of unique gunshot residue particle on the suspect's hands, its hair or face, inside nostril, and its clothing. It provides conclusive evidence that the person recently discharged a firearm. This technique also utilizes the identification of bullet holes under discriminating entry and exit hole on the target by the presence and absence of the gunshot residue. It helps us to prove innocence. It helps us to prove guilty. Now, as I have already said that we have taken care of the mass spectrometry, it is very, very important equipment. And in case of accidental cases, we separate the paint chip components, and this instrument mass spectrometry further separates the components on machine that based on the molecular weight, and each pigment has a different molecular weight. It creates a chemical fingerprint that can be compared to the reference sample at the crime, at the laboratory. Now we have Forensic Training and Research Institute at FSL Jaipur. We are providing trainings, and from my perspective, the trainings are the most important one to strengthen the beginners, the learners, and the experts. So in our institute, we are starting providing trainings on so many issues at crime scene, the collection, preservation, forwarding of the evidences. We are providing technical trainings to the investigating officers of the police, to the judiciary persons on the use of the narcotic kits, the blood detection kit at the crime scene. How can we differentiate between them? We provide trainings to students. Interns are coming to us. Now, there are so many programs taken care of. We discuss, there is a discussion between the judiciary, the forensics, and the police persons to further amend, and this is the definitely the very important need of the present hour. Now, State Forensic Science Laboratory is providing, and it is an institute of repute for the forensic services and teachings. Here, we are giving trainings on the crime scene. We are preparing crime scenes, such as solved crime scenes are prepared, hanging cases are prepared. We are providing trainings to the police personnel who are participating in All India Police Duty Meet, and we are using the 3D cameras for preservation of the crime scene in the form of the photos and the videography. We teach them specific important points, how to do the photography and videography in the crime scene. And this is the teaching, practical training we are providing on a bullet injury case to the personals who all are doing the photography and the videography, and we compare their working. We provided them a sheet to work on. We give them marks and all. We provided training to IPS officers here in our laboratory. And this is all about the sincere efforts which we are performing, and there is a lot more we can do for, I can say, for the society by performing tests and all. One more, there are some slides I'm giving you about some suggestions and scopes. Now, in achieving the goal to solve the many cases, many types of problems they are encountered in our analysis, and some of the latest existing requirement that explaining the scope and suggestions they are encountered to combat the crime rate. There is very little work done in case of gaseous poison analysis and snake venom poison analysis. However, we are performing the snake venom analysis by ELISA reader in our laboratory, and it gives us sound results. In case of problematic cases related to vaccines, as now we are hearing about the COVID vaccine, we all are scared whether the vaccine is proper or not. So we need to work on this aspect also, so that we should not be scared of the things. Now, the metallic poison analysis is very important nowadays, because that needs ICP-MS, and that cost around very much higher cost is there. We need to analyze different sort of plant poisons in this case, and in chemical warfare and world wars, there is a use of mustard gas, phosphine gas, chlorine, tear gases at the crime scenes we can get. So we need to analyze and think on these. Now, in case of some medical negligence cases, we trust doctors very much. But sometimes our patient goes on the table, and without having so many complications, he or she dies on the table, because a wrong combination of drug is being introduced inside his body. And we don't have the specificity to know about it, so we never take care of collection of such drugs from the crime scene. So here we need to work more. The high performance thin layer chromatography is used in our laboratory for the separation of the spots, and then identification of absorbing peaks by the UV detector in the tungsten and mercury lab. And in this also, what I realized further is to separate these spots, derivatize them, and again studied after connection on mass spectrophotometer. The results of such separation will give the metabolic product formed after intake of poisons, and it would be very easy to learn the entire chemistry, as well as establishing the time effects and answer of every question when it was taken before the that or after the that. So this would be very beneficial to the field toxicologist. And this technique is very useful in separation and identification by mass spectrometry, and it may solve many, many answers. The analysis of gaseous poisons in blood is done by Rapists that connected to GC columns, and now there is a requirement of mass data to be prepared. But lot is required as many industrial waste they releases completely, and mixture of unknown gases, compounds, and lot of work is required to make standards in such areas. And due to this limitations, many cases remains unsolved. ICP-MS may provide us the best information about the detection and quantitation of metallic ionic compounds, but it is very, very costly again. Large number of cases with cyanide salt poisoning, nitrite salt poisoning, potassium chloride injection poisonings. They are the example of the use of IC-MS equipment. We need to work on it. And in many cases, it is a challenge to establish the presence of poison as they are part of the normal body stream. And they are responsible to make the electrolyte balance. But sometimes some people take, like potassium chloride is taken as a purpose of suicide. Now, in some cases, studies, the victims are given sulfuric acid, and the identification of the acid is tedious, as the death occurs after several months. If that occurs on the same day, we can analyze sulfuric acid. Yes, it is due to this. But if it occurs after several months, we need to prove the presence. It is a big question, and we analyze such cases and we give reports in these cases. So the use of instruments can make it easy to quantitate, differentiate the presence of poison, establishing the cause of death. Now, I would slightly. Now, this is a case where a lot more questions sometimes asked to us, that whether the intake of the poison is done before the death or after the death to the jars. The poison is externally added to the viscera samples so as to create false evidence in favor of the death. So we take use of the principal concept that would undergo biochemical reactions in the body and results into formation of metabolites, but just finished in 2 minutes. So we analyzed pre-mortem and post-mortem examination in such cases. We have analyzed so many cases related to the deaths of the children by taking the poison. We solved many mysteries, and this is all sorts. I have given a complete view about how the laboratories works and how the students and the researchers can be benefited. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Rakhi Khanna, for your excellent presentation. And we are open to questions now. If anybody has a question, you can ask Dr. Rakhi Khanna. Your voice is not audible, Tamanna.
I have a question. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, no, you are audible.
Yeah. So, ma'am, you mentioned about the polygraph test. And we have a lot of recent cases and examples where it's been proven that polygraph tests are not reliable, and there have been criminals and suspects who have passed it. Even they've passed it, even though they were lying. They have passed it. You understand what I mean, right?
Yes.
So is it actually still being used as a reliable measure for proving cases in Indian labs?
Yeah, dear Tabanna, we have polygraph laboratory in state FSLs, and definitely it needs in so many cases. At Hyderabad case, the Telgi murder case, we have sorted out by make use of this, and forensic psychologists are there. It all depends on the expertise of the person and all the evidences, how you prepare the question and how can you take care of the evidences. We have so many, I have personally seen in many cases where you lost some important evidences, you cannot get anything. Similar is that every work we do, under the 293 CRPC. Our reports are admissible in the court, but by far the polygraph technique is concerned, no judiciary is taking it as such. No judiciary is taking. As you have seen in the Arushi murder case also, his parents are not there, but it is a collaborative evidences and it needs specificity, expertise of the expert who perform these tests. And definitely we have so many psychologists that are helping these cases to sort it out. They definitely provide important evidences. And in forensics, we need to have control samples, the blank samples that we can track the cases and we can have a lot more information. It depends on expertise. Case by case.
You believe that the polygraph test is accurate completely and it can say whether a person is lying or not? Definitely.
Yeah, there are possibilities when a person is under the influence of some drugs. So he will speak lie, he may speak lie, he may have some, like in the brain mapping case, we say, narcotic analysis case, we take the truth serum analysis in cases, we see that. Even using the truth serum, in spite of that, there are persons who lies on the table. But again, we have to frame questions in a manner that we can have a collaborative evidences and by which we can have some similar other evidences through which we can crack the case. This is my perception. So in science and in forensic science, one needs to have to work on all these aspects. And this is the way the researchers need to work on, the students need to work on more. We cannot say this is the specific branch that gives us the complete results. We cannot say this is the specific branch that can give us the 100% accurate results. Maybe a scientist, a toxicologist, they may do wrong. And there are things nowadays that results are based on the bias, that we are framing results on the basis of our own perception. So that's why we need to have more scientific techniques to introduce in our perception, in our workings. And here we need more experts, here we need to have more work by the students and the researchers.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Khanna.
Thank you so much
Thank
to
you
be
so
part of
much. That was
this.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, and moving on, our next speaker is Mrs. Vinny Sharma from Galgottius University, India, and she is going to give a talk on AI as an investigative tool in forensic science. And I request Mrs. Vinny Sharma to start her presentation now.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the Global Scientific Guild for giving me the opportunity to share one of my latest researches. I hope my screen is visible, if anybody can tell me.
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay. I request the organizers to please let me know 5 minutes prior if I am exceeding my time limit. Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible, clear and loud.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Mrs. Vinny Sharma. I'm an assistant professor of forensic science at Galgottius University, India. And I have been an advocate of as an interdisciplinary researcher since the beginning of my career. I am into the field of forensic science from a decade now. And this has always been my passion. And recently, from the last few years, I have joined as an AI expert in the field, and I have started working and utilizing artificial intelligence as an investigative tool in forensic sciences. I have already achieved 2 patents in the same division, and I'm on verge of getting a 3rd one, or just a few days to go by. Let me just introduce you to what is the frail. The frail is what is the wrong thing that we are doing in the field in forensic sciences. We do crime scene investigation. We have evidence presentation in the court of law. We have court to visit the scene of crimes. And the major problem that arises is the failure of understanding of the scientific arguments. Normally, it has been pointed out again and again by the media, by the eminent speakers available, that the people in the field of forensic sciences as forensic experts, they are failing to give proper results and reports to support their arguments. But the problem doesn't lack in the giving of a report. The problem lacks when we are unable to make the judge, the jury understand our scientific argument that we are giving. So my entire presentation of using AI into the field of forensic sciences is actually trying to answer these two major fails that we are having in the field of forensic science investigations. First is the evidence presentation in the court, and second is the failure in the understanding of scientific arguments. Let's move ahead. Before moving towards my main part of my presentation, let me introduce you to the traditional approach. Many of my preceding speakers have already discussed in details regarding the traditional approach of investigation of forensic science, criminal investigations. Traditionally, what we do is we follow these 7 steps of crime scene management, namely photography, videography, photographic charts, the juxtaposition chart, collection of the scientific data, facts, references from the research available, analysis reports that we have obtained of a particular case, evidences, and then we give references of the other similar cases available to us. If I'm not mistaken, then some of you might be able to recognize these as the crime scene images from the different eras of our current human civilization. This is how we take the photographs normally. This is how we do the evidence photography. I'm going to rush through this because this has been already touched by the speaker, so I'm not going to be using my time for this. And normally we place scales, the blood spatter analysis. Normally, this is how we take the photographs, we mark the evidences. And this is how we present our crime scene sketches. A rough sketch for, and this is a complete final sketch with a legend, proper dimensions, key, everything, direction, mentioning. But to a layman, to a person who is not trained into forensic sciences, say for example, in India, we have judges, but some abroad, we have got juries also. Juries, they come from the civilian background. Some of them are housewives. Some of them are grocery stores owner. They don't know how to understand this type of legend maps. And for them to understand where and how the body was placed, where and how the evidences are placed, this is just some lines and scratches on a piece of paper for them. This is again difficult for them to understand. It's an open map, open floor plan map of a crime scene. But for a layman to understand this becomes difficult. Sometimes this type of juxtaposition charts are presented with a map of the street and the other. I don't know how many of you will be able to recall this, but it's one of the famous cases. I'm not going to name it. Okay. And this is how the evidences were presented. Again, one of a famous case. If anybody from the audience can tell me. Remind you of this case. This is O.J. Simpson's case. And this is the famous presentation of the glove evidence that was done in the court by the prosecution with prosecution lawyer to explain the entire glove scenario. And I would request all of you, if you haven't gone through the case, then as a person of interest in forensic sciences, you should read O.J. Simpson's case, because it is a remarkable case of crime scene mismanagement and very remarkable case. I think you all should go through it. This is how the injuries are represented in a post-mortem report. What injury has been caused, where it has been caused, everything. And this is done all over the world. It's not just that it is done in USA. Same type of coroner's diagrams are being represented in the post-mortem reports all over the world. Similarly. But this is how we represent the facts. This is how we represent the injuries. I think you all can see the blood in the MRI scan here. This is a very famous encounter case that happened in Delhi called Batla House way back in October 2008, wherein the inspector, Mr. Mohan Chand Sharma, he died during the encounter, and a lot of hue and cry was created. Reason being that if you see this photograph, you won't be able to see any bullet mark in the front. The bullet injury was at the back, and because of the I can say that because of the unawareness of how bullet injuries are caused and where the exit wounds are going to be, why there is a exit wound bigger than the entry wound, and all those scientific facts being unavailable to the people, to the layman people, to the media houses, it created a big riot kind of a situation, and a lot of protests were held during that time in Delhi, claiming that this encounter was a fake encounter, and Inspector Mohan Chand Sharma wasn't killed by the terrorists, but he was killed by one of their colleagues only. Reason being that because of the blood coming out of his back, and everybody was claiming that how can somebody be shot in front and the blood can come out from the back? Because generally people recall everything from the movies. The side from where the bullet has punctured the body, the same side the blood will ooze out. But it is the opposite. The blood always oozes out from the opposite side, more in amount, whereas it is lesser in front. So that was a scientific fact which wasn't there available. And because of the images available and the falsified information provided, a lot of misunderstanding happened during this case also. Entry holes, exit holes, we represent. This is normally how we get the injuries, how we show the injuries. Sometimes your judges and the jury members, basically the jury members, they don't even want to see these horrific images because of how the images come out. And this is how the X-rays are presented, the MRI scans are presented to show the extent of internal injuries. But to understand this, one has to have a knowledge of biomedical sciences, so that one can understand why it is dark, why it is light, why it has got so much of gray. But this is how we represent the cases of car accidents, what happened, how it happens. I've taken some photographs from India also. This is a railway accident that happened. Okay. Now coming to what I am suggesting. I am not suggesting that what we do traditionally is wrong. I am suggesting that why cannot we improve on it? Why cannot we have a technology which is available to us, which is extremely powerful, which is extremely virtual, and is available in a picture quality to us? And a picture speaks 1,000 words. It's just not a literally statement anymore. It's a good statement from a literature, and it is actually responsible for understanding human psychology. If we are able, I mean, when as being a teacher also, I try to demonstrate my experiments in more pictorial form to the students, as a more video form as a student, so that once they will be able to see what I'm talking about, they will be able to understand it more. And artificial intelligence is actually giving us a big umbrella, which will be able to cover up this entire concept of using images, using animation to support our scientific facts, discoveries, and our results. And that would make our evidence submission and our evidence presentation in the court of law much easier and much easier to be understood by the experts of the judiciary. By going at the definition, I guess I have to minimize my screen now. Yeah. By going at the definition of artificial intelligence, if I go by, it says that it's a science and engineering of making machines intelligent, especially computer programs. And what is intelligence? Intelligence is the computational ability of a computer system to achieve goals. You have Siri nowadays, you have Amazon, you have Alexa, you have your Google. Whenever you are, it's a normal practice that you are searching something on Google, and then next day you come across the news related to that onto your Google phone home screen. This is how that they actually, the algorithm of the Google of your phone actually go through whatever searches you have made, and then it refines the news and the articles from all over the world according to your research and your searches and your interest, and display them on your home screen in your phone, so that whatever you are more interested in, you can get. Same ways goes for your online shopping sites, whether it is Amazon, whether it is Snapdeal, whether it is your Flipkart, whether it is your Paytm mall, any of the online eBay also, any of the online shopping websites that you are using, they all are working and they are all using artificial algorithms, artificial intelligence algorithm in one way or the another. For example, whenever you open an Amazon page and you are an habitual user of Amazon buying site, when you open it, you will get recommended buys. You get recommended options. You can buy these things. They are actually doing what? They are analyzing your search data. They are analyzing your search histories of Amazon and then coming up with the most appropriate product of your interest, of your region. And that's how they work. And this is an important thing of using artificial intelligence in our investigation analysis. Now let me just skip through this slide. I've already shared this one. See, artificial intelligence is not just key. You are using something to make to stop committing mistakes, or something that to reduce human power or to save time. Artificial intelligence will help us in not only overcoming our mistakes, but also help us by reducing our efforts. Say, for example, if you manually have to match two fingerprint samples out of thousands of samples, imagine how much of time will it take. But now what you have access. You have automated fingerprint recognition systems available. You put in the scanning and they do it in minutes and you get your results. So it's faster, but still you do require some of the manual labor into that also, but it is faster. It streamlines your processes. We have all seen artificial intelligence in movies. I don't know if will be anyone who hasn't watched Terminator. I guess everybody in the audience must have watched Terminator. Some of you might not have watched the Rajnikant's movie of this robot, but most of you have watched Terminator, and you must have watched Robot of Will Smith also. So why not we use these imaginations that have been already done in the movie for forensic sciences? We are using our AI, artificial intelligence, very successfully in agriculture, in healthcare sector.
AI in healthcare. AI in healthcare.
I'm sorry.
Complex algorithm and software.
I'm sorry, just give me a minute, please. I was saying that we are using AI in healthcare also. Bestest use of AI in healthcare was observed during this pandemic time. We were able to monitor, and this is not just that it has been done abroad. I would like to emphasize here that this was practiced in India also. In various different states, the tech industry, they use artificial intelligence to monitor people doing social distancing violation, and also there has been positive and 95% accurate research results has been given, wherein by using AI, we were able to identify that the person is wearing a mask or the person is not wearing a mask. And even if the person is wearing a mask, whether the person is wearing the mask properly or not. This all was done. It's all practically happening, and it happens. And it is happening today also. And right now when I am speaking, somewhere around the world, this algorithm is being used. And it is functional. Somewhere around the world, a doctor is giving a COVID patient some medicine by using a robot. This is happening. This is not something that I am speaking from an imagination sort of way, but this is what is happening. But now imagine something like this is happening. You are able to see as a jury where the culprit stood and shot the female and how the bullet went through and through into the sofa. If you are able to show your jury members where the injuries happened, how the injuries happened, and what if you are able to take your jury member into the scene of crime by using virtual and augmented reality? Imagine how redefining this will be for us as a forensic expert. Generally, now let me just come back to my topic, the artificial intelligence. Generally, when we speak about artificial intelligence, the only thing that comes into mind is that computer system is doing something for something which humans can do, but the machine is doing much better. But we all have to understand this fact that artificial intelligence is a very big umbrella. It's not just a smaller umbrella wherein some algorithms are written down and they are functioning. No, it's a very big umbrella that encompasses the two major domains of computer science, computing science. Let me correct myself, not computer, computing sciences. Deep learning and machine learning. See, when we start using artificial intelligence, before we start using artificial intelligence, we first have to make our computer filled with the data. And that data analysis part is actually done by deep learning. Deep learning are those algorithms who are working on the data sets of lakhs and thousands. And then they are analyzing that entire data and creating a algorithm, a problem solving mechanism, wherein if you will now put some unknown data, it has learned from your data input that, okay, somebody who is being stabbed with a knife at the, say, some hard part of your body, say skull, so this amount of depth of injury will happen. And if it is stomach with this much body fat, then this amount of injury will happen. Say an individual of 100 pounds stabbed in stomach with a knife will get this depth of the injury. You have put in this data already into your computer system, and it has created a database associating all these data. Now, when you are putting in unknown data, your deep learning algorithm will tell you that where you are looking for and what is your answer. That's deep learning, data analysis. And it is very important when we are talking about forensic sciences. We are dealing with lots and lots of crime. We have a whole bunch of data available, but that data is going wasted. Why? What we are doing is we are solving a particular crime, we are keeping it in a file, and then when the next case comes into play, we are moving to that next case. We are not looking at a bigger picture that if we combine the data of those two cases, that will help us in the future analysis of any other similar type of case that might come into being. And that is what I am talking about, looking at the bigger picture. Now coming on to the second domain of artificial intelligence, which is called as machine learning. Herein what we are doing is we are actually making the machine learn about the algorithm from the deep learning data. Whatever it has understood from deep learning, now what it'll do is the machine will start learning all by itself. And this type of machine learning is actually done by two means. Either by using a training set, or that is we call as supervised learning or unsupervised learning. Both of them are different. I will not go into much details because of the shortage of time, but there are two types of machine learning which you can go. It can be either supervised or it can be unsupervised. For forensic purposes, supervised learning is very important because being my primary domain as handwriting question document expert, being that coming to that, I know that handwriting is affected by 50 different factors in even one single individual, whether it is age, purpose, health condition, the content, the purpose, how I am writing, where I am writing, which instrument I am using, where I am using, everything is going to affect my handwriting. So doing unsupervised learning in handwriting sciences is very dangerous. But doing the supervised learning in handwriting sciences is going to ease my work. You have lots and lots of optical character recognition system available. The problem here is that converting of the image of handwriting into the logical computational form. There is where we need to do research in handwriting. So next comes your artificial intelligence. Whatever your algorithm has learned from deep learning and machine learning, now it will encompass it as artificial learning. You then present it with a new case and it will be able to identify and give you the most appropriate answer. And that appropriate answer will save you loads and loads of time and will help you in streamlining your investigation. Sometimes it may happen that you might miss something in your investigation. For example, say you are investigating a road accident case. You forget or you are not aware that when the accident happened, there was some black ice on the road. Now, because of the black ice, what happened? The drift happened. And it was due to road infrastructure that the accident is happening. But you are actually looking for either the fault of a driver or a manufacturing defect. But the artificial intelligence, if it is played into being and you have embedded in the weather conditioning, that is the meteorological data into your algorithm, your artificial intelligence system will directly point out to you that this so and so time, so and so minute, this was the weather condition. And you can see that this can also be what drifting via black ice can also be a reason for the accident happening. So it is like a helping hand for your investigation. This is what I have been telling you about the data sciences. Data science in forensic terms will help us in not only performing the analysis of your handwriting samples, but also of your tool marks, all your pattern recognitions, everything will come under the analysis part of data analysis. Computer vision. By using computer vision, what we can do is we can create the we can recreate our scene of crimes. By using the videos, photographs and laser scanned images, we can recreate our scene of crimes either into augmented mode or into the virtual reality mode. We can use natural language processing, NLP, one of the major divisions of artificial intelligence, and very important for the people who are working into the field of handwriting analysis and voice analysis. NLP is actually a process wherein we are actually teaching a computer system to learn a particular script or to learn a particular language. For example, when Alexa and Siri was started, they were only able to identify the American accent of their speaker. But nowadays, when you are actually installing or when you are starting off with your instrument, even if it is Android based, your Google Assistant also, it asks you which language do you prefer. They have now embedded many Indian origin languages, different languages of the world, even Russian, Mexican, and UK accent of English, the American accent of English language. Now it is processing it. Why? Because the data set is now being made available to the computer system of different languages and accent, and it is now it is now learning and it is understanding. If more data set will be provided, more it will learn. You can do that for your voice identification. You have data set available in a country of many cases. You input that data into your computer system. It will help you in detecting the accents. It will help you in detecting the mimicry. It will help you in detecting hundreds and thousands of factors that you are doing and streamlining your processes. I am again and again emphasizing on the term streamlining your process. I'm not saying that this is a 100% solution. I'm saying it is an investigating tool aid. It is very helpful if used wisely. We have different possible applications like laser scanner, 3D animation, forensic animation. Forensic animation has been used in a few cases. The Batla House encounter case that I was talking about was the first case wherein forensic animation was used in India to explain how injury is being caused. Virtual reality, augmented reality. The laser scanners, laser scanner cameras are basically, they are the cameras which are embedded with the lasers, and herein the laser scans either a 90-degree vision, 120-degree, 180-degree vision, or a 360-degree vision, depending on which type of quality camera you are using, to scan the entire scene of crime. And it not only tells you where your evidences were, it actually transfers it into a software system, and you can calculate the distance from one point to another just by clicking the 2 points. So you need not have to sit on the scene of crime with a measuring tape and measure from one distance to another. Ask somebody to please hold your measuring tape. No, those days are over. Forensic animation, using computer graphics to recreate accidental cases, to recreate the cases of assault, to recreate the cases of injuries, to recreate how injury is being caused. Very beneficial. And as I said earlier in my presentation also, a picture speaks 1,000 words. You will remember what you saw in a movie even after 10 years, but you might not remember what you read. So we can use this cognitive understanding of human brain to represent or to present our evidences into the court of law. Virtual reality. Take your jury members, take your judges, take your investigators to the scene of crime, but not by taking them to the scene of crime. You have everything scanned using your laser camera, put it into the algorithm, make it a virtual reality environment, simulated environment, and let them see themselves what would have happened, how the scene looked like, where the crime happened, how the crime happened. We are using it in the games. We are making our kids play those virtual reality games. But then why not use that virtual reality for investigative techniques? Augmented reality. Superimposing the images. Looking at filling in the blood spatter blanks. What if something was kept there somewhere? I don't know how many of you remember watching the movie Italian Job. In that movie, the hero, or I must say one of the actors, they were stealing the gold from another actor. And there was a scene wherein the trucks were coming out of the of a person's house, and they were actually checking the tire pressure of the trucks. Reason being, that was all happening in augmented reality mode. Reason being, they were checking the tire pressure, how much the tire is pressed on through the road. Because the more the tire is pressed, more is the weight, and that truck would have had the gold into the gold store into it. So if augmented reality is being used, so why not we can use augmented reality for our evidence collection purposes? Computer languages which you can use for artificial intelligence is Python, machine learning, NLP. Python is something that I have been using, and let me tell you, I have got very successful results, whether it was biometric analysis or biometric marker analysis. I was able to identify the ethnicity of individuals. I have to remove my specs to show you the lower orbit. I used just this biometric marker, lower orbit, and I was able to identify the ethnic origin of my subject set. And the language that I used was Python. And I was using the machine learning and deep learning in this case. And it's a successful experiment that I have conducted. With this, I have come to an end. If I have any questions, I would love to answer. Give me a more minute. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. This is my contact details. If anybody would like to ask me anything else, or later on, you can definitely contact me. I would be happy to answer you all.
Yes. Moving on, our next speaker is Angela Davis from Crime Scene Assist Limited, United Kingdom. And she's going to give a talk on forensic awareness for the first responder. And I request Angela Davis to start her presentation.
Good afternoon. Can everybody see my screen and
Yes.
and hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela Davies, and I'm from a company called Crime Scene Assist Limited. I'd just like to thank the Global Scientific Guild for giving me this platform to talk about something that I'm really passionate about, which is forensic awareness for the first responder and raising forensic awareness standards amongst this group of people. So as we go through the presentation, if anyone has any questions, if you please just pop them in the chat and I'll try and get to them at the end. But before I kind of jump into looking at the forensic awareness side of things, I'd just like to give you a bit of background about myself and my career. So I began my career in forensic science back in 2005 when I was studying a crime scene science degree at Teesside University in the northeast of England. I graduated from my degree with a first-class honours and went straight on to work for Northumbria Police, which is the UK's 6th largest force, as a crime scene investigator. So this is a very fetching picture of me here at the scene of an armed robbery there. As a CSI for the police, I attended all types of crime scenes, so everything from theft from vehicles, burglaries to homes, burglaries to business premises, all the way up to major category crime like murder, robbery, rape, kidnap, all those things that really get your blood going as a crime scene investigator. In that time, I amassed a wealth of experience in the field and at attending scenes. And also, whilst working as a scene investigator, I went back to university and studied for my master's degree in mass fatality management and victim identification. So disaster victim identification is another real passion of mine. And I am currently a mass fatality consultant working for a private company and have worked on several large international air disasters. And again, this is another really fetching picture of me here, hard at work. In 2012, I left my position as a crime scene investigator of the police and I started my first business, CSI Training and Events Limited. This is this logo here. And I'm the co-founder and managing director of that business. The business offers training and events to a multitude of audiences, and it is award-winning and has been successfully running since 2012, as I say, so for the past 8.5 years. And we've been working internationally, delivering both training and events. In 2019, however, we decided to separate the professional training and move some of our services online. And so we started the digital sister company, which is where I'm presenting from today, Crime Scene Assist Limited. And we started that in 2019. And in June last year, so June 2020, we launched our first digital product, which is a forensic awareness app for frontline responders called Crime Scene Assistant. And the main business aim of Crime Scene Assist is to make forensic awareness second nature for first responders. Again, something that I am really passionate about. And the reason being where my passion stems from in raising forensic awareness standards among frontline responders is it basically comes from the last 16 years of experience and working in a variety of different roles as a CSI, as a researcher and student, and then also training frontline responders as well. Within my experiences, the forensic awareness from frontline responders has been something that I found is continually lacking. So, for instance, working as a crime scene investigator, I've witnessed firsthand how evidence has been contaminated or destroyed. I've been in situations where I've managed to enhance a footwear mark only to find a big boot mark over the top of it and it not be usable, unfortunately. You know, I've also witnessed response vehicles being locked down inside police cordons and end up staying there and being taken off the road so they can't do their primary job because they're locked within those crime scene cordons, for whatever reason, and often response vehicles parking over tyre marks. I've also witnessed evidence being inappropriately packaged or not sealed and labelled appropriately. And for instance, DNA evidence brought to me for me to do something with it, only to recognise that it's not even been sealed and actually hasn't been stored or transported appropriately. And these are just a number of ways in which contamination can and does occur, like I said, that I've witnessed firsthand. And as a crime scene investigator, it can be quite frustrating when this happens. However, you are always conscious and mindful of the fact that often the frontline responder, the first responder, hasn't had a great deal of training. Often their training input about attending crime scenes and basic forensic awareness is very minimal, and sometimes occurs at the beginning of their career as they're starting out, and it, often doesn't get refreshed. So you have to be mindful that it's not their fault, because they're not actually armed with the knowledge to appropriately work within the crime scenes. When I was studying for my master's dissertation, I actually based my project on the utilisation, cost efficiency and effectiveness of scientific support in the police service. And my research compounded what I was experiencing as a crime scene investigator, and what my literature reviews were showing was that forensic awareness was lacking. So this is not a new problem. It is something that has been going on for a significant period of time. And I recognise that standards are a different kind of, even nationally here in the UK, let alone globally, and things have improved, but actually it is still an area where we're lacking. And in more recent years, I have actually trained frontline responders from emergency technicians or paramedic groups to security groups and police groups. And what we often do when we start those sessions is we run and conduct a forensic awareness test at the very beginning of our training. And then once we've delivered the training, we run another forensic awareness test at the end, the exact same one. So we can see the difference in forensic awareness and in confidence at the beginning of the training, at the end of the training. And some of the results that we've had from that have been quite significant, with low awareness prior to the training, and then a significantly increased awareness at the end, as you would hope, following good quality training, of course. But the feedback that we get in those sessions from the first responders is that actually they haven't been getting. Some are saying that they don't have any forensic awareness training. Some are saying that they have minimal input, and a number state that they get their forensic awareness from experience and from just working on the job, and that the experience comes. But actually, as a first responder, when you go out into the job, they're so focused on their own remit, and rightly so, but that when they find themselves actually in a crime scene, it then becomes very overwhelming, and they don't have the confidence to respond in the same way, because they're not entirely sure about the environment that they're working in. So it can be overwhelming and can knock their confidence in some ways. And the training that we've developed and delivered gave them that knowledge and understanding, so they felt more confidence when they were walking away from our training, and felt like they could deal with a crime scene in a much better way. And it's so important that they have this confidence and at least have the basics, because more often than not, first responders are the very first in attendance at the scene. So in effect, it doesn't really matter how well trained your crime scene investigator is or your forensic laboratory scientist is. If the first officer attending isn't conscious of the environment or isn't trained in basic forensic awareness and can't provide that evidence, they can already contaminate it and destroy it, or impact the whole criminal output before the crime scene investigators even arrived at the scene. So it's critically important, I feel, that responders are given this at least very basic training in forensic awareness. Now, I keep using the term first responder, and actually what I mean by that is anyone who has the potential to be the first in attendance at a crime scene. So of course we have the primary first responders who we all acknowledge and are aware of. So our police officers, our paramedics or emergency medical technicians, fire officers. But there are also many other professionals who, as part of their role, end up inadvertently finding themselves interacting with crime scenes as part of their job role. And it's those roles such as security officers, prison officers or probation officers, social workers, those working in child services, staff working in sexual assault referral centres, funeral operative staff, pest controllers. There's quite a long list of other responders that, yes, their day-to-day activity doesn't include working within a crime scene, but actually as part of their role, they will come into contact with a crime scene and will interact at some point within forensic evidence in their career. And the implications of these professionals, both those top primary level and those other responders not being forensically aware, can have a significant impact and significant consequences. So as we know, forensic science plays a vital role in the detection of crime and the administration of justice. Forensic evidence recovery, it starts at the crime scene. As a crime scene investigator, you have one opportunity to recover that evidence. So you know that if it is inappropriately handled, recorded, or recovered, then that piece of evidence is lost and the situation, basically, it can't be rectified. There's no opportunity to go back with forensic evidence. So actions at the outset of an incident can significantly impact an investigation, and the first officer attending can make or break that investigation with the actions that he or she takes. And if you think about it, it's a lot of pressure to put on someone and then not arm them with the appropriate knowledge and information to do their utmost to preserve that scene and preserve that forensic evidence within and give us our best chance of evidence recovery. In addition to the implications at the outset of an investigation and also on the investigation moving forward, it can also impact the first responder themselves. And this is some of the feedback, again, that we've been receiving in the face-to-face training that we've been delivering, is that it does have an impact on first responder confidence. But also, again, I've witnessed, as I say, first-hand response vehicles being locked down inside police cordons, and also vehicles being taken off the road, and first responder kit and equipment being taken from them to be part of the investigation and entered as evidence as part of the investigation. And this impacts their service entirely, because it means they can't carry on with their duty until they sort out another vehicle or sort out more kit and equipment. And it also can be quite costly. In addition to that, frontline responders never know when they're going to be called to court, whether it's going to be criminal court or coroner's court, to give evidence on their initial actions at that scene and what they've carried out at that scene. Now, if they can't show that they've done their best to preserve the evidence and their initial actions have actually had a detrimental impact to the investigation, that's not going to be, again, good for their court experience or for their confidence moving forward. So we looked here at some of the implications of first responders not being forensically aware, but what impact does this have? Well, it can lead to evidence being mishandled, contaminated, or lost, or even destroyed. And this, when this happens, this often creates a domino effect, because it undermines not only the value of the evidence, but also its integrity. And therefore, it often impacts on the persuasive value of any other evidence in the case. So irrelevant of what else is being done within the case, if something has been mishandled and it can call the integrity into question, it does actually bring the integrity of the whole case into question. And it is possible that cases can be thrown out of court altogether. And of course, this domino effect leads on because it means that perpetrators are not actually being brought to justice, which means that victims are not getting the service that they should be getting, and they're not getting the justice for the crimes that have been committed against them. So not only are they going through this ordeal of a crime being committed against them, but then later through the justice system, they're not actually getting the desired outcome or feeling like they're getting justice from the criminal justice service. And within that, again, that it does tend to impact the confidence that people have in the weight of forensic evidence and the criminal justice system overall. And that can have an impact on crime statistics, but also there is a lot of work that goes into investigating crime, as I'm sure we all know, from the crime scene to the courtroom, with a vast number of people involved and a lot of resources investigating that crime and taking it to court. So if we're undermining evidence value from the outset, it really is resulting in an inefficient and non-cost effective service in the end. So the problem, like I say, has been identified, and it isn't a new one, as I've previously said. It is still an area that is lacking, and I feel that things have improved, but can be improved even further. And when you stop and consider some of the possible solutions to increase knowledge and awareness, what we can do is increase through training and practice, and with the training that is delivered, ensure sustainability and resilience in the solutions, so it's not inconsistent. I do feel that it's really important to note here that I do recognise that all first responders have their own remit when attending any incident, and that is their primary role. And you know, that's right. I acknowledge as well that preservation of life must always come first, and evidence preservation or recovery secondary to that. I'm not trying to turn everyone into a crime scene investigator. I don't think that first responders need to know the full ins and outs of what happens in a crime scene or how to process a crime scene. But I do truly believe that anyone who has the potential to be the first in attendance at a crime scene, and anyone whose actions impact the investigation and potential criminal justice outcome, they really do need to be able to maintain crime scene integrity, and they really do have a responsibility when working within a scene to ensure that it's disrupted as little as possible and that evidence is preserved to the highest standard possible. So in an ideal world, and what we here, the team at Crime Scene Assist, are trying to promote, is actually embedding forensic awareness training into initial training for all first responders, with the hope that it actually becomes second nature to them. So rather than it being something that they have to think about or something additional to their role, it actually just becomes automatically integrated into practice. So for instance, when a paramedic turns up at a crime scene, they've got the victim on the floor, they need to work on them medically, and that's their focus. But what the hope is that the forensic awareness will be so integrated, they won't have to think, oh, I must do this or I must do this. They will just automatically integrate it into practice. And some quite simple things can be done, such as ensuring kit bags are not placed in pools of blood, or keeping kit in a place away from the main incident, be mindful of where they're walking, be mindful potentially of where the offender has been and is walking, that kind of thing. Some really basic principles that can be embedded, that hopefully they could just do as part of the job role. And basically, I think that the standards at the moment are different, and we have different levels of training. Like I said, even nationally here in the UK, let alone across the globe, let alone internationally. And it even differs here, the amount of forensic awareness training that's provided across the first responders. And I do know that forensic awareness training does take place, and sometimes effectively. But overall, I think that there needs to be a consistency and a uniformity of standards, which currently there isn't, and a basic level of understanding for anyone entering a crime scene. And of course, I think this sounds like an ideal world where standards are fully embedded and are second nature and are fully embedded across all the services. And there are often problems to the solutions. I do recognise that. And a lot of the problems to the solutions are those that often face public services. And it's often that of time, you know, finding the time, the money and the resources to put into this amount of training, ensuring all first responders are trained, and then being consistent with that. So getting that initial training done and then ensuring that there is refresher training. And also there's a lot around corporate culture and attitudes within that. As we've been delivering training ourselves, we've come up against some corporate cultural attitudes, whereby some first responders don't feel like they need that training or awareness. And some have been in the job so long that they have a lot of experience and some probably don't. But even some of the younger ones coming through don't feel that it's their part of their job role. So do they really need to know it? And it's overcoming attitudes like that and hoping that everybody has kind of an open mind to learning new things and embedding it into their daily role. I must say that although it feels like an ideal world, myself and the team here at Crime Scene Assist have developed an innovative solution in the form of an app, in the form of a forensic awareness app. And I want to tell you a little bit about that because I feel like it resolves some of these solutions as well. The app is called Crime Scene Assistant, and it's a cost-effective solution that arms the first responder with basic crime scene preservation knowledge, and it's permanently at their fingertips because it can be used on their phone, like I say, and it's in app format. It's effectively a digital learning tool that can be used as a revision guide or a scene aid memoir, so people can use it at the crime scene and they can check as they're approaching the scene or whilst in there, and it's got useful checklists and drop-down lists that can help them process, or it can be used away from the scene as a revision guide. It really depends how it works best for the responder and how people best learn, but it is useful in both ways. And it basically is a step-by-step guide to approaching and preserving crime scenes, and it offers that basic level advice on how to approach and preserve at the same time. Now, what we've done is tailor the information to each of the first responder services. So you can see here, we've got those main primary services that I was telling you about, so police, medic and fire. And then we've also got this category here called other responders, and that's been tailored to those other operatives that I mentioned, so security officers, prison and probation officers, GPs, social services, funeral operatives, and all the information within each of these sections has been tailored so it is appropriate for each of the services. So they're not getting information that's not relevant to their role effectively. The app is really easy to navigate, and that's one of the things that we've had great feedback on, both from our testers and from our users now, that it's really intuitive and quick and easy to use. And because we lay it out in such an easy format, and then following, it kind of runs in a step-by-step process. So step 1, step 2, step 3. It's really easy to navigate and find your way around. And in addition to that, it's very accessible and resilient because it can be used offline. It has offline capabilities. So once the app is downloaded, it no longer needs a data connection. So once that's on your phone, you can access all of the information in there anytime, anywhere effectively. And it's a sustainable tool because, you know, we are maintaining this project, we're taking care of it, and we're updating it. And as we get feedback from customers, from first responders, from academics and trainers and educators, we're keeping on top of things and updating things as we see fit, and it's basically being maintained on a regular basis. And it's also been designed for an international audience. So the step-by-step process in it, as I say, is quite basic. And what we've done is stay away from any specific laws so that it can be used internationally. There are 2 links in there that are relevant to the UK only. However, these can easily be removed from the app. And in fact, one of the things we're currently doing at the moment is customizing and white labeling the app with some organizations. So it is easy to customize and white label to suit individual organizational needs. So for instance, we're currently talking with a number of UK police forces whose idea is that, you know, they don't want this other information, but they'd like the police information. And they're considering instead putting their badge and their logo on and putting in organizational telephone numbers, things that are important, and other data that's mostly relevant to their organization. And that is really easy for us to do. It's also cost effective. It can be purchased in 2 ways. One, either through the app stores by individuals. So individuals can buy it for their own interest or to maintain their own CPD, their own continuing professional development, or alternatively, it can be licensed by organisations directly through Crime Scene Assist, which means it can be purchased in bulk for discounted prices, making it affordable for everyone. And the prices, again, we're being told, are really reasonable. The amount of content which is in this app is significant, and what you would spend normally on a textbook is probably double or triple what's in the cost of the app, if not more actually. So we only launched the app in June last year. So we launched in June 2020, so it hasn't even been on the market for a year yet. And we're really happy with the way that the project is going and the way that it's running. We've already had over 100 individual app purchases internationally, and this includes North and South America, the Philippines, United Arab Emirates, across Europe, and of course in the UK, which is absolutely fantastic. We're over the moon that it's being used in so many different countries. And after our launch in June, we had a really high demand from organisations for a licensed version of the app. And we worked really hard to achieve it. And we launched the licensing version and the licensing process in September 2020. So things have moved pretty quickly since the launch. And 7 universities across the UK and Europe are currently utilising the app and delivering it to their students, with over 600 students currently receiving the benefit of the app. And we are also in conversation with the universities and UK police forces currently, which is fantastic. And like I say, we're really happy with the way that the project is going to date. The other lovely thing is that we're receiving great feedback from our customers, in particular from trainers and educators who are using the app. And they've advised us that actually it's not just a great resource for the frontline responder or for the student, it's actually become a great resource for them, because the content that is in the app is helping them to develop learning materials, and people are building workshops and practical learning materials and virtual learning materials around the content in the app for their students. And that's students on policing courses, students on crime scene and forensic investigation courses, and paramedic science courses. So that's absolutely brilliant. And really, it couldn't have come at a better time because of the current situation with the pandemic. It's actually become a great distance learning tool because it's so versatile and it can be used in so many different circumstances. So people can use it individually, they can use it in group work, they can use it virtually, which a lot of people have been doing, also in practical and laboratory environments, and as a revision tool. And it's so versatile that it's helped people and organisations respond to COVID and move some of their distance learning, help them to enhance their distance learning and move some of their things online, which is absolutely fantastic. The other thing is that the input that we've had from police forces, and it's not something that we originally thought about as a team, is actually that it's a great tool for new crime scene investigators, those that are just coming into the job, have a mentoring period, have a lot to learn, a lot to remember. That actually the idea is it help them build confidence in the role and just give them a quick checklist to check things off to make sure they've got everything that they need and they've done everything within the process that they should. And a couple of police forces are looking at utilising the app exactly for that purpose, which, as I say, it's not something we really thought about. We were thinking more about the first responder, but we're absolutely overjoyed that people think that it'd be useful for that purpose also. So currently the app is actually helping practicing first responders. It's helping our first responders of the future, and it's also helping our crime scene and forensic investigators of the future, which is just fantastic. And there's great scope for the app that both myself and the team here at Crime Scene Assist are really excited about. We've got app updates coming. We're continuing with the licensing, which I've mentioned, and also the white labeling, which has been mentioned. And we're also developing specialist subject add-ons, offering more information for users. So we will be looking at things such as specific sections on firearms, on terrorist incidents, on CBRN attacks, on mass disaster incidents, that kind of thing. The specialist add-ons will be coming over the coming months and years. Okay, double check my time. Okay, so thank you very much for listening. I'm really happy to take any questions. These are my contact details here, my email address and my contact for LinkedIn. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be really happy to hear them.
Hi.
Hi.
So what are like some of the recent scientific or like technological means first responders recover like minute or complicated evidences that has, say, made your work easier like than years ago than before?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I lost you a little bit there, sorry.
What are some of the recent scientific or like technological advances or like means by which first responders recover minute or like complicated evidences that has made your work easier from, let's say, years ago?
The idea is that really the first responders shouldn't be recovering evidence, and I think that sometimes we run into trouble when they do start recovering evidence, and it does happen. But the ideal is that they don't recover the evidence, that they leave it in situ for the crime scene investigator and do their utmost to preserve the evidence. There are a couple of technological advances in preservation technology for crime scenes. So there are a couple of, they're called wraps or packages. There's one company called EviShield, and what they've done is they've developed really robust, durable and sticky sheeting that first responders can carry on and then place over evidence at crime scenes to keep it safe. So for instance, if there's a smashed or broken window, what has happened in the past is that a crime scene investigator will attend, and it may be that the window's already been boarded up. So you have to take the boarding off to get to the evidence, but often the evidence has been disturbed, or it may be that the victim's cleaned up already because they haven't been given good advice by the first officer attending. So with EviShield, rather than getting boarding or asking people to clean up, the officers can just place the shield across the window and across the evidence, and hopefully that will preserve. So there are advances in basically advances in packaging that help protect evidence.
Also, ma'am, what is in your line of work, what is like the psychological effects or outcomes? Because you get crime scenes responders have to see like really gruesome things on a day-to-day basis. So how does that affect you psychologically?
It's really difficult. you develop a number of different coping mechanisms, I think, as a crime scene investigator. And one of them is a dark sense of humor. The other one is hoping that you've got a good team around you so you can talk to your team. And a lot of organizations now offer mental health, offer counseling basically. So if you go to something that's quite traumatic, you'll automatically be referred to the occupational health counsellor, and a lot of organisations are getting much better at doing that. When I was practicing, that didn't happen so much. So you were relying on your team and, like I say, your dark sense of humour. And often what happens is it's so interesting working at a crime scene that, and every day is so different, that your interest and your professionalism kind of takes over. But sometimes it's the case where you'll be working away and you may have been to a couple of traumatic incidents and you haven't really thought anything about it. And a couple of weeks or maybe a month down the line, you realise actually that you're still thinking about it and you're still processing it. Or something small might happen. It might not even be a big incident. It may just be a burglary, for instance, but for whatever reason that has an impact on you, and you realise a bit later down the line that it's had the impact that you didn't actually recognise at the time or straight afterwards. Sometimes it's just about processing, but you kind of have to find ways to detach from what you're doing and process the job. But like I say, it's so interesting that if you can do that, then it's very worthwhile doing. No problem.
Yes, Mr. Maxwell, you can ask your question.
Good afternoon from Ghana.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm speaking from Ghana. Thank you so much for an interesting presentation.
Thank you, Maxwell.
I agree with almost everything that you said, but you later mentioned the crime scene assistant app, which is in a way helping the first respondents in terms of distance learning, response to COVID and all that. Now, from African perspective, we experience these first attendant issue a lot. Almost all the time, we have no evidence as forensic scientists to work with, because they almost all the time destroy the evidences at the crime scene before even the crime scene investigators get to the scene. And it is so because the education, the training is so low in Africa. I'm specifically speaking about Africa, especially Ghana, where I'm from. The education, the training is so low. So you talking about this crime scene app, I think is very important, but I don't know whether it's available for all. Is there a way we Africans can also access such tool to help our first responders? In fact, in Africa, unlike the Europe and the UK, etc., whenever there is a crime scene, we hardly even have the police at the scene within the next 10, 20, or 30 minutes. It is always destroyed by the onlookers, by the pass-buyers. Okay, so the training is so low, but at least the time the police officers, the crime investigators do get to the scene, but even then they have so little knowledge in what to collect, how to collect, and how to preserve them, which make our work extremely difficult. So I don't know if this app is available for all.
It is, and that's the problem, Maxwell, and something that we've come to realise is that, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter how well the crime scene investigator is trained or how well the laboratory scientist is trained. If those first officers attending the scene don't have any knowledge and can't preserve the evidence for you, then the crime scene investigator can't thoroughly do their job when they arrive. In terms of the app, it's available to license directly from Crime Scene Assist, so it is available to all. So if you'd like to drop me an email or contact me, maybe it's something we could arrange a a conversation about it at another time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. It was so awesome. Awesome presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Appreciate it.
Moving on, our next speaker is Miss Julie Wolf from Forensic Death. She's a forensic death investigator from United States, and she is going to give a talk on forensic death investigation. Wait, it's not like TV. And I request Miss Julie to start her presentation.
Okay. My screen. So first, I want to say thank you very much to the Global Scientific Guild for inviting me to give a presentation today. I am a forensic death investigator in the United States. I am board certified with the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators. I currently work for the Washington, D.C. Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and also I am a medical investigator with the United States Department of Health and Services for the Disaster Mortuary Operations Response Team. And today I wanted to give an overview of what I do, but I also wanted to put a lighthearted twist on it because forensic science is still portrayed in the media as something that is completely not in real life. So first, I just want to say too that nothing in this presentation is meant to shock or harm anyone. There are going to be some pictures coming up that might be disturbing, but I will definitely give a warning beforehand so that you can shut your video off if you need to. And any identifying information for any decedent that I am going to mention has been omitted. So forensic science in TV, you know, there's quite a few different TV shows out there. There's CSI, there's Law and Order, there's Lucifer, there's Bones. You know, everybody has watches these TV shows, and then they develop some kind of an image in your head about what you actually do out in public. So when I'm out investigating a scene, I get all kinds of crazy questions from family members because they think that, you know, when we take the person back to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy, that we're in this dimly lit basement and the doctor refuses to talk to anybody who is alive, and he's doing an entire autopsy by himself with no light in a 100-year-old morgue. And it's not like that at all. The public also has these misconceptions about how fast we can get our evidence processed, how fast we can get our toxicology processed, and, you know, the state of our lab and things like that. So in the bottom right-hand corner of this meme, what I actually do is a lot of paperwork. You know, I don't sit in a morgue. I don't have all kinds of fancy lab equipment. And we do a lot of paperwork because the reports that I write sometimes do have to go to court. So the National Association of Medical Examiners gives guidelines for each case in the timelines that they have to be completed. So we have 6 to 8 weeks to determine a cause of death. And in these TV shows, in 45 minutes, in women who are dressed in completely inappropriate uniforms, come up with some kind of a cause and manner of death very quickly. We do have standards from NAME and also from the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators on how we have to process the scene, what we have to look like, the equipment that we use. And one person does not do everything in a case. I am just a very small piece of the puzzle that puts together the cause and manner of death with each person that we investigate. So here in the United States, we have 2 types of death investigation systems. We have the medical examiner's office and we have a coroner's office. Medical examiners are board certified forensic pathologists that are appointed by the local government to oversee the office and make sure that our death investigation process is goes according to guidelines. A coroner is usually an elected official. They can be anyone from a member of the general public to a funeral director to a pathologist that oversees a jurisdiction. And we are tasked with finding the cause and manner of death from circumstances that are deemed unnatural, such as homicide, suicides, injuries, unusual or suspicious circumstances, or deaths classified as unattended by a medical professional. So say, you know, you die at home by yourself, there's no medical person there. It's not like a hospital setting. So what is cause and manner of death? Well, the manner, there's only 5. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined. We also use a few other ones too, like pending or pending further study, which is temporary and will be changed to something else once the final cause and manner are determined. Other jurisdictions in the United States use something called therapeutic complication, which can be something that happens after surgery, but not all do. So a cause, for an example, can be something like metastatic lung cancer. Cancer is a disease that takes over the body and does cause death. And that's an example of a natural death. Multiple blunt force injuries or a gunshot wound to the head can fall into the category of homicide, suicide, or accident, depending on the scene findings. Asphyxia due to neck compression can be suicidal in something such as a hanging. It can be a homicide, such as a garroting, and it can actually be due to an accident as well, such as positional asphyxia. So multiple different causes of death can fit into the manners as well. But the medical examiner is allowed to sign out all manners of death. Medical professionals can only sign out natural. So before I go into what I do for the bulk of my job, I just wanted to touch on some other things that we are responsible for in the medical examiner's office. We work with organ donation procurement agencies to determine what can and can be procured from a person after death, because unfortunately a lot of our decedents are young and have viable organs and tissues that can be passed on to somebody that may need them. We also assist the police and other policing agencies on eBay and Craigslist and other types of selling websites, because people do think that they can sell human body parts online. We have intercepted some bones cases in the past where someone has come upon a historical specimen and tried to sell it online. We are also tasked with trying to find next of kin and help them make funeral arrangements. So people who are indigent or have to come in as a quote unquote storage case, a lot of times, especially in this economy and this pandemic situation, people can't afford to have a funeral. So we will work with them to get a low cost place that can help them out. And the district also has programs in place to help with disposition. We work with our police departments on missing persons and also the the National Children's for Missing Persons agencies to put together missing people who might also be unidentified in our morgue. So every time that we have someone who is unidentified and there's a missing person out, we try to cross-match them together to see if they're the same person. We also canvass animal bones out in the public, because a lot of times someone's doing a renovation on their house, or their dog digs something up in the backyard and they think that it might be human. So we will respond to the scene, take a look at it, determine if it's human or not, and then determine whether or not we need to do an investigation. So when we have a reportable death, what we have to investigate is a death that's not under medical supervision, because at the time of that investigation, we don't know why this person died. Most of the time, that means that they are deaths within 24 hours of admission to a hospital or following a medical procedure. Within that 24-hour window, we can't really find out a lot about that person. So sometimes the medical examiner's office has to get involved to see if it's actual natural disease that made the person succumb or if it was something else. We investigate all accidental, suicidal, suspicious, or violent deaths deaths in the workplace. We work closely with an organization called OSHA, which is Occupational Safety and Health Association, to see if there's any changes in the workplace that need to be made so that another death can be prevented. We investigate all in custody deaths, so deaths where the person is in the custody of police or in jail. Deaths as a result of a public health hazard, such as the recent coronavirus. We are taking in every single COVID death that is where the person has died in the district. And then we also get involved in gray area deaths, and that kind of encompasses everything else, because sometimes you can't find out a lot of information and you just have to take custody of the person and see what you can find while doing an autopsy as well, because you may not be able to get answers, the person may be unidentified, or things just don't pan out with witness statements. So who reports a death to us? Well, somebody calls us on the phone. We get a telephone call and we have a person on the other end of the line that says, I need to report a death to you. So there's certain criteria that have to be made for somebody to report a death. And it usually comes from a hospital, a nursing home, police, or hospice. Now, we have had people out in the general public call because they don't know what to do. They saw on TV that they're supposed to call the medical examiner. We have funeral directors sometimes call as well with bizarre cases, but that's neither here nor there. So hospitals have to call in deaths within 24 hours, or any ICU death that has to do with trauma or drugs, and any COVID-related death. Nursing homes pretty much have to do the same thing. Police get dispatched to a scene for an unattended death where a person has died outside of a medical setting. And hospice, we canvass all those just to make sure that there's no trauma, abuse, or neglect at the end of someone's life. So the information that we need to start a case, for the hospital, we have to get the decedent's correct demographic information. If we don't have that, the case is automatically accepted because we don't know who that person is, and we're not going to be able to get a lot of information on them. We need their medical history. Do they have any kind of comorbidities that could possibly contribute to the death? We need also the surgical history, and when and if they've ever seen a primary care physician to find out what medications they're taking. We need a history of drugs, alcohol, and tobacco use. We need any falls, fractures, trauma, or violence. And is there any family? We also need to know sometimes if somebody does have a history of an injury, if it's a delayed homicide. Sometimes you'll have a person who was shot 30 years ago and has developed multiple types of comorbidities like decubital ulcers that have gone septic, and they've gotten gangrenous toes and stuff. And then we have to backtrack that to see in that chain of events if that has anything to do with the homicide that happened 30 years ago. So if we have a death called in from the public, meaning the police, it's the same as the hospital, but we have to know what the circumstances are. When was the person last known to be alive? Are they outside? What's the weather like? Is it freezing cold? Is it really hot? What does the scene look like? Is it a house? Is it, what condition is the house in? Can you walk through it? Is it a hoarder place? Is it very clean and neat and tidy? And does it look like they have someone who's taking care of them? Do they have a doctor who can certify their death? Not every death from the public gets brought into the medical examiner's office. If you have an elderly person who is under the care of a doctor and taking their medications properly and they're at the end of their life, it doesn't necessarily mean that they need an autopsy. And also, is their family present to choose a funeral home? Because if you can't release that person to a funeral home, you can't leave them in their house. So to determine whether or not we need to accept it as a case, we have to meet some of the aforementioned criterias. If it's a case from a hospital or a nursing home, that's technically a controlled medical environment. They have cold storage. We dispatch police if we need to, if it's a result of an injury or drugs. And then we will have our transport team pick the body up, bring it to the medical examiner's office, and then request records if we need to. We don't go to the hospital unless the circumstances are out of the ordinary. And if it's a scene, the police must be present and I have to get ready to go. So the one thing I need to figure out is, do I have all my stuff? I need to be properly uniformed. I need to have my personal protective equipment. Sometimes I need a fire suit. Sometimes I need a life preserver. I need bug spray because sometimes I'm going to be going outside. I need things to collect evidence in. I need my car keys. I need a pencil because I learned the hard way that using a pen out in the rain does not work. I need things to tag the person so that we know who they are, a toe tag and ankle tag. We double tag the decedent just in case one of those falls off. And we have to bring everything with us because we can't just go to the scene. And then if we forget something, we can't go back to the office and then go back to the scene. So this is a picture of me. I'm on the left-hand side there. I'm the short person. So just to give an example of some of the PPE and things that I need to bring to a scene. So I'm in a train tunnel. So I have a hard hat on with a light source. I have my camera, I have my gloves, I have a Tyvek suit and reflective gear. And I also had a backpack that I left close to where we were working that I had all of the rest of my stuff in. I need to know where I'm going. I have been to the top of mountains, to very cold streams, apartments, houses, funeral homes, motels, hotels, outside, inside, unsafe conditions, confined spaces, alleys, mansions, you name it. Anywhere that you think a person can be found deceased is where we have to go. So I've been to prison. Been to prison multiple times. Each jail is different. And this was a scene that I had where a woman had a medical crisis and 911 was not able to get her to the hospital in time. I've been outside at 2 a.m. in the freezing cold. You have to be prepared for that. This scene was a woman who hanged herself outside of her barn, and we had a very upset family that prolonged the scene investigation. This is another photo of me on the ladder here. I had to go investigate a clandestine grave in the summertime, and it was extremely hot with lots of mosquitoes around. And this exhumation took about 6 hours to do from start to finish. Sometimes I have to go to house fires, and house fires are extremely unsafe. The buildings sometimes are not exactly shored up. So responding is difficult, trying to get to the body is difficult. You have to make sure that you're protected and that fire is still on scene in case, you know, a secondary fire does pop up or something else goes wrong with the structure. Sometimes I had to go to a multi-car crash, and this is where they actually shut the road down. But sometimes if you're on a freeway or a highway, they can't shut the road down, and it's extremely dangerous because people don't watch where they're going, and they can barrel through the scene and kill people on top of the scene that you're already investigating. I also responded to the Oso, Washington mudslide in 2014. This was the largest number of human fatalities in a mudslide in the United States. We had 43 people who lived in 2 subdivisions die from the mountain falling down one morning. And sometimes you have to go to somebody's house, and people's houses sometimes are not in the best conditions. They are not clean. They might have bugs, they might have rodents, it might be unsafe. So you have to make sure that you have personal protective equipment to protect yourself, as well as anything else that might be investigated at that point in time. So a scene investigation is where I respond, and I basically have to take pictures, identify evidence, and find any information that can be used to find and determine the cause and manner of death. Now, I do not operate under a search warrant because I am trying to find why this person died. I am not trying to identify any evidence that can be used in the commitment of a crime. So I need to know where the decedent is, if any medical paperwork or medications are identified before I get there, if drugs, alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, or vaping products are identified before I get there, if there's any pets, and what the general scene conditions are. And all this information comes from the detective who's reporting the case. So we need to know, where do you keep your medication? Because if you're just walking through somebody's house, you may not see it. So a lot of times I've seen it in the refrigerator, on top of the refrigerator, in a kitchen cabinet, in a random bin, in some ladies' purses, in the bathroom, in a medicine cabinet, and it could be next to a shoe rack. So you have to keep your eyes open and try to find this stuff, because this will say whether or not somebody has any kind of medical conditions, which is extremely important. The other thing we need to know is where you keep your drugs. Now, drugs, a lot of times people hide. They, don't want them to be stolen, used by somebody else, and sometimes they're embarrassed for using them. So sometimes they're out in the open, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're in a drawer, they're on top of the vanity in the bathroom next to your medications. I found drug zips in a book. That's a little baggie that usually contains the drug. I found it out on the kitchen counter, in the bedroom, on the floor, in a vehicle. We need to also know what drugs look like to be able to look for them. So sometimes a heroin kit, which looks like diabetes syringes to administer insulin, it's usually put together in a bag with a spoon and a lighter and some tinfoil and Q-tips and other things, but it could be mistaken for diabetic needles. I had a young man who liked to put all of his marijuana in a vanity drawer. Cocaine looks like a white or a brown powdery substance, and I did have it one time where a woman put it in one of her medication bottles. We need to know what implements look like as well, such as heroin needles, crack pipes, meth pipes, and also zips, what we call the glassine baggies in the district here. They have their drug dealers insignia on the outside of them. So it looks like a little tiny Ziploc baggie, but it's not something that you would want to store any food in. Now we could ask the pet, we do encounter pets a lot on scenes. And the reason why I bring this up is because we need to know and make sure that the pets are taken care of and safe. I always make sure that I feed a pet and give them some water, and also make sure that they're out of the way so that they're not going to potentially knock over and contaminate any evidence. Sometimes dogs get very, very protective of their owners, and they need to be put in a different room because they will bite you if you start to move someone, and they're very upset. So I want to give an example of a scene. And this is a scene that I had that in my 17 years of experience, I had absolutely no idea it was going to go this way. And this is an example too of how this is not like it is on TV at all. So I responded to the apartment of a Black male who was approximately 50 years old, and he was found unconscious and unresponsive in what we call a trap house on the living room couch. And this is usually a apartment or a house that somebody owns that they sell drugs out of, and they let people use drugs there. So apparently he had been entertaining someone a few days ago, according to his roommate, and then the roommate went and checked on him a few times and just kept seeing him in the same position, and then checked on him a couple days later and found that he was not breathing. So he called 911. There was drug paraphernalia on the scene. His mother was also on the scene, and she provided a medical history of HIV and hypertension. So the pictures are going to start now. So if anyone wants to shut their video screen off, that's fine. When we start a scene investigation, the very first thing that I do is a walkthrough. So I need to know what I'm looking at. I need to know where I need to look for things. I need to identify my evidence, and I need to make sure that I don't disturb anything, so that as I go back to do a second walkthrough taking pictures, I don't potentially contaminate anything. The first picture that we take is a placard. It has the case number, the date, me, and the scene investigation. So I'm going to an apartment, so this is fine. I've been to this apartment building before. I knew what to expect. I walked through the scene. I viewed the drug paraphernalia that the detective had talked about, so I knew where to start my pictures. And as part of a scene investigation as well, we need to photograph the scene like the pictures are telling a story, because I need to be the eyes and ears for the pathologist. They need to see the pictures that I take and be able to put themselves in that place and not have any questions as to why am I oriented this way? Why is this looking like this? Why does this look backwards? Why is there no chain from this picture to this picture? I do write things down if they're not clear, if I can't take a picture of it. And I use a ruler if I have to identify any kind of evidence. So walking into the apartment, and I'm sorry, I can't show all the pictures from this scene. I just don't have enough time. So this picture on the left here, we see the decedent lying on the couch with the coffee table next to him. And the picture on the right is the decedent from the opposite angle going around that wall that you can see on the left-hand side. So we can see he's out in plain view. The apartment looks relatively well put together. The coffee table in the living room has a couple of crack pipes on it. Those were identified by the detective. There's also evidence of crushed out cigarette butts in the middle of the table, and there's a spoon there as well. But when I looked at that, I did not think it had anything to do with any other drug use. I think it was used for food. In the bathroom, there's evidence of cigarette smoking. I also found a medication for the decedent, which was for his HIV. So far everything's lining up. And when I went to look at the decedent, I noticed that he was partially nude, which is not uncommon when someone passes away. A lot of people will start to undress from the waist down and try to get into a confined space that they feel safe in. But the thing I noticed about this was that his shirt was around his arms but pulled up over his head. And I had mentioned this to the detective, and we were trying to bounce ideas back and forth to find out why this could have been like this, and we were coming up with nothing. I did have a sneaking suspicion in the back of my head that maybe somebody did that to him, but I didn't find any trauma on this gentleman, so that my theory did not hold that much water at the time. So a rear picture here, you can see that the shirt has been pulled up all the way over his head, and there's no trauma to the back of his head. There's no blood, there's no purge, there's nothing else to indicate any kind of trauma or suspicion. And this was looking quite like a drug overdose to me. And when we removed him to take a picture, there's like negative evidence here. I didn't see anything. I checked inside the cushion, and that was that. We left the scene. I did have a very long conversation with his mother, and she did describe his lifestyle and his medical history, and she identified him on the scene as well. So at autopsy, and this is the next day, we don't do autopsies the same day for logistical purposes and also time. We just cannot get them done fast enough like they try to do on TV. This is a very sterile environment. An autopsy is a precise surgical procedure, much like an operation where we show the utmost dignity for the person, we do everything that we can to find out why this gentleman here the next day after he had been refrigerated. We see no trauma. There's a little bit of skin slippage, but that's normal for the amount of time that he had been deceased. When they undid his hair, $1 bill. Now in this picture here, see it very well, but his hair was pulled back and tied into a very tight bun. So this is very telling. I mean, if the blood on there was old, it would have been brown, but this is trauma to this gentleman's head at all. So when the autopsy tech opened the head, there's no trauma to the calvarium at first glance. But then when they took the brain out, there's a bullet in the brain. So everybody stopped. We were like, oh my goodness, what's going on? And I got a text message from my colleague because the next day I was off, and she was like, dude, your case is an H-bomb, which in our office, to use a little bit of humor, a homicide is called an H-bomb. So we found the bullet in the brain, and the doctor that did the autopsy went back and looked very carefully at the back of the scalp and found this very clotted gunshot wound. And the calvarium showed a very textbook perfect hole in it. Now, what the heck just happened, right? This is not like it's on TV. This wasn't a murder from the scene. I didn't have to run any evidence at the scene to see that, oh my goodness, this is a murder and here's the guy who did it. One thing that we noticed was, in going back and looking at the photos, was that the gentleman was on an incline on the couch and his hair was very tightly wrapped, and a combination of his position and his hair just made that bullet wound clot over, where there was no blood coming from it at all. Even when I palpated his scalp, there was no crepitus, which, if in this gun that was used turned out to be a 45 caliber, those usually shatter a calvarium, so you can definitely feel trauma in someone's head. So this is just an example of how things can go sideways, for lack of a better term, and it was honestly almost missed at the autopsy. So this is my contact information if anybody wants to get a hold of me, and I am available for any questions that anybody has right now.
I think that you and I could probably chat and swap stories for a while. That was really interesting. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
If it's okay, I'm just, as I was listening to you processing, I was kind of thinking about your role and then how things work in the process here in the UK. And a lot of your role sounds like that of a crime scene investigator here in the UK. So at first I was thinking that your role was that of the pathologist, until you said the pathologist does the post-mortem. So do you just attend death investigations, and do you carry out the remit of a crime scene investigator, or are you solely looking for cause and manner of death?
So in the District of Columbia, and each place in the United States kind of does things a little bit differently. So I'm just going to use where I'm at now as an example. So I am a death investigator. So I am concerned with the person who died and why they may have died. We do have crime scene that comes sometimes with us. So each of us will, and they're called the Department of Forensic Sciences, so DFS. So DFS might identify evidence, or I might identify evidence, and we'll work together to process that. But my concern is the body and the scene surroundings. And then we have a team that transports the body to the medical examiner's office, and then the pathologist and the autopsy assistants do the autopsy. So we have a separate crime scene unit, and we most often do work together on each scene.
Excellent, thank you. Here in the UK, when as a crime scene investigator, we kind of carried out that role. So any deaths that came in, we would go to the scene and attend, and then follow the body and take it to the mortuary, and then attend the post-mortem as well. So it's really interesting for me to hear the differences in the process and the different roles here in the UK to in America. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I've always wondered how other places do it as well. And it sounds like our systems, US and UK, sound almost similar.
Yeah, I think they're quite similar in lots of ways, but with just different roles. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Julie. That was an excellent presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, is there any question? You can take a quick question. There.
Can I ask again? We've got time.
Okay, for sure.
Thank you. During your presentation, you talked about animals and pets, which can be a real problem in the investigation. Have you ever been to any interesting ones where the pet has been involved in the suicide or in the death as well?
Yes, unfortunately, we do have cases where it's a murder-suicide, and the person who is the perpetrator who has committed suicide will also kill the pets on scene, just so that somebody else doesn't have to come in and take care of them, which is really sad because a lot of times we do get there in time, due to decomposition. Someone will smell a foul odor and alert us. And, I had a double overdose where the pets were not involved, but the people had been dead for about 3 days, but the cats were still alive. So we were able to get some attention for them. But otherwise, what we see most often is predation. I've noticed that if there's access to rodents, they will start to consume a person within hours. And if a person has a pet, a cat will usually wait about 24 hours and a dog might wait a few days for them to get extremely hungry. So we can actually use the animals as a time of death marker as well. But I've heard stories about animals actually killing their owners. I heard about a pack of pit bulls that attacked a woman here. I believe it was in either Texas or Florida, and that caused her death. And in the forensic community, we were all trying to pull together to see if anybody had any additional information on how that might have started, or how any pattern of injuries that may come out of people who have passed away that way.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think I've attended one suicide where the woman had committed suicide. She'd hung herself and hung a dog as well from a double wire, which was really interesting. And also where you say with predation, and the cat had actually eaten the owner, but had licked the face so much the face had become completely distorted. So it was difficult for identification. Do you have a process in America in how you deal with the animal if they have been nibbling on the human, for want of a better word? Because here in the UK, they tend to end up having to be put down.
Yes. If the animal has been involved in the death, then they will put it down. But if they are predating, then they usually don't. I think they just take them to like the Humane Society or the pound, and they just don't give a backstory, because it's not the animal's fault that they're hungry and their owner died and it's been a few days and they have no other food source.
Brilliant. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Julie.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. And moving on, our next speaker is Ms. Zoe Tucker. She's from University of West of England, United Kingdom. And I request Ms. Zoe Tucker to start her presentation now.
Hello. I'm just going to share my presentation. If you can see my screen. Let me just get that to work.
Yes, we can see it.
All good? Cool.
Yes, all good.
Okie dokie. Bear with me a second. Right. So I will just introduce myself to start with. Obviously, I'm Zoe, and I'm currently an MSci student studying forensic science at the University of West of England, and that's based in Bristol in the United Kingdom. Since my second year of study at UE, I specialised in forensic biology, and it has enabled me to undertake modules such as forensic biology and genetics and genomic technologies. And before that, I studied animal management at college, and I left school and went to become a zookeeper. And I specialised in herpetology, which was the study of reptiles. So I then went back to college when I was a bit older and completed what we call an access diploma, which is similar to A-levels, but you do it in 1 year. And I did this in chemistry, psychology and biology. And that enabled me to start my degree in 2017. So in 2016, I started employment with a funeral directors. I'm based in North Devon in the UK, and it's with this employment that we hold the coroner's contract for the area. So I've been able to attend scenes of crime, help with the removal of the deceased, go to the mortuary and things like that. Also, I'm a COVID processor at the minute, so I work at my local college processing the lateral tests for that. So that's a bit about myself. So let me just move on to the next slide. So the research I'm wanting to talk about today is research I'm actually undertaking as part of my NSI project. And this is with Dr. Patricia Adamo. And it's still ongoing research, and it was meant to be lab-based, but it's turned into a bit of a dry project because unfortunately we're unable to get in the labs fully. So its research is called the design and optimization of primers for a reverse transcription quantitative real-time PCR assay, which is RT-qPCR is its abbreviation, and it's to detect genes contributing to wound age estimation. And the reason I'm undertaking this is firstly because wound age estimation is important in aiding the reconstruction of crime scenes and identifying the timing and order of injuries. And this can be particularly important when dealing with multiple traumas dealt by multiple offenders. And it's also important in determining if an injury is caused pre or post-mortem and establishing the timeline between a wound being inflicted and the death of an individual. So therefore, I'm hoping my research could be important in developing a more accurate field-based wound estimation model that would be really useful in the field. Also, secondly, it's been found through research that wound age estimation is remaining a challenging issue within forensic pathology, and a lot of the histopathological examinations are not providing accurate estimations. And that is mainly because of limitations in the availability of background information, which is relating to autopsy samples available within casework. So in 2018, Lee et al. Proposed many factors which can affect wound age estimation. And this includes the age and sex of the deceased, their cause of death, the severity of the injury, and the environmental conditions of which they may have been found within. And all of these pieces of information are not necessarily available from autopsy or tissue samples. And so far, attempts at wound age estimation has been quite limited to these samples. Therefore, developing a more accurate field-based wound estimation method will be useful, as this would allow less clinically skilled experts to conduct analysis using equipment which may not be available unless you're within a mortuary or a research or lab-based setting. The aim of the research I'm undertaking is obviously to design and optimize a panel of RT-qPCR primers, which could target mRNA and gene expression relevant to cytokine targets. These cytokine targets are clusters of differentiation 14, which is abbreviated to CD14, cluster of differentiation 32B, CD32B, cluster of differentiation 68, which is CD68, cluster of differentiation 15, which is CD15, and cluster of differentiation 62B, which is known as CD62P. These targets were specifically chosen as, again, referring back to the research done by Yagi, it was suggested they may be able to determine the time since wounding from an interval of 0 to 21 days. The term cytokine itself refers to any class of immunoregulatory proteins, and this includes lymphokines, monokines, cytokines, and interleukins. And cytokines can be both pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory, where pro-inflammatory cytokines assist in the development of inflammatory and neuropathic pain, and anti-inflammatory cytokines are inflammatory cytokines antagonists. Different cell types can secrete the same cytokine, and equally a single cytokine can stimulate the target cells to produce further cytokines. Different cytokines are expressed at different stages of wound healing, and that's why I've chosen them to be the target within this research. and therefore expression levels change dependent on the time since the wound infliction. All the targets chosen are also known as clusters of differentiation, and that's the CD in its abbreviation. It was suggested that the evaluation of clusters of differentiation expression in skin wounds could provide greater specificity and a reduced wound age estimation range compared to targeting single molecular targets. And clusters of differentiation are antigen markers which are present on the surface of leukocytes and include signaling molecules such as cytokines. They are very important within the immune response, as each CD antigen binds to a specific antibody and elicits an immune response. And the number of CD markers has actually grown constantly over recent years. And when we've now got over 320 clusters found in humans, and this was established through CD nomenclature started in 1982 by the Human Leukocyte Differentiation Antigens Workshop, which is known as the HLDA. So going into the actual targets, CD14, which you can see just here, is a lipopolysaccharide binding protein, which functions as an endotoxin receptor, and it's expressed within monocytes, macrophages, and some granulocytes, and it's a key molecule in the activation of innate immune cells. CD32B, which is on your top right from my side, is a low affinity inhibitory receptor for immunoglobulin G, and it belongs to the IgG superfamily. It's the predominant fragment crystallizable receptor and the surface receptor glycoprotein, and it can be found on the surface of a variety of immune cells. So the common theme here is it's all to do with the immune response. CD68, that's a member of the lysosomal and endosomal associated membrane glycoprotein, which is known as the LAMP family. It is a transmembranal glycoprotein, which is highly expressed by cells in a monocyte lineage, and it's heavily glycosylated in its extracellular domain. CD68 is primarily localized to lysosomes and endosomes with a smaller fraction circulating into the cell surface. CD15, you might also know that as Lewis X, and it is a distinguishing marker for human myeloid cells and mediates neutrophil adhesion to dendritic cells. The CD15 antigen is strongly expressed by neutrophils, monocytes, macrophages, mast cells, and normal myeloid precursor cells. CD15 may function as an important signaling molecule, and it's capable of initiating pro-inflammatory events in monocytes that come into contact with any activated endothelium. CD62P may also be known as P-selectin, and it functions as a cell adhesion molecule on the surfaces of activated endothelial cells, which they line the inner surface of blood vessels and activated platelets. P-selectin, or CD62P, plays an essential role in the initial recruitment of leukocytes and to the site of injury during inflammation. So in relation to the cytokine targets chosen by Yagi, it's further suggested that CD14 may be a useful marker to determine wound age estimation from 1 to 5 days post-infliction, as CD14 expression was only detected during this period. So although overall, all of those in combination could work from 0 to 21 days, CD14 exclusively could work from 1 to 5 days. Therefore, with this in mind, the evaluation of CD14 expression could be specific to 1 to 5 days post-infliction. When CD14 was considered in combined assessment with CD32B and CD68, it's been suggested that these markers may be a good method for the accurate estimation of wound age at up to 21 days. And this is because CD32B and CD68 are showing changes in the level of their expression, and they peak and normalize between 24 hours and 5 days, and that's for CD32B, and 7 days to 21 days with CD68. In 2013, some further research was conducted, and this was by Gachot, and he established that CD wound infliction. And this was when it was in combined assessment with factor VIII related antigen and tryptase. Tryptase is the most abundant secretory granule derived serine proteinase enzyme that's released from mast cells when they are activated as part of a normal immune response. And factor VIII related antigen was found not to be a suitable marker. This is because of poor specificity of skin wound vitality. However, as a result of this research, both CD15 and tryptase could prove to be useful markers for differentiating recent ante-mortem from post-mortem injuries, as they are sensitive markers in the early phase of inflammatory response, which are shown not to produce false positive results. So overall, through the initial research, it's been suggested that designing a primer panel that combines CD15 with CD14, CD32B, and CD68 could establish an assay that may be able to estimate wound age from 0 hours to 21 days. CD62P was also decided to be included in the panel, and this is because coagulation is also induced in wound healing. It was suggested the analysis of blood coagulation markers in wound hemorrhaging could also be an important discriminating factor in wound age estimation. And CD62P has shown a high success rate of wound aging when using a probability scoring system. So a study was conducted by Gut et al. In 2014, and it determined the immunohistochemical expression levels of fibronectin and CD62P. And tissue samples of non-injured control skin, samples of induced skin injuries of known wound age, injuries inflicted up to a few minutes before death, and injuries inflicted up to 15 to 30 minutes before death were obtained at post-mortem in order to validate the study. And on a score where 1 equals minor, 2 equals moderate, and 3 equals a strong positive, the probability scores of the markers were calculated. And the results showed that in the case where non-vital wounds were scoring a 0, it was an 88% match. Where a wound was a few minutes old, it was 82 to 83%. In the case of a IHC score of 3, the probability a wound was 15 to 30 minutes old was 76. So these results actually suggest that CD62P is also a good indicator of time since wounding and would also be advantageous to be included in my panel. So the slide in front of you now is because I would like to spend some time discussing the methodology that I intend to undertake when conducting this research. Obviously, due to time constraints and the current situation, the intention currently is to just process one of the primers, and the one I'm working on at the moment is CD14. The primers have been designed following the widely accepted standardized rules to ensure optimal designs were achieved, and this was conducted using in silico software and online databases. And you've got those in front of you. So this is the National Centre for Biotechnology Information, also known as the NCBI, Cluster Omega Multiple Sequence Alignment, which is top right, Sonar Fast DB, Primer Blast, Thermo Fisher Multiple Primer Analyzer, Blast N, RNA Fold, and SMP Checker. So firstly, the nucleotide sequences were retrieved using the NCBI gene bank. Where multiple transcripts were found, and which I did find with this one, I then used cluster omega multiple sequence alignment to determine where the exons had been spliced from the sequence. So for CD14, I found 4 transcripts, which are lined up here. I don't know if you can see my arrow, but you've got 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the 4 carry on through. The asterisks where you have those, they show that basically it lines up the same across all the 4 transcripts. So this would be a good place to design to. So you have that there. When a dash is present, there is a section missing from a particular sequence, and therefore it can't be aligned to the others. So this is present in this area here. When I got to exon mapping, which I've done on this part, it was conducted to determine a suitable area of the nucleotide sequence upon which to design the primers. So exon 1, I've highlighted in yellow, which is this area here, and that's 171 base pairs. Exon 2 is the one highlighted in green, and that's 124 base pairs. And exon 3 is highlighted in blue, and that's 1,253 base pairs. So Sonar FastDB was then used to compare the sequences chosen and to check for any splice isoforms. It was found that CD14 overall was 1,974 base pairs and is actually situated on chromosome 5 and contains 3 exons. Within that, there is no evidence of exon skipping, no intron retention or internal exon deletion. However, there is evidence that CD14 contains an alternative acceptor splice site within exon 2. But other than that, it's quite a reasonable target to design to. So on this slide is from Thermo Fisher multiple sequence alignment, and a minimum of 3 sense and 3 antisense primers per target were analysed using this, and that was to check for self and cross dimerization. This slide shows you the information from primer blast relating to the primer combinations I chose. So you can see the length, the starting points to stops, their temperatures, the GC contents, if they're self-complementary, also their sequences there. I have put this into a more understandable table. So the primers I chose were primers 7, 8, and 9, but they obviously then became forward primer 1 with reverse 1, forward 2 with reverse 2, forward pre with reverse 3. So this slide is basically the first, I chose to use transcript version 1 out of the 4 that was aligned, and this is where the 3 exons sit on that, and this shows you the locations of which those combinations will sit. So based on 7, 8, and 9 being the ones I chose, which then were translated into forward 1, reverse 1, forward 2, reverse 2, and forward 3, and reverse 3. This slide shows you their full length sequence in each of the combinations, because I need I need 9 combinations overall when it comes to designing, and also the longest of the combinations that I have within that table then became the template DNA strand, which you have down the bottom there. Once I'd done all of that, I then needed to conduct a blast specificity check, which was also conducted using blast N, and this was to ensure specificity to the target. Any identity score less than 95% specificity was checked in further detail if necessary. And as you can see on the slide, in relation to CD14, all the identity scores were at 100%. And this column here is your identity scores until you get down to gorilla. So species such as gorilla, you've got Hylobates mollusk a bit further down there. You've also got Sapiegus apella and Cebus capucinus, also produced identity scores near 100%. And these species are the Western gorilla, the silvery gibbon, the tufted capuchin, and the Colombian white-faced capuchin. And that's in the correct order there. So although it is unlikely to counter these species at crime scenes, and that is where I'm aiming for this primer to be used, it could cause cross specificity. So it's important that I recognize that they have a very high identity score. So for example, if this assay when completed was used in a scene that occurred at a zoo where these species were present, that then could become a problem. But otherwise, it should not cause a problem within my design stage or if it came into the point of manufacture. The secondary structure and single nucleotide polymorphisms were then checked using RNA fold, which is this one on the left, and SMP checker, which is on your right here. Any hairpin structure with 3 or more bonds were reassessed for suitability, and any primer with more than 3 SMPs overall or containing SMPs in the 3' end were redesigned. So as you can see for CD14, there was only 1 SMP identified for each of the primer combinations, which were forward and reverse 1, forward and reverse 2, and forward and reverse 3. The 3 sense and 3 antisense primers and template DNA were then ordered from Eurofins. And so far, I've been able to have 1 session within the laboratory where I was able to make my stock and working solutions and check my concentration ranges on the nanodrop. Primers specific to the target genes will be optimized and used in a real-time quantitative PCR assay, and this will be conducted using SensiMix Cyber Hydrox kit, which is basically Cyber Green, which is an intercalating dye. The positive control will be a synthetic oligo of the target amplicon, and nuclease-free water will act as the negative. It was decided to adopt RT-qPCR as the technique to use when undertaking this project, as mRNA levels of inflammatory cytokines and wound healing factors can be assayed using this method to estimate wound age. It is suitable to target mRNA as the mRNA levels of cytokines change sooner than protein levels. Therefore, a primer set based on mRNA would be more reliable for the estimation of early age wounds. RT-qPCR is a highly sensitive method with the ability to detect slight changes in gene expression, and it's believed to be the most effective method to analyze gene expression because of its efficiency to detect and quantify the target genes even at low expression levels. The reactions of qPCR also enable mRNA expression to be measured in various samples, making it a useful method in ensuring accuracy in this research. Interestingly, RT-qPCR has recently been developed for use as a field-based assay known as ParaDNA, and this is designed to analyze 5 short tandem repeats, which are known as STRs, which are commonly used in forensic DNA testing. In 2015, Blackman et al. Indicated that the development of ParaDNA has reduced the pressure from laboratories and enabled results to be generated at a quicker rate whilst ensuring accuracy. In relation to this research, ParaDNA shows the potential of RT-qPCR being used in the field-based assay for my wound age estimation, and its success has already been proven within the field. In relation to assay optimization and validation, the primers will be optimized for the most effective pairing of sense and antisense primers by optimization across temperature, primer concentration, specificity, and efficiency. The primer performance across a range of concentrations from 100 to 500 nanomoles will also be tested. Primer combinations with the highest cycle threshold, which is known as the CT, reducibility and negative NTC will be chosen. For optimization of temperature, all primer combinations will be run across a temperature gradient spanning above and below the recommended melting temperature. This will be run at 65 degrees Celsius, which is just 5 degrees above the highest primer temperature of 61.4, and at 55, approximately 5 degrees Celsius below the lowest primer temperature of 58.8. An in silico melt curve analysis will also be conducted to check for specificity. If multiple peaks are present upon the melt curve, this would indicate to me the presence of multiple products. If a single peak is present upon the melt curve, this would be indicative of a single product. Furthermore, standard curve assays will also be conducted to check for primer efficiency. This will be constructed from serial dilutions. It will finally be followed by linear regression calculations to determine the equation of the line and by using the efficiency equation. The PCR products will then be run on an agarose gel electrophoresis to identify any off-target products or primer dimers. Thank you for listening, and I hope you found my research interesting. Does anyone have any questions that I will do my best to answer?
Yes, ma'am. I have a question.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hi. So how is a real-time PCR technically like better than 2D gel electrophoresis and say MALDI mass spectroscopy to separate and identify proteins for wound estimation? Can you like in a technical way?
So for this research, I'm not working with proteins because the protein time changes slower than the mRNA expression. So because the mRNA expression is quicker, it's more likely that you will notice the time in the wound aging interval faster. So I've done quite a bit of research, and it seems through the research I've been undertaking that it would be more suitable to work with RT-PCR than it would to work with MALDI-TOF and the likes of electrophoresis. Now I am going to be conducting gel electrophoresis, but that is to check the validation of the studies I've already going to be conducting as part of it. But however, when working with the proteins, if I chose to go down that route, then I do agree MALDI-TOF would be the way to go.
Thank you, ma'am. And lastly, I just have a BTech degree in biotechnology, and also I'm interested in forensic genetics, especially genomics and proteomics. So I just wanted to quickly ask you, what is the scope of like forensic bioinformatics in general? Like what are some of the lacunae that exists that we can presently work on, which can help forensic science in general?
I couldn't comment on the chemistry side because I've specialized in forensic biology really since my second year. But from what I'm establishing, obviously I picked up on wound age estimation. A few of my colleagues who are chemists are working quite a bit on drugs within the air. That's a few of the projects going on within our university and our establishment, is detection of drugs within the air, and they're doing quite a lot of work on that side of it. But another one that is becoming quite common is as a teaching tool, an alternative to horse's blood, a synthetic alternative that could be used within teaching establishments, because when we do a lot of learning in the classroom at the minute, we obviously unfortunately have to work with horse's blood in order to learn BPA, blood pattern analysis and things like that. So the project that's being undertaken at the moment is if we could come up with a synthetic alternative that would provide us with the same results when we conduct our presumptive tests that isn't in fact from an animal derivative. So that's a different realm of blood pattern altogether, but trying to come up with something that could get you positive results when you're conducting presumptive or confirmatory tests, but isn't actually from an animal substance, isn't necessarily the easiest. So that's something I know some of my colleagues are undertaking. There's quite a bit of research in our university being undertaken into water-based epidemiology. So that's being done as well at the moment, if that helps. Has anyone got any other questions?
Thank you so much, though, for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Ma'am, also, can I have your LinkedIn?
Yes, of course. I will put, no worries.
Okay. Going on, our next speaker is Dr. Ravi Sheth, Rashtriya Raksha University, India, and he is going to give a presentation on social media cybercrime forensics and investigation. And I request Ravi Sheth to start his presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Social media forensic investigation. Let me introduce myself. Currently, I'm working as an assistant professor in IT department in School of IT, AI and Cybersecurity in Rashtriya Raksha University. Recently, our university has got an institute of national importance, and we are being converted from state university to central university. Currently, we are working in Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. So today, I'm going to discuss about. Just wait. Yes. Today I'm going to discuss about the cyber crimes which are being happen on the social media. And once this kind of crimes are being committed on the social media, what is the role of investigator officer? How this investigator officer can, do the forensic with the help of, the artifacts which he or she has collected, and how any criminal can be caught with the help of such kind of investigation. So before to start, let me give you brief idea about what is cyber crimes and what is cyber world. So anything which relates to the computer, it will be a part of the cyber world, and any crimes which are being committed or which can be committed with the help of any devices of computer, which is considered as a cyber crime. There are a lot many cyber crimes are being happen nowadays, but I'm going to talk about only those crimes which are being committed with the help of social media. So these are the main cyber crimes which are being committed with the help of social media. The very first one is cyber stalking, second one is cyber bullying, and third one is right. So let me give you about what is cyber stalking, what is cyber bullying, and what is cyber defamation. So when we talk cyber stalking, someone information with the help of any social media platform, then such kind of crime is considered as a personal information would be nothing but your email ID, your mobile number, your WhatsApp number, anything, your date of birth, your anything which relates to your personal things, right? If someone tries to extract such kind of information without your knowledge, then such kind of crime is considered as a cyber stalking, right? And we know that in the era of this digitization, everyone is using the social media, and all your personal information we are generally keeping as a in a public mode, so everyone can see it, right? So before sharing everything in a public media, every social media providing its own security and privacy settings, right? So at least we should check what kind of things we are going to publish in front of in front of public media, right? So this is this kind of thing we need to take care. Then another cyber crime is cyber bullying, right? So when with the help of any communication media, right, whenever you are trying to bully someone, when you are sending any defamatory message, whenever you are sending any abusive message, or you are sending any kind of message to by whom the person the receiver is not comfortable, right? So such kind of crime is considered as a cyber bullying. So while I am talking about the communication media, so it could be a WhatsApp, it could be a Facebook Messenger, it could be an email. So with the help of any electronic communication, if someone try to send any defamatory message, or you can send any threatening message, any abusive message, right, then such kind of crime is considered as a cyber bullying. So even though here I have also mentioned that generally people are using WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger, or you can say email, while communicating with other person, right? So that's why this kind of crime is considered as a cyberbullying. Then last cyber crime, which are most frequently happen with the help of social media, is the cyber defamation, right? So when we talk about defamation, so with the help of social media platform, if someone try to reduce the publicity, or you can say someone try to spoil the personality, someone try to post the defamatory kind of things in a public domain, right, which can harm the image of some person. So such kind of crime is considered as a cyber defamation, right? So generally this kind of crime are being committed against the politician, against the film star. So this is all about the cyber defamation. If someone try to spoil the image of any person, right, while posting any defamatory message, so this kind of crime is considered as a cyber defamation. So why this kind of crime is again a part of social media? Because to spoil someone's image in a market, right? So social media is the best platform. You can make any defamatory image and make it viral in any platform of social media, right? So such kind of crime is considered as a cyber defamation. So these are the some Facebook privacy things, but due to the time constraint, I'm not going to cover about what kind of privacy settings you need to do. So your personal image cannot be revealed in a public domain, right? But you can go into the setting menu. Within setting menu, there is a privacy and checkup kind of option is available. If you go through this privacy and checkup kind of option, which is available in the Facebook, you will get to know about what kind of privacy settings and what kind of things Facebook has provided, what kind of things you have to share, to whom you need to share. Everything is available in case of Facebook privacy settings, right? So before posting anything, first of all, you have to understand what kind of things you are going to publish in front of which kind of audience, right? Because sometimes by default all the settings in case of Facebook and Instagrams are public, right? So whatever things you are going to post with the help of Facebook or Instagram, it would be a viral to everyone, right? So the people, those don't have any connection with you, but that people, if visit your Facebook profile, they can get to know about your contact number, your email ID and everything, right? If they know about your contact number, if they know about your email ID, they can simply they can simply send you any defamatory message, or you can say abusive message, any kind of thing they can do, right? So to whom, what kind of things you need to share, what kind of thing you need to disclose, everything is available in case of this Facebook privacy settings, right? So these are the privacy settings available in case of WhatsApp and Instagram. Now I will talk about the most important part, how this investigation can be happen with respect to the Facebook related crimes. Because nowadays there is a so many challenges are there for the investigator officer who are performing such kind of duties, right? So I will give you I will give you one example. With the help of this example, we'll understand what kind of thing is what kind of thing will be possible in the investigation process. So here you can see that one lady has filed a complaint at the police station with the following allegation. She has claimed that someone has created a Facebook profile in the to harm the reputation of that lady, right? Then posted morph and nude photographs of that lady, vulgar and vulgar comments that person has posted, and the contents are very, very, very bad, right? So this kind of complaint has been filed by that lady into the police station, right? So the first task of IO is what kind of section is applicable, right? So this is I'm talking about with the law of the Indian perspective, right? So we are having a IPC, right, an Information Technology Act. So based on this IPC and based on this Information Technology Act, these are the section can be applicable against such kind of offenses. So now first task is as an investigator officer, what kind of thing I should collect, right? So first of all, ID proof, and if that lady having any mobile phone, if the lady having any desktop or laptop or any computer system or any things related to the cyber and computer related any gadgets or anything, right? So everything should be collected by the investigator officer, right? And before to send to the FSL or before to send to the any forensic examiner, And first of all, he need to collect all these kind of things, right? So what is the model number, what is the IMEI number, what is the MAC address of that system, right? So these are the crucial things that has to be collect by the investigator officer with the help of any forensic experts. Now, next thing is, if anything is available in case of computer, right? So first of all, he or she can take a screenshot of the current state of the computer system, right? So for the Windows environment, Windows plus print screen will be the shortcut key. So with the help of this shortcut key, you can take a screenshot. So what is the advantage of taking a screenshot? At least you will have an idea what is the current state of that specific computer or that specific digital evidences while you have retrieved it from the victim, right? Then if now this crime is committed with the help of Facebook, then your first task is you need to collect the Facebook ID, right? So what is Facebook ID? Facebook ID is a unique ID which has been given to the which has been assigned to the every individual user who are having the account in the Facebook, right? Because there are lot many accounts are available with the same name, right? But with the help of this Facebook ID, it's a unique ID. You can differentiate whether this person is X or whether this person is Y. If I'm talking about myself, then with the name of Ravi said, there are lot many accounts are available in the Facebook, but a specific unique ID has been assigned to me, right? So with the help of this unique ID, I have to contact to Facebook. I need a data of this specific Facebook ID with the in this format, right? So how to retrieve this Facebook ID? So this is one website is there. This is called as a findmyfbid.in. You need to simply copy the URL and you need to paste it in this specific text box given over here, right? And you need to simply click on the find my Facebook ID. You will get 12 or 16 digit number, right? If this process will not work, then you from what account you want to retrieve the Facebook ID, you simply open it and right click on the profile picture of it and click on the open this link into the new window, right? So whenever you are doing this, your that specific link you are going to open in the browser. So at the end of that specific link, you will be getting the 16 digit or you can say 12 digit unique number. So that will be considered as a unique ID of that specific account, right? So for the investigation or to get the data from the Facebook on for so and so account, the Facebook ID is very must, right? So before to contact Facebook, you have to generate the Facebook ID of the individual for a specific account for which you want some data from the Facebook, right? So this is one of the site from where you can collect the Facebook unique ID. So once you have the Facebook ID, and before going to before contact to the Facebook, your first task is whatever digital evidences you have collected with respect to the Facebook account, with respect to the its computer, its laptop, you need to generate the hash value, right? We know that what is the concept of hash value. Hash value is nothing but it's a unique identity of any digital evidences, right? Generally for cyber forensic experts, those who are working in the field of SFL or CFSL, right? So they might be aware about the importance of hash value. Generally in case of investigation and during the court of trial, before examining the any digital evidences, the hash value will be generated. Once the investigation process gets completed and when the evidences are going to produce during the court of trial, again they have to generate the hash value of the same digital evidences. So initial hash value and the last hash value, when these two hash value are same, then and only then this evidence are permissible during the court of trial, right? So this is the importance of hash value. If any kind of tampering or if any kind of modification is happen in a digital evidences, then the hash value would be changed, right? So that's why generally people are generating the hash value before submitting the digital evidences and artifacts during the court of trial, right? So once you have this, so in this format you can generate the hash value. Hash value can be generated. There are different kinds of hashing algorithms are available. So either you can take either you can use this MD5 hash algorithm or you can use SHA algorithm, right? So these are the two hashing algorithms are available. Now from social networking side, yes, again these are the basic information which you can collect: the profile name, then URL, then profile picture, then date of creation of the account, basic information, right? So these are the some important things that you need to collect from the social media account, right? Of victim or of the victim, because someone has reported a case that someone has created a fake profile. So whatever fake profile being created of XYZ person, you need to collect all the information with respect to the fake profile account, right? Now if I'm talking about the Indian perspective and Indian laws, then if any investigator officer who belongs to our country, then if he wants some data from the Facebook, then his email ID should be in a domain of @gov.in or @nic.in, right? It may vary from country to country, but if you want to contact of Facebook, the ID which Facebooks are providing, that is records@fb.com. So whatever information you want from the Facebook, you have to contact whatever information required. You have to send an email to this specific account which is given by the Facebook, that is records@fb.com. But your email ID should be @gov.in in a domain of @gov.in or @nic.in. This is, I'm talking about the Indian perspective, right? Or you can send data in a hard copy. This is the address which is provided by the Facebook. But generally we are not following such kind of practices, because Facebook has already provided an online request portal which is dedicatedly designed for the law enforcement officer, those who are working in the police department, those who are working in the law enforcement department. A dedicated portal is designed by the Facebook. So whatever information you want from the Facebook, you have to open that specific portal, you have to submit your request, and Facebook will give you the reply based on the information which you have provided. You have to attach the copy of the FIR, you have to submit the charge sheet, right? So everything with respect to that case as a IO, whichever you have created, that has to be submitted along with the information which you want from the Facebook, right? So this is a portal which is mainly designed for the law enforcement officer. This is the URL, right? So once you click on this specific checkbox that I am authorized law enforcement agent, and then automatically the request access button gets activated. You have to click on that request access button. So it will ask for your email ID. So if you are entering your email ID and your email ID is @gov.in or nic.in, even though if your email ID is not @gov.in or nic.in, you will get the verification link, but that link will only activated when your email ID ended with the @gov.in or @nic.in, right? So again, this domain is vary from country to country. Here I'm talking about in the perspective of the India. So that's why this domain should be either @gov.in or @nic.in, right? So here you need to enter your email address of law enforcement officer, investigator officer, the one who is dealing with this specific case. Then after that, you will get a verification link on your email address. So for the safer side, I have just I remove the official email ID of the person, right? But you will get such kind of mail from the Facebook, and you will get the verification link. So once you click on this verification link, then your request will be sent to the Facebook. So Facebook will ask, just give me the information, what kind of things you require from our side. So you need to fill all kind of details. So first of all, reservation request. So in that case, you need to enter your email address, your postal code, your name, everything which is mentioned in this form, that you have to fill. After that, record request. So what kind of record you want from, that means at which date this specific account gets created, right? So you have to mention that date, duration within this specific request form. So whatever things you require, you have to mention within this form only. After that, you need to select on what kind of legal process being applicable to this specific case, right? So there are many different kind of categories are being given. After that, you need to select what kind of case what kind of case on which you are working. So there are predefined criteria is already given by the Facebook, so you can select appropriate case. After that, once your request gets sent to the Facebook, then you will get this kind of dashboard, right? So it indicates that your request is sent on so and so date, and once Facebook gives the response, so here you can see that in the first row one button is given, that is download data. So once you get the data from the Facebook, you will get such kind of link, and if you click on this download data, you are able to retrieve the data, whichever data you have demanded to the Facebook, right? So now the main role of investigator officers comes into the picture. The case has been registered in your police station. After that, whatever information you require from the Facebook has already provided to you, right? After that, whatever information you have collected from the Facebook, now your task is you have to caught you have to caught a criminal, right? So what kind of things you need to do based on the data which is provided by the Facebook? Again, that is a challenging task because lot many technical knowledge required to handle such kind of cases, right? I will brief you about what kind of things you will get from the Facebook, right? So this is the one sample report which has been provided by the Facebook. So here you can see that the Facebook has provided the email address of that person which has created the fake email ID, fake account in case of Facebook. Facebook has provided the contact number verified at what time and what date. It is also mentioned, and on which IP address this Facebook is being used. Facebook was used. It is also mentioned in this report. So these three are the very important thing to catch any criminals, right, who has committed such kind of crime. It's email address, then it's mobile number, and it's IP address, right? These three things are very much crucial and very much important. If you are having this three kind of information, you can catch any criminal who has committed such kind of crimes, right? So now here you can see that I have an email address of I got the email address has been created in the Gmail account. So now my next task is what? I need to contact Gmail at which time and at which date this specific email address has been created and on which IP address, right? So this is important because see, if you know the concept of assigning the IP address, so it might be possible that the same IP address can be assigned to the different person, right? So that's why whenever you want some information with respect to the IP address, you have to mention the time also. Means I want the information of this IP address at this specific time duration, because it might be possible that a same IP address can be assigned to a different person. It's purely depend upon the internet service provider, because we have a limited pool of IP address. So it is not like that everyone will be getting the unique IP address to access the internet, right? Again, it's depend upon the ISP. It's depend upon the load balancing services which is being used by the ISP, right? And based on that, the IP address will be assigned to the respective user. So that's why it is always recommended that whenever you want some information from the ISP with respect to the IP address, along with the IP address, you have to mention the time at which time this specific IP address has been used. But from where you will get such kind of information? You will get such kind of information from the email service provider, right? So here we have email address, here we have contact number, and here we have we can say the IP address, right? So now what I'm as an investigator officer, what is my next task? With the help of this email address, I will contact to the Gmail, right? This I want the information of this specific email address, at which time this email address was being used, and what IP address has been assigned, and at what time, right? So if I'm talking about this is again one of the sample report being sent by the Facebook, has been sent by the Facebook. So yes, so when we want to contact, now we have the Gmail address, now we have the contact number, and now we have the IP address. Now, so with the help of this Gmail address, I require some information from the Gmail service provider, right? So again, I need to contact the Gmail So if we talk about the Gmail service provider, so you will be getting the report in this specific format. So here you can see that the specific IP address you will get, and with respect to IP address, at what time this specific IP address is being used, it is also given by this Google report, right? So now your task is you need to contact to the service provider. I'm having this IP address and I'm having this specific time zone. You just give me the details of the person for which you have assigned this IP address, right? So these are the different format of the Rediff and Yahoo. So this kind of request I'm sending to the internet service provider. I want the information of this specific IP address for this specific time zone, right? So this is a sample report which is given by the BSNL. So for the sake of privacy and for sake of security, I have just erased out the name and the phone number of that person. But but BSNL generally provide the information in this way. This IP address on this date at this specific time zone has been assigned to this specific person, and his contact number is this, right? So this is the entire process. Generally, investigator officers are being followed by the investigator officer. So these way, investigator officer generally catch the criminal. So at the last, and if you have the contact number, you will be getting the CDR analysis, CDR report, and based on the CDR analysis, you can fetch the location of that person, and you will also get the address, right? So these are the some email IDs of the person. If you are using any gateway, money gateway kind of things, right? Let's say Atom, MobiQuick. So to whom once you be victim against any financial crime against on this specific portal, so to whom you want to contact. So all the details are mentioned over here. Lastly, I would like to just give you some safety kind of things, right? So these are the things which we need to consider, but at the end, yes. So a few tips from my side, right? So just wait a minute. Yes. So everything is online, right? So don't click anywhere. So this is the first tip from my side, right? Click before you need to think before click anywhere in the world of digital, right? After that, your password should be a strong, right? It should be a comprising of small letter, capital letter, alphanumeric. So these are the basic things which we need to consider. And this is the most important thing. Your personal information, your full name, your address, your phone number, password should not be revealed to anyone in a public domain, right? Because we don't know a person who is following you, who is stalking you, at what kind of level he can misuse your personal information, right? So that's it from my side. If you have any queries, if you have any question, please let me know.
Moving on, our next speaker is Hind Abu Zahi from University of Hassan II, Morocco, and she is going to give a presentation on gender-based violence assessment, Moroccan medico-legal institute experience, and request Dr. Hind to start her presentation.
Okay, hello everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much for the president for this speech and all the presentation previous one. So my turn is I will be presenting myself. I'm Dr. Hind Abu Zahir. I'm a forensic doctor and assistant professor of forensic medicine at Morocco, especially at Casablanca city, economical city of Morocco. I will be speaking right now about gender-based violence and our experience as forensic doctor in dealing with this kind of violence. So to start, as you know, gender-based violence has a wide definition. It can be any kind of act committed against women, the female kind. So in this presentation, I will be talking about what's this kind of gender-based violence everyone talking about, their classification, and also all the forms that contain in its global way, physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. And after that, I'll be speaking about the right steps toward improving any kind of care services to help these victims take their rights in many ways. As the United Nations defined, gender-based violence is any act of violence committed against women in general. Physically, it can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be psychological harm, or any suffering committed against women, including threats and any kind of humiliation or any kind of deprivation that cause any harm for their life. So, violence against women is generally divided on three steps or three types. Physical one, it can be hating, burning, slapping, or going to the degree to commit a homicide. It can be sexual, such as rape, forced sex in marital context, or it can be incest. It can be also in psychological way. It can be such as criticism, humiliation, threats, or any kind of verbal abuse. Going to the extent to destroy this woman mentally and physically. So in our context, this is a half-year report of women victims of violence received by our Medical Legal Institute in this year 2020. We have in total 202 victims in marital context, domestic violence. We have also outside marital context, we have 91 women victims of violence, single one. We have also victims widowed one, 9, and also divorced women, 14. These women are victims of physical violence, 275, and sexual violence, 42. But this statistics is not really should be underestimated because there are other kind of victims who don't report to police the violence committed against them due to many circumstances or conditions, such as fear from their partner, taking revenge from their partner and in other way rather than judicial way. Also, maybe some women don't understand what the means of domestic violence, so they don't report such an act. There are also fear to lose children. Their father could take them away from them. Fear from police. They are not familiar with going to police to report such an act. There are also their psychological mental status. Maybe they are thinking that no one there outside to help them or to offer them assistance. Also, maybe the victims are too attached to their partner and they cannot report such an act to police to not cause a harm to their partner. So this statistic should be always verified because there are some victims don't come to hospital to report such an act. So there are so many types of physical violence. For example, this kind of pictures is were took in our Medical Legal Institute. We have so many victims come to report such physical violence. We found sometimes bruises, sometimes scratch, sometimes attempt of strangulation. We found also sometimes hematoma, and also internal injuries such as fracture, hematoma, and so on, contusion, and so on. So what about sexual violence? Yes, sexual violence is also defined by the World Health Organization. It's defined as any sexual act perpetrated against the will of the person who is subjected to it. In our context, our Moroccan penal law, in so many articles, condemns these perpetrators and punish them according to the law. And what kind of act punished by this law in our context? They punish the rape and indecent assault, indecent exposures, and incest, homosexuality, adultery, sexual harassment, and also prostitution. The punishment can go to 1 year of jail to 5 years, and can also go from 5 years to 10 years, and can also go from 10 years to 20 years. It depends on the circumstances and the forensic doctor's report and gynecological examination. So, sexual violence can cause so many harms, physically, psychologically, and also in generally impacts the health of the woman. They can cause deep psychological effects. What about marital context? There are also some kind of acts that's considered as gender-based violence, especially in marital context. For example, between two members of one couple, man and woman, sexual violence can happen. It can be word, it can be an act, forced sex, it can be exploitations. It can also be economical violence, such as abstentions, not giving her allowance, not giving her money, deprive her from nutrients, any kind of act that cause harm in her daily life and can't guarantee her a good health or a good life with him. But in some perceptions, in general, in marital context, husband who force his wife to have sexual intercourse against her will is not allowed. It's considered as act of violence. This in women's perceptions said that most of women in our context considered intercourse under such conditions as rape. Okay, that's good. What's about men? In men perceptions, most of men said that they were entitled to force their wives to have intercourse. So to men, this is not an act of violence. It's considered as their right. It's such a wrongdoing. But the law say another thing. It said that any kind of sexual act that's committed against the will of the woman, it's considered also as act of the violence, and it is punished by the law in our context. What about psychological violence? It can be verbal assault, it can be restriction, it can be threat, it can be neglect and deprivation in life. So, what is the right steps toward improving any care services or facilities that welcome any victims of gender-based violence? It is a multidisciplinary challenge that englobe or that reunite 4 categories. It can the law, the lawyer, the judge, the prosecutor, or the local attorney in our context, police officers, and doctor who treat and the doctor who assess the damage of the victims. So all the auxiliary of the justice should punish the one who causes this harm. In our context, starting by the judge or the law in general, we have the law number 103/13 that combats violence against all women and strengthens the legal procedure in this field. Also, the law provides women good protections from any acts considered as violence. And also the created units, small units that take care of women as victims of violence inside the court and also inside the hospital. What about our unit? Our Medical Legal Institute, it is the main actor of this multidisciplinary change. Our units take care of these victims. They welcome the victims. They all come in from all all parts of the cities. They can be sent by basic health facilities. They can be sent by also by society association. They can send even by the police and the court. They can also send by family doctors or the doctor in charge of the gynecological doctor or in charge of treating the family. We can also be referred by all kinds of professional medical actors. So once they are referred to our unit document the lesions, screen any case of violence, deal with all kinds of violence, sexual and physical, and manage all this kind of acts and steps. So the main actor in our unit is the forensic doctor. In addition of the autopsy acts, we also do forensic of the living. And forensic of the living is represented by forensic doctor who are in charge of managing victims of gender-based violence. Forensic doctor verify the circumstances after welcoming the victim. They verify the circumstances during the interview with the victims. They perform complete clinical examination and document all the lesions, type, shape, location, age, nature. They also assess the general condition of the victim, and if there is complementary examination needed, they ask for it to be executed and to be proceeded and done by the victims. Also, forensic doctor take photographs if necessary to document the lesions. We have also the forensic doctor, after the clinical examination and the interview, establish the certificate to assess the bodily damages caused by the violence. Also, in case of sexual violence, they write a medical legal report that contains all the finding, physical, sexual, and everything related to this act of violence. Also, after the certificate, they report to the judicial authority after obtaining the consent of the victims. After that, they refer the victims, they send the victims to social assistance office to be supported in social way. And also we send victims to a psychological doctor for psychological consultations and mental assessment and support. The documentation also is very, very important. If there is no documentation, there is no guaranteed that the judge will judge that you did your work. So documentation is very necessary. That means all medical notes should be written in the medical folder. We need to draw pictograms and take photographs. Example for documentation about medical notes, we should write the identity of the victims, the history, medical history, if the consent obtained to report such an act to the police, the finding of clinical examination and the complementary examination, or any additional complementary examination done, laboratory test and the result, and the treatment undertaken. Draw pictograms, especially draw the type, the dimension, and mention the color of and the shape of the lesions. This is kind of pictograms used in our institute, pictograms to assess victims, women victims of violence. Also another kind of pictograms used in our unit. Also in case of sexual assault, this is also a pictograms used to describe the lesions found at gynecological examination. Photographs will be taken after obtaining the approval of the victim. If she is against a photo, so we don't take photo. We all will respect what the victims ask us. So also we should keep the photograph in a folder at informatic database in our unit, used in our unit in good way to not be lost after many days. To keep such documents from being lost, we keep it in good way. Also, in case of sexual assault, what forensic doctor do? In case of emergency, they provide hospitalization in the hospital. They do genetic identification. They also can take samples, semen, hair, or saliva, or hair, or blood. It depends on the case. There is an example of how we do the saliva test, take saliva samples for genetic identification in case of to search for any existence of semen. Also, this is samples from gynecological test, also for genetic identification. Other kind of samples took in our unit, it's also, as I said, it depends on the case. We took the hair samples to search for the identity of the perpetrator. As I said previously, sublingual sampling. Also, in case of stained clothes, we took samples from these marks. In case of suspicion of drugs, we took simple blood samples to search for alcohol or any kind of drugs. Also, in case of suspicion of pregnancy, especially if it's recent sexual assault, we do provide pregnancy test. We prescribe serological test to search for infection, sexual infection, such hepatitis or immunodeficiency virus, if necessary. In case of injury, we also document this injury. In addition of documentation, we do prescribe treatment. Also, we give, in case of sexual assault, recent one, we give emergency contraception. We also give another treatments, and we send the patient to infectious department for further assessment to search for another infection and protect them from this infection. We do also send them to psychological department to assess them mentally and psychologically. We do give sometimes if the victims don't want to go to another department, we do prescribe. We have the ability also as medical doctor to prescribe treatment against medical treatment, antibiotics. Also, we do the follow up after sexual assault and physical assault to check for the continuation of the treatment and the prevention of the victim of gender-based violence. So, as I said, it's multidisciplinary change. This act needs support, victims of this act need support, need to be advised, need to be assisted by medical doctor, social assistant, psychological doctor, and the law. They should be guided also to the right path to stop this violence and to report such an act. These victims need help. So as take-home message, despite Moroccan penal law and codes that incriminate and banish all the forms of gender-based violence, this phenomenon sadly is still going. And only through identification and acknowledgement of abuse together, we should integrate efforts and do a lot of efforts to be able to stop this act and end this cycle of violence. So bruises fade, but the pain lasts forever. We all should reunite to stop such an act in our context and around the world. So thank you very much for listening to me and attending my presentation. And this is picture show the front of our Medical Legal Institute in Casablanca, city of Morocco. So this is my email written there. I'll be happy to answer any question related to this presentation or any kind of question. Just email me in case of you are too shy to to send to ask a question right now. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abuzai, for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
We are open to questions now. If anybody has a question,
yes,
you can ask Professor Abuzai.
Yes, if you have any question, just ask, please.